In every poker tournament, the middle of the table carries its own quiet balance. From here, you are both observer and participant. Caught between the order of early position and the chaos of late action. Each move demands patience, rhythm, and awareness. This is where poker's calm precision truly lives. Tonight, we study the art of middle position, where every decision becomes a meditation on timing and trust. Chapter 1. Entering the Bridge. Middle position is where the game begins to breathe. It is not the rigid structure of early play, nor the fluid creativity of the later seats. It is the bridge that connects both. When you sit in this part of the table, you are surrounded by movement on every side. Players ahead have already shown discipline or hesitation, and players behind are preparing to respond. The rhythm of the table passes through you, and every hand becomes an exercise in awareness. From this place you learn that poker is not a game of immediate advantage, but of timing, patience, and quiet control. In the early levels of a tournament, middle position can feel uneventful. The blinds are small, stacks are deep, and most pots end without confrontation. Yet even here, subtle information flows your way. You see which players enter pots too easily from up front, and which ones tighten early. You watch who treats the game as a sprint, and who approaches it like a marathon. As a middle player, you become both observer and participant. Your choices mirror the balance between observation and action. Your seat gives you partial information. You are not first to act, but you are not last. This means every hand begins in uncertainty. You might face a tight opening from early position, or a loose call from a short stack behind. Your advantage is flexibility, the ability to shift gears depending on what has already happened. This is why the best middle position players are not simply strong strategists. They are adaptable thinkers. They adjust hand ranges like instruments in an orchestra, tuning to the tempo of the table. When blinds are still modest and effective stacks reach 40 or more, big blinds, your playable range widens slightly beyond early position. Suited broadways, medium pairs, and suited connectors enter the mix. The goal is not to flood the pot with marginal hands, but to use the added position as leverage. You begin to play hands that perform well post-flop, hands that can connect quietly and build unseen value. The mistake many players make here is to mirror late position looseness too early. Middle position still requires structure, but a living structure that bends without breaking. Your open sizes in this seat should carry purpose. At deeper stacks, a standard raise of 2.5 times the big blind controls the flow. But as the blinds rise, your opens should compress slightly to around 2 times. This smaller sizing maintains pressure without inviting unnecessary conflict. Remember, you are surrounded by players with different stack depths. Someone behind might have 20 blinds and a reshove stack ready. Someone else might be nursing 15 and looking for the right spot. Every open you make must respect the battlefield behind you. Awareness of stack sizes becomes the language of the middle seat. If there are 2 short stacks on your left, your open frequency tightens. If the players behind you are deep and cautious, you can expand. The rhythm of the tournament constantly redefines what is correct. This fluidity is what separates good middle players from great ones. You are not just choosing hands, you are harmonizing with the moment. The chips in front of you represent energy, and your job is to distribute that energy in rhythm with the table's pace. Consider a typical hand. You hold ace-queen suited in middle position, at a table of balanced stacks. Early position folds, and you raise to 2.5 times the big blind. The cutoff folds, and the button calls. The flop falls Jack 7, 3 rainbow. You have 2 overcards and backdoor potential. In this spot, the natural impulse is to continuation bet, to assert control. But middle position awareness teaches restraint. You ask, what does this flop mean for my range, and what does it mean for theirs? Many late position callers will have middle cards here. By checking, you keep the pot manageable and preserve control over the rhythm of the hand. Awareness becomes your weapon, not aggression. The middle seat is also where patience becomes active, rather than passive. Folding is not surrender, it is repositioning. Every hand you decline to play creates space for a better opportunity. Each fold communicates something to observant opponents. It builds your table image. A calm, selective player from middle position radiates control. Your stillness makes others uncomfortable. They begin to second-guess their aggression because your silence suggests strength. Over time, this quiet image becomes your edge. Tournament poker rewards the player who survives the invisible stretches. Middle position is where those stretches often happen. You may go 10, even 15 orbits without a meaningful pot, yet that time is not wasted. You are studying flow. You are learning who protects blinds, who defends wide, and who folds to small bets. You are storing rhythm for when the moment arrives. When you finally act, your decision carries weight because it is rooted in observation, not impulse. As the levels rise and blinds creep higher, this seat grows sharper. The luxury of deep stacks fades, and now your awareness must tighten. Your opening range shrinks again, but your decisions gain clarity. Each raise or fold defines your survival. Yet even in the tension of rising pressure, the middle seat remains the place of balance. It teaches you to breathe within structure, to move between fear and flow. You begin to understand that tournament poker is less about domination and more about rhythm, a steady, measured cadence through constant change. When you master middle position, you no longer chase control, you allow it to arrive naturally. The table's movement no longer feels chaotic. It becomes a pulse you can sense and respond to. You stop fighting variance and start listening to it. This is the bridge of poker, the point where you learn that patience and precision are not opposites, but partners. The middle seat is not just a position, it is a mindset. It is the art of being steady while the game rushes around you. Here you learn to act when the rhythm calls, and to wait when silence speaks louder than chips. You begin to feel the game as much as think it. And in that quiet awareness, you discover what it truly means to play from the center of the table. Chapter 2: Awareness between extremes. Middle position is the meeting place of opposites, the calm between two storms. To your right, sit the players who built the foundation of each hand, the disciplined openers who must act with limited vision. To your left, sit the opportunists, waiting to exploit any sign of weakness. You exist in between, aware of both forces at once. This is not a place for routine decisions. It is a position that demands reading rhythm as much as reading cards. Awareness here means sensing energy, knowing when tension builds and when calm returns. At the start of every orbit, take a moment to scan your table. Early position players will show their nature quickly. Some open tightly, using only their strongest hands, while others treat each deal as a fresh chance to gamble. Their patterns inform your range. Against tight early action, your range narrows and shifts toward value. Against looser openers, you add more suited aces, suited connectors, and medium pairs that can trap or apply pressure. Each adjustment is subtle, not drastic, but deliberate. The middle seat thrives on small recalibrations made with quiet confidence. The players behind you complete the picture. The cutoff button and blinds will respond to your movement. If you sense that the players on your left are passive, you can widen your opens. If they are aggressive or short-stacked, your options contract. This awareness must become instinctive. You are not just asking what your cards can do, but what they will face once released into the flow of the table. Each action carries the weight of context, and the calm player learns to feel this before committing a single chip. Imagine a table where the early players are cautious, and the late players are eager to attack. This is a classic middle position test. You raise with king-queen suited. The early field folds, as expected, but the button has been re-raising frequently. If you sense that pattern, you must decide in advance how you'll respond. Will you call to keep their range wide? Will you 4-bet to reclaim the initiative? Or will you fold and wait for a spot where your image gives you more leverage? Awareness is not reaction, it is preemptive clarity. You plan your response before the situation arrives. Stack depth adds another layer. With 40 or more blinds, you can mix calls and re-raises with fluidity. You have room to maneuver after the flop, to pressure or retreat as needed. But at 25 blinds or fewer, every confrontation becomes sharp. Awareness now includes survival math. You count not just chips but options. Against large stacks, you avoid being drawn into traps. Against shorter stacks, you open narrower, respecting the threat of a shove. The awareness of middle position is as much numerical as emotional, a constant dance between equity and instinct. You also learn to measure the table's temperature. Some games feel fast, every hand ending in aggression. Others move slowly, with long pauses between decisions. This pace dictates your timing. When the table is hot, slow your rhythm. Let others exhaust themselves. When it cools, increase your activity and seize the quiet. Your awareness becomes like a tide, pulling back and pushing forward in response to subtle changes. Middle position rewards the player who senses this before others do. At its best, awareness from the middle becomes invisible. You stop thinking in isolated terms, this hand, this board, this player, and start thinking in connected lines. You understand that your fold on one hand influences how your next raise is received. You recognize that your silence in one orbit changes how your next action feels to the table. Every motion echoes into the next, forming a pattern that only you fully see. This is where intuition begins to emerge, not as guesswork, but as accumulated observation. One of the most powerful skills in poker is learning to interpret energy rather than action. When an early player takes longer to bet, you notice whether the hesitation is fear or calculation. When the button splashes chips into the pot, you sense whether it is momentum or insecurity. Awareness allows you to play beyond mechanics. You become part of the emotional rhythm of the table, quietly guiding it while appearing passive. This kind of control is not loud. It is measured, subtle, and deeply effective. From middle position, every hand becomes a mirror of balance. You cannot lean too far into aggression, or you'll invite counterattacks. You cannot retreat into safety, or you'll lose opportunities to shape the game. True awareness lies in the space between, where thought slows down and you act from calm observation. The great tournament players are not frantic analysts, they are still minds in motion. They know that awareness is not just seeing what is happening, but understanding how it feels as it happens. Over time, you'll begin to sense patterns that others miss. The way an early opener hesitates before a continuation bet. The way a button defender shifts posture when weak. The way chips sound different when moved with confidence versus doubt. This sensitivity turns the middle seat into a place of control. You act with rhythm, not impulse. You fold with reason, not frustration. And in that steadiness, you find the calm that defines true mastery. Awareness between extremes is not just a skill, it is a state of presence. From here, you no longer chase advantage. You let it unfold naturally, guided by timing and observation. In middle position, poker stops being a battle of hands and becomes a meditation on awareness itself. Chapter 3: Building the Middle Range. Every seat at the table carries a signature sound. Early position speaks in whispers of caution. Late position hums with momentum and freedom. In the center, middle position holds both voices at once. To play this seat well, you must construct a hand range that listens to both. It is not a fixed chart, but a living spectrum of strength that adapts with each orbit, each blind increase, and each opponent. Building this range means understanding balance between hands that play for value and hands that play for flexibility. In the early stages of a tournament, stacks are deep, often 40 to 60 big blinds or more. Here, your opening range in middle position can widen slightly beyond the disciplined structure of the early seats. Strong Broadway combinations like Ace-Queen, King-Queen, and Ace-Jack suited form your backbone. Pairs from pocket eights through jacks provide the steady rhythm of value. Around them, you weave in speculative hands, suited connectors like 9-8 or 10-9, suited gappers like Jack-9, and the occasional suited ace with a small kicker. These hands will not always connect, but when they do, they create hidden power, strength that the table does not expect from the middle. Balance is what keeps you unpredictable. If you raise only premium holdings, observant players behind you will sense it quickly. They will fold their weaker hands and re-raise when they hold strength, forcing you into predictability. But if you sprinkle in a few well-chosen lighter opens, your rhythm stays concealed. The key is not volume, but intention. Each hand in your range should have a reason, a plan for what you'll do if called, 3-bet, or faced with aggression. Middle position is not about randomness. It is about disciplined creativity. Your range also breathes with stack depth. At 40 or more big blinds, you can afford to open suited connectors and mid-range pairs because you have room to maneuver post-flop. When your stack dips below 30, the air grows thinner. The hands you once opened for balance become liabilities. You begin removing weaker suited aces, small connectors, and low pairs that cannot withstand pressure. At 20 blinds or fewer, you focus on clarity, strong broadways, medium pairs, and the occasional well-timed shove or 3-bet bluff. Each level teaches you a different form of restraint. The players behind you are silent architects of your range. If you sit with tight, cautious players on your left, you can expand comfortably. Your opens will be respected more often, and your positional advantage post-flop grows in value. But if the players behind you are aggressive, your range must contract and strengthen. You trade creativity for stability, focusing on hands that can withstand re-raises. Good middle position players constantly re-evaluate this balance. They are not stuck in rules, they are guided by the energy of the table. Consider an example. You hold pocket tens in middle position with 40 blinds. A disciplined player has folded from early position. You raise to 2.5 big blinds, and the cutoff, a looser opponent calls. The flop comes 8-7-3, with 2 hearts. This board connects with the caller's range more than yours, yet your hand still holds significant equity. You continuation bet small, a third of the pot, to test the waters. When they call, you slow down on the turn. Your range construction allows this pause. You do not need to force value where control will serve you better. Balance in poker is not just about what you play, it is about how you respond. Building your middle range also means understanding your table image. If you have folded for several orbits, your next open carries extra respect. This allows you to include more speculative hands without being challenged. If you've been active and seen showdowns, your range must temporarily tighten to restore trust. The rhythm of your image is part of your strategic toolkit. Each fold and raise changes how others perceive your hand strength before the cards are even dealt. You will often hear players talk about range merging, the act of mixing strong and medium hands to confuse opponents. Middle position is where this technique shines. Instead of only betting big hands for value, you occasionally bet medium hands for protection. Instead of checking all your weaker holdings, you blend them into your aggression. The result is a balanced sound, one that keeps your opponents uncertain about your true strength. When balance becomes natural, your decisions feel calm and effortless. Post-flop, the range you build pre-flop gives you structure. Many of your opens in middle position will encounter resistance. The small blind might call. The big blind might defend wide. The cutoff may float a flop bet. Your job is not to overpower them, but to guide the hand through measured pacing. You control pot size, bet sizing, and tone. Your balanced range allows you to play in any direction, betting, checking, or folding, without betraying intention. From the outside, your game looks smooth. Inside, it is deeply structured. Over time, you begin to sense the invisible benefit of this seat. You realize that building a strong middle range is not just about hand selection, but about self-control. It forces you to balance optimism with discipline. You play enough hands to stay active, but not so many that variance dictates your tournament life. You learn that folding hands that others chase is not weakness, but wisdom. You begin to take pride in your stillness, knowing that your patience plants the seeds for future opportunities. In middle position, your range becomes a reflection of your mindset. Too tight, and you miss rhythm. Too loose, and you lose structure. The art lies in knowing when to stretch and when to rest. Every raise, every fold, and every glance at the table feeds this understanding. With time, your awareness turns your range into something elegant, a quiet balance between order and intuition. You stop thinking in terms of charts and start thinking in terms of harmony. When you build your range correctly, the game slows down. You stop feeling rushed by the blinds. You begin to see the rhythm between each position and how your hands fit into the song of the table. This is the secret of middle position. When your range aligns with the rhythm of the moment, every action feels like the natural next note. Poker becomes less about force and more about flow. You play from the center, calm, aware, and in tune with the quiet music of the game. Chapter 4: The Power of Position Density. Position in poker is more than order of action. It is the heartbeat of every hand. From middle position, that heartbeat quickens and slows depending on what happens around you. You sit at the center of a web where information, opportunity, and risk intersect. This density of position, surrounded by both decision makers and responders, defines how your strategy breathes. To master middle position, you must learn to sense the weight of this placement and use it to measure when to press and when to pause. When you act in middle position, several players have already folded or opened ahead. This gives you the gift of partial knowledge. You know who has declined to play, and you can infer what kinds of hands remain. A fold from the tight player in early position clears a layer of strong holdings from the deck. A limp from a weaker opponent signals uncertainty. By the time action reaches you, the table's story has already begun, and your awareness decides how it continues. Position density is the reason this seat feels alive. Every decision is built upon layers of choices made before and after you. Behind you are the late positions, the cutoff button and blinds, each watching closely for weakness. Their decisions will reshape the outcome of every pot you enter. In this environment, the timing of your actions becomes as important as the action itself. A raise made too quickly looks impulsive. A hesitation invites attack. The middle player must cultivate balance, an energy that feels calm, deliberate, and unreadable. Your composure protects your range as much as your cards do. When stacks are deep, position density allows creativity. You can open a range that includes speculative hands, confident that you will act before the blinds but after most of the field. You can plan your post-flop lines with clarity, anticipating which players are likely to defend. However, as the tournament deepens and stacks shrink, that same density becomes constrictive. Now you must account for reshoves, short stacks, and aggressive players using position as a weapon. The awareness that once invited exploration now demands discipline. This is the dual nature of middle position. It offers the most balanced seat in poker, but only if you respect its complexity. Consider a hand with 35 big blinds. You hold ace-jack offsuit, and the table folds to you. You raise to 2 times the big blind, only to face a re-raise from the button. This is position density at work. Your open has triggered responses from players who see leverage behind your action. You must now interpret what the re-raise means. Is it pressure from a strong range, or an exploit against your image? Awareness of who sits behind you and how they perceive your play is what determines your next move. In middle position, you are never isolated. You are part of a network of observation, constantly interacting through rhythm and timing. Your ability to manage this pressure defines your survival in tournaments. Many players become reactive here, tightening their range too much or avoiding conflict altogether. But mastery comes from learning to breathe through the weight. When the table feels heavy with aggression, let your stillness be your shield. When the flow turns passive, let your initiative return. Position density is not something to fear, it is a resource. It allows you to see the full shape of a hand before you commit, while still acting early enough to influence the pot's tone. Pre-flop, your opens must carry clarity. You are not simply putting chips into the pot, you are announcing how you intend to shape the hand's rhythm. A raise from middle position commands respect when made with consistency. The sizing should be small but firm, signaling control. At deeper stacks, 2.5 blinds maintains pressure, while preserving flexibility. As the blinds rise, trimming that to 2 blinds keeps your range efficient. Your consistency makes you unpredictable. When every open looks the same, no one can separate your value from your bluffs. The density of your position hides you in plain sight. Post-flop, this awareness continues. Acting after several players but before others means your decisions define the tempo. On dry boards, a small continuation bet can claim control and limit your opponent's freedom to float. On coordinated textures, Checking once may disguise strength and invite overextensions from the blinds or late seats. Each decision must reflect awareness of those still to act. Position density teaches patience through sequencing. You wait not because you are passive, but because timing is your greatest ally. Imagine a moment where the blinds defend wide. You open with King 10 suited, and both the cutoff and big blind call. The flop falls 10-6-4 with 2 clubs. You hold top pair, decent kicker, but you are surrounded. Acting first among the 3, you sense the weight of the moment. Betting here might protect your hand, but it could also build a pot that others use against you. You check, allowing the cutoff to bet and the big blind to fold. Then you call. This decision is born from awareness of position density. You let others define the pot's size while you maintain quiet control. It is a small, deliberate form of mastery. Middle position also teaches humility. You will not always have the last word in a hand. Often players behind you will steal that privilege. Accept this truth calmly. The goal is not to fight for dominance every orbit, but to manage the flow of energy through patience. When you resist the urge to battle every challenge, you preserve your stack and your presence. The calm player becomes the gravitational center of the table. Others orbit around their rhythm without realizing it. As tournaments progress, the weight of position grows heavier. Each blind level increases the value of acting later, and the middle seats become tighter battlegrounds. Your ability to navigate this density with grace will determine your consistency. Aggression used without awareness becomes noise. Awareness used without courage becomes stagnation. The art of the middle seat is blending both, acting when the rhythm aligns, folding when it drifts away. In the end, position density is not a burden. It is the test that reveals your patience and control. From this seat, you are both participant and observer, both student and architect of the table's rhythm. You feel the flow of information move through you, and you respond not with haste but with harmony. The more you respect the density around you, the clearer your path becomes. In that balance you find the essence of tournament poker: clarity amid complexity, rhythm within the noise, and calm at the center of pressure. Chapter 5: Tournament Stack Awareness. In tournament poker, every decision is filtered through the lens of stack size. It is the invisible scale that balances risk and reward, freedom and restraint. From middle position, this awareness becomes especially vital. You are close enough to see the dynamics forming, yet far enough to be affected by every stack that surrounds you. Understanding how your own chips, and the chips of those near you, shape the rhythm of the table is the heartbeat of tournament strategy. Stack awareness is not just about counting blinds. It is about understanding how those blinds translate into leverage. With 60 big blinds, you are a sculptor, shaping pots and applying pressure through consistency. With 30, you are a tactician, measuring every raise, choosing spots with precision. With 15, you become a survivor, navigating between aggression and patience. The stack defines the dimension of your choices. Middle position reveals how fragile those dimensions are, and how quickly they can shift. At deep stacks 40 to 60 big blinds, your range opens like a calm tide. You can explore suited connectors, Broadway combinations, and mid-pairs with balance. Here, your awareness focuses on rhythm control. You build pots with structure, applying steady pressure through position and bet sizing. But this comfort is temporary. As blinds rise and antes appear, the air thins. Suddenly, that same 40 big blinds feels smaller. Now awareness becomes mathematical. You count every pot you play, not in chips, but in survival potential. At 30 blinds, middle position grows sharper. You can still raise freely, but each pot carries real weight. You begin to remove fragile hands from your range, the low-suited connectors, the weak aces that collapse under re-raise pressure. You favor hands that can either continue strong post-flop or fold cleanly when attacked. Awareness here means understanding commitment thresholds. If you open and face a 3-bear, can you call comfortably? Can you shove over the top without fear? Each hand becomes an equation, potential reward versus future risk. You breathe through that math quietly, letting it guide your rhythm. At 20 blinds or less, middle position is no longer about expression, it is about survival through timing. The luxury of speculative play fades. Now stack size dictates structure. Every open must consider who can shove behind you. You look to your left and count danger zones. Players with 15 blinds, waiting to re-enter the hand with force. Awareness sharpens into instinct. You adjust your raise sizing to smaller amounts, creating flexibility to fold when needed. You learn to respect that sometimes the most powerful move from the middle is no move at all. Awareness extends beyond your own stack. The stacks behind you become the real terrain of the hand. A large stack in the cutoff can call or apply pressure without fear, while a short stack in the blinds may see your open as an invitation to shove. Your decision to play a hand is not just about your cards, it is about the environment you create when you raise. Good players see these dynamics like landscapes, hills and valleys of chip counts. They navigate through them with quiet precision. Imagine you hold pocket nines with 22 big blinds in middle position. The players behind you hold stacks ranging from 15 to 35. You raise to 2 times the big blind, and the button with a similar stack reshoves all in. The call is close, and your decision must blend probability with intuition. Against a strong player, this shove could include a mix of broadways, small pairs, and a few bluffs. Against a cautious one, it may only mean strong pairs and ace highs. Stack awareness here means reading their willingness to risk survival. Sometimes the chips speak louder than the cards. Awareness lets you hear that language. Stack size also determines how your post-flop rhythm evolves. With deeper stacks, continuation bets can breathe. You can choose smaller sizings, play more turns, and recover from mistakes. With shallower stacks, each bet shrinks your space for recovery. You must plan the hand from the start, thinking not just about the flop, but about what your stack will look like if the hand extends to the river. Awareness turns patience into a weapon. You begin to fold hands not out of fear, but because you see how much energy they would consume if played. Middle position magnifies these calculations because you are the bridge between early risk and late control. The deeper the stacks, the more you can use your position to experiment and observe. The shorter the stacks, the more your awareness protects you from variance. In tournaments, survival is not cowardice, it is rhythm. You endure the rises and falls without panic. You let your awareness shape the pace rather than emotion. That calm presence is what separates a solid player from one who drifts with the blinds. When you learn to see stack sizes not as numbers, but as living dynamics, you begin to anticipate rather than react. You can feel when a short stack is waiting to push. You sense when a large stack is preparing to pressure. You adapt your actions in advance, letting awareness replace surprise. This foresight gives your decisions a quiet confidence. You no longer feel rushed. you no longer guess. You move in rhythm with the structure of the game itself. Tournament stack awareness is more than survival. It is control disguised as patience. From middle position, you learn to accept that power in poker does not always come from aggression, but from knowing when not to use it. Your chip count may rise and fall, but your awareness remains steady. The blinds increase, the pressure builds, yet your mind stays anchored. You breathe, adjust, and continue. And when the right hand arrives, your awareness turns into precision, a calm action taken at the perfect time. Poker rewards those who understand that control is not about dominating others, but mastering oneself. In the middle of the table, amid shifting stacks and endless variables, awareness becomes your quiet weapon. It guides you through uncertainty, teaches you when to fold, when to act, and when to wait. The stack in front of you is not just your tool, it is your mirror. It reflects your discipline, your patience, and your readiness to play the long game. In that reflection, you find the strength to keep moving forward, one calm decision at a time. Chapter 6: Folding for the Future. Every fold is a quiet decision that shapes the future of your tournament life. It is the moment when awareness outweighs impulse, when you choose control over curiosity. From middle position, folding is not just about surrendering a hand. It is about protecting your rhythm. In tournaments, the players who last are not those who win every pot, but those who lose small and live long enough for the right opportunities to appear. Folding becomes a skill, and the middle seat is where that skill matures into discipline. At a glance, folding looks passive. Cards are tossed away, and the moment moves on. But beneath that stillness lies structure. Each fold in middle position builds an invisible foundation, a future image of restraint that will earn you respect later. When you fold marginal hands consistently, you signal to the table that your opens carry meaning. Later, when you raise, that image works in your favor. Your folds now buy credibility for your aggression later. Patience becomes a form of investment. The temptation to act in this seat is constant. You see early players avoiding conflict and late players preparing to attack. It feels like the perfect place to insert yourself, to take control of the rhythm. But folding teaches that not every hand deserves a voice. The middle seat sees more playable cards than early position, but not every playable hand is profitable. Folding those that fall between potential and peril, the king-10 offsuits, the weak-suited aces, the small pairs with danger behind, is how you preserve the balance that defines great tournament play. Imagine you are holding ace-9 suited with 28 big blinds. The players ahead have folded, and the button and blinds remain. Against passive players, this might be a comfortable open. But tonight, the button has re-raised several times, and the small blind sits with 15 blinds, a perfect reshove stack. Awareness whispers restraint. You fold. The hand disappears quietly, but the decision echoes through future orbits. The button's aggression weakens when they realize you won't feed their pressure. The short stack misses a chance to double through you. And most importantly, your stack remains stable for a better moment. Folding here is not losing, it is alignment with the rhythm of the game. Folding in tournaments requires a deep respect for the long arc of variance. Every chip you save is worth more than the chips you risk. From middle position, your awareness must extend beyond the hand. It must see the next level, the next blind increase, the next transition point. The player who folds well preserves the energy needed to strike when it matters most. In poker, fatigue does not come from playing too few hands, it comes from playing too many. Folding resets your focus. It allows you to breathe, to observe, and to recenter your decision-making. There is an emotional layer to folding that few players master. Letting go of a hand you want to play tests ego. It challenges the instinct to prove control. But tournaments are not won by dominance. They are won by rhythm. Every fold aligns you with that rhythm, teaching humility through patience. Over time, folding stops feeling like defeat and begins to feel like skill. You start to recognize that every avoided mistake compounds like interest. The more you let go of marginal hands, the more you find clarity when true opportunities appear. This discipline is most powerful when the table grows chaotic. During phases of rising blinds and forced action, many players expand their ranges too quickly. They chase momentum, afraid to fall behind. Middle position awareness protects you from this drift. You fold hands that others convince themselves are too good to pass. You let their impatience become your advantage. They build pots with fragile holdings. You wait quietly until their overextension meets your stability. When the storm passes, you are still there, calm and ready. Folding also creates rhythm in your timing. Every hand you release changes the pace of the table slightly. Some players grow restless, interpreting your stillness as passivity. Others become careless, assuming you have lost interest. Both reactions serve you. When you finally act, your decision lands with more authority. Folding is not silence, it is a rhythm of restraint that builds tension. The best players in the world fold their way into momentum. They use quiet stretches to build image, information, and focus, so that when the cards finally align, their move feels inevitable. To fold well is to know yourself. It requires honesty, an ability to admit when a situation is not aligned with your strengths. Maybe you are out of rhythm, or maybe your read feels uncertain. Folding gives you time to reground. You step back and observe. You watch how others handle similar spots. You let the noise of competition fade, so you can hear the subtler patterns beneath it. From middle position, you are surrounded by movement, but folding allows you to remain still, a steady center amid the noise. Even strong hands deserve folds in the right moments. Ace-Queen facing a 4-bet from a deep-stacked opponent. Pocket eights, staring down a shove from a tight player with 20 blinds. These folds feel heavy at first, but they protect your rhythm. Each one reaffirms that survival is not weakness, it is strategy. In the later stages of a tournament, the chips you save through disciplined folds often become the chips that let you make a final table run. The wisdom to let go is what allows the dream to continue. Folding for the future is an act of faith, faith that your awareness will bring better spots, that the rhythm of the tournament will return in your favor. It teaches that poker, like life, rewards those who know when to pause. You will not remember every fold you make, but the tournament will. Your image will carry it forward, shaping how others respond to your next action. Each quiet fold builds a story of patience, and eventually, that story will pay you back. In middle position, folding is the art of restraint, guided by foresight. It is knowing that not every moment requires action, that silence can create pressure, and that survival is the ultimate form of control. When you fold with awareness, you are not stepping back, you are stepping aside, allowing the game to move around you until the rhythm returns. Then, when the time is right, you will rejoin it, calm, ready, and still in tune with the pulse of the table. Chapter 7. Opening with Purpose. Every raise from middle position carries weight. It is not a reflex, but a statement. You are acting in the center of the table, where every movement draws attention. The players behind you measure your range, the blinds prepare to defend, and those who folded before you observe how you balance caution and confidence. Opening with purpose means raising not to participate, but to lead with intention, awareness, and rhythm that matches the evolving tempo of the tournament. In the early levels, stacks are deep, and freedom feels abundant. This is when your open raising strategy should establish clarity. Your goal is to build pots with hands that play well post-flop, while maintaining flexibility against re-raises. Hands like Ace-Queen, King-Queen suited, pocket pairs from 8s upward, and suited connectors up to 10-9 can all open confidently. Each raise has a reason. You are setting a tone that your opens are structured, considered, and disciplined. The table begins to understand that when you act, it means something. The key is consistency. Your open sizing must remain steady across your range. When you raise larger with premiums and smaller with bluffs, your rhythm becomes transparent. But when every raise looks identical, the same motion, the same sizing, you vanish behind the structure. A raise to 2 or 2.5 times the big blind carries the same calm energy, whether you hold Ace-King or 8-7 suited. This uniformity creates stillness. Opponents cannot feel the difference, and uncertainty becomes your protection. Purpose is what separates good openers from average ones. Many players raise simply because the action folds to them. They treat position as permission. But in middle position, each open must align with context, the stacks behind, the energy of the table, and your recent image. If the blinds are short and waiting to shove, you tighten your range. If the table has folded to you several times in a row, you may open lighter to maintain activity. Awareness is the anchor. You raise not because you can, but because you understand why it works in this specific moment. Imagine a scenario. You hold pocket 7s with 35 big blinds. Early players have folded, and you consider raising. Behind you sits a button with a large stack and a history of floating flops. In this moment, opening has purpose only if you have a plan. You decide to raise to 2 times the big blind, prepared to check call favorable boards and control pot size. You are not raising to force action, but to guide rhythm. Each raise from the middle is an opportunity to shape the hand's tempo, not to gamble for quick returns. When you open, your awareness must extend into the future streets. Ask yourself before every raise, what will I do if called, if re-raised, or if shoved on? Purposeful opening eliminates surprise. It aligns your pre-flop actions with post-flop clarity. If a short stack sits behind you with 15 blinds, your raise sizing may shrink slightly enough to induce a shove from weaker holdings while protecting against overcommitment. If deep stacks surround you, you might prefer hands that play comfortably in larger pots. Each choice is quiet preparation disguised as simplicity. The rhythm of your opens also defines your image. Too many raises in quick succession, and opponents will adjust, attacking lighter. Too few, and you'll lose fold equity when you need it most. The ideal rhythm is fluid, active enough to project confidence, but restrained enough to convey patience. You raise in waves, letting your timing reflect composure. Opponents will feel that balance. They will hesitate before challenging you, because your purpose radiates calm certainty. Purposeful opening also means recognizing the emotional side of timing. After losing a pot, it's natural to want to reclaim momentum. Many players open hands too quickly after setbacks, trying to re-establish control. But middle position awareness teaches patience. You wait one orbit, maybe two, allowing your energy to reset. When you finally open again, your decision is untainted by emotion. Poker rewards the player who acts from rhythm, not reaction. Your table image evolves through these choices. The longer you play with deliberate intent, the more opponents begin to fold automatically to your raises. This is the hidden value of consistency, the fold equity earned through reputation. When players start to assume your raises are strong, you gain freedom to open more often, to experiment with lighter holdings, and to steal blinds without resistance. The purpose you establish early in the session becomes leverage later when the blinds grow larger and pressure intensifies. In tournaments, every chip you add to your stack carries exponential value. Opening with purpose is how you collect them, without confrontation. You are not chasing huge pots, you are collecting quiet ones. A small raise that takes the blinds, a continuation bet that goes uncontested. These moments accumulate like calm breaths. Over hours, they sustain your stack and your composure. This is the true rhythm of tournament survival. Many small, intentional wins, built on patience and precision. Even when your opens face resistance, your purpose protects you. If a late position player re-raises, you are not guessing. You already know how your range performs against theirs. You understand which hands can call and which must fold. There is no frustration because there is no uncertainty. You have built your plan before the cards left your hand. This clarity transforms poker from a reactive game into a meditative flow. Your decisions feel inevitable, not forced. Middle position is the bridge between restraint and ambition. To open from here is to express balance, strength without arrogance, confidence without recklessness. Every raise carries your awareness into motion. The players around you may see only chips moving forward, but beneath the surface lies rhythm, control, and quiet design. That is what it means to open with purpose. You are not fighting the table, you are guiding it. Over time, these deliberate actions build a kind of gravity. Your presence at the table feels steady, trustworthy, and firm. Opponents begin folding to you, not because of your cards, but because of your consistency. And when the right hand finally arrives, when purpose meets opportunity, you act with the same calm energy as before. There is no shift in tone, no signal of strength. Just the same smooth rhythm that has carried you all along. Poker, at its core, rewards the player who knows why they act. Every chip you raise should echo intention. In middle position, where awareness and action meet, that intention becomes your identity. You no longer chase pots, you create them. You no longer force results, you allow them. To open with purpose is to move in harmony with the game, knowing that every quiet raise is another step toward control, patience, and mastery. Chapter 8. Identifying Pressure Zones. In tournament poker, pressure is never evenly distributed. It moves around the table like a tide, rising and falling through position, stack size, and timing. From middle position, you live in the middle of this current, close enough to feel both the forward momentum of early play and the counter-pressure from late aggression. To play this seat well is to sense where pressure lives, where it is building, and when it can be turned to your advantage. This awareness transforms you from a passive observer into a quiet tactician, shaping the flow of action through measured control. Every hand you play begins with a scan of the table's structure. Pressure zones are not just players, they are patterns. A tight opener in early position with 30 blinds represents one kind of pressure, solid, disciplined, difficult to exploit. A short stack in the blinds represents another, a lurking threat waiting to shove. The aggressive player on your left creates yet another, one that feeds on hesitation. Middle position connects them all. Here, you must learn to read the table, not as individuals, but as forces pushing and pulling against your rhythm. The most common pressure zone in tournaments comes from short stacks behind you. When players fall below 20 blinds, they shift from post-flop play to pre-flop confrontation. Their decision tree narrows. They are no longer playing flops. They are waiting for shove spots. From middle position, your awareness must constantly measure their range. When two short stacks sit directly behind you, your opening range tightens. You remove hands that cannot call an all-in, the weak aces, the small pairs, the low-suited connectors. You let those hands go and wait for a better configuration. Awareness of stack depth protects you from turning opportunity into risk. At the same time, not all pressure zones are aggressive. Some are passive, traps built through silence. A player on your left who has not moved for several orbits might be preparing to act. The quiet ones often create the heaviest tension because they represent uncertainty. When you raise into silence, you must trust your read on tempo. Has the table slowed because players are tightening, or are they waiting for you to overextend? The middle seat teaches you to listen to these pauses, to treat stillness as information. Sometimes the absence of pressure is the pressure itself. Late position players are often the most visible sources of force. The cutoff and button love to test. Middle position opens, applying re-raises with a wide range. Awareness turns their aggression into rhythm rather than chaos. You begin to recognize their patterns: who attacks automatically, who waits for spots, who respects image. Against constant aggression, you can counter by adjusting open sizes, flattening with stronger hands, or occasionally trapping with premiums. Against passive opponents, you expand, controlling the table through volume and presence. Awareness turns pressure into opportunity, because you are always one rhythm ahead. Tournament structure itself creates invisible zones of pressure. Each level change compresses stacks, altering behavior. Near the end of a level, players may act with urgency, trying to steal blinds before the increase. On the bubble, the tension of pay jumps transforms even confident players into defenders of survival. From middle position, you feel this collective anxiety most clearly. The middle of the table reflects the mood of the tournament. You can sense when players are protecting stacks and when they are chasing chips. Each orbit teaches you how to breathe in that changing air. Imagine a hand deep into the middle stages. You hold ace-queen suited with 27 blinds. To your left, sit a 30-blind big stack and a 15-blind short stack. You open, knowing both can pressure you, one through re-raises, the other through shoves. The short stack folds, but the big stack, 3 bets to 6 blinds. This is a pressure zone in motion. The re-raise does not mean strength by default, it means leverage. They are using stack depth against you, forcing you into a decision where any mistake costs proportionally more. Your awareness lets you respond calmly. You call, keeping the pot controlled. On the flop, you use position to reclaim rhythm. Pressure zones lose power when met with patience. Identifying pressure zones also helps you recognize when to apply your own. When the players behind you are deep and cautious, you become the aggressor. You open wider, using your positional advantage to dictate pace. Your consistency builds authority. Each raise reinforces the image that you are in control. Over time, even strong players begin folding marginal holdings to your presence. You have created your own zone of pressure, not through aggression, but through predictability and calm. Opponents start responding to your energy rather than your cards. Awareness also means understanding how pressure interacts with emotion. Every player has a threshold, a point where confidence turns to discomfort. Your job from middle position is to sense when someone crosses it. You may notice that a normally talkative opponent grows silent when short-stacked, or that a steady player starts making quick decisions after losing a hand. These are pressure cues, small emotional ripples that reveal timing. The middle seat gives you the best vantage point to see them all. Use them not to exploit, but to flow, acting when the rhythm aligns with calm precision. The greatest danger in poker is confusing activity with control. Many players react to pressure zones by trying to fight every one. They 3-bet light, call out of position, or refuse to fold when signs say otherwise. Awareness teaches you to choose your battles. You do not fight pressure with pride, you guide it like water around stone. When you fold in the face of power, it is not retreat, it is redirection. You let the moment pass, waiting for a configuration where the energy flows back toward you. Middle position rewards the player who understands that pressure is not an enemy but a rhythm to read. It is not random, it moves with structure. Each orbit, the game breathes in and out through these zones. Some are brief, others endure for hours. Your task is to move through them without resistance, to see them not as obstacles but as patterns. When you can identify pressure before it arrives, you gain freedom. You are no longer reacting, you are anticipating. As tournaments progress, pressure becomes the constant background hum of the game. Players shrink under its weight, or use it to sharpen their awareness. From the middle of the table, you learn that calm observation is the strongest shield. The more clearly you see where pressure lives, the less power it holds over you. When you act, you do so not out of fear or ego, but out of rhythm, a quiet, measured alignment with the flow of the table. In the end, identifying pressure zones is not about avoidance or confrontation. It is about harmony. You recognize the forces that shape the game and move with them rather than against them. You let others break themselves against pressure, while you bend, flow, and remain steady. That is the strength of awareness in middle position, knowing that calm perception is always stronger than force. Chapter 9. Recognizing the aggressor. Every table has a heartbeat, and every heartbeat has a pulse. In poker, that pulse is often controlled by the aggressor, the player who dictates rhythm through pressure and confidence. From middle position, you exist between the forces that define that pulse. The early seats show structure, and the late seats bring momentum. Somewhere among them sits the player who drives action, setting the tone for the entire table. Recognizing this player early is essential, because how you respond to aggression determines whether you guide the flow or get carried by it. Aggression wears many faces. Sometimes it is loud and direct, the player who 3-bets every orbit, who stares you down after each fold, who uses chips as conversation. Other times it is quiet, the player who isolates selectively, who uses perfect timing to reclaim initiative, who raises small but consistently. Your job from the middle is not to label aggression as good or bad, but to understand its rhythm. Each aggressor has a pattern, a frequency that reveals intent. The calm player listens for it, before deciding how to engage. The first sign of an aggressor is not how often they bet, but how they react to resistance. True aggressors remain composed when challenged. False ones retreat at the first sign of friction. You can spot the difference through small observations. The consistent aggressor maintains tempo even after losing a pot. They continue to pressure because it is part of their nature, not emotion. The opportunist, however, slows down once confronted, revealing that their aggression was conditional. From middle position, you learn to distinguish these patterns quietly, storing them for later use. Awareness of aggression begins before you enter a hand. Each orbit, you should identify who is likely to attack your opens. If the cutoff or button is a frequent re-raiser, your range adjusts naturally. You tighten slightly, protecting against the momentum behind you. You prepare not just to fold, but to respond with calm precision when timing aligns. Against an aggressive table, you shift from broad exploration to surgical engagement, playing fewer hands, but with more clarity and control. Consider a hand where you open with king, queen suited, and the button 3-bets once again. You have seen this pattern multiple times. It is a performance of dominance. The unaware player reacts emotionally, defending too wide or retaliating in frustration. But awareness allows patience. You call, letting position and discipline do the work. On the flop, the aggressor continuation bets automatically. You pause. The board offers no help, but you recognize the rhythm. This is not strength, it is habit. You float calmly, letting them continue their routine. On the turn, when they slow down, you strike. Awareness turns their aggression against them, not through luck, but through timing. Aggression is a language, and every player speaks it differently. Some speak in volume, others in tone. Your goal is not to silence them, but to translate. When you understand what their bets mean, their control dissolves. You can let them push small pots while preserving your focus for the large ones. You can choose when to engage, when to trap, and when to fold. Poker stops being a battle of ego and becomes a conversation of rhythm. The middle seat teaches you to listen more than you speak. In tournaments, aggression often increases as stacks shrink and pressure builds. Players with larger stacks exploit this moment, using their leverage to steal blinds and force marginal folds. From middle position, you face this energy directly. The best response is not defiance, but balance. You tighten slightly, but stay unpredictable. You might call light once to remind them that pressure has limits. You might re-raise with a balanced range, mixing strong and medium hands to keep them uncertain. The goal is not to fight, it is to remind the table that you are unshakable. Recognizing the aggressor also means recognizing yourself. Everyone, at times, becomes the source of pressure. The awareness you use to study others must eventually turn inward. Ask yourself, am I driving the rhythm or reacting to it? Am I forcing momentum or following flow? When your own aggression becomes mechanical or emotional, it loses strength. The calm player knows when to release control, allowing others to carry the burden of initiative until the timing shifts back. This is how you maintain endurance through the long hours of tournament play. Aggressors thrive on tension. They want you to react, to fold too quickly, to call too lightly, to make choices in discomfort. Awareness turns that tension into stillness. You breathe slowly. You do not give them what they want. Every pause, every calm call, every quiet fold unsettles them. They rely on visible resistance to measure success. When you respond with tranquility, their energy loses direction. Eventually their aggression turns uncertain, and that uncertainty is where you find your edge. Aggression is not something to fear. It is the fire that fuels tournament poker. Without it, the game grows stagnant. But fire burns hottest against resistance. The middle player learns to absorb its heat without being consumed. You fold when necessary, you trap when appropriate, and you counterattack only when the rhythm is right. Awareness keeps you from reacting emotionally to pressure. It reminds you that control is not measured by how loudly you act, but by how calmly you choose. Over time, you'll notice that the table's dynamic begins to shift. The constant aggressor grows quieter. Their timing falters. They begin to look for easier targets, realizing that you no longer react. This is how awareness changes the flow. You don't beat the aggressor by overpowering them. You beat them by outlasting them. You become a mirror, steady, reflective, and untouchable. Their energy fades against your calm. Recognizing the aggressor is not about confrontation, but about rhythm recognition. You learn who leads the tempo, how they express it, and when that tempo turns predictable. From the middle of the table, you become the counterbalance, the still center in a spinning game. When others push, you absorb. When they falter, you act. In this way, the aggressor's energy becomes your tool, guiding you to steady growth while they exhaust themselves in motion. That is the quiet mastery of middle position, letting the storm move around you while you remain the calm at its core. Chapter 10: Constructing Defense. In tournament poker, every player learns to attack, but few learn to defend. Defense is not glamorous. It rarely wins large pots or draws applause. Yet in the quiet stretches of a tournament, defense is what keeps you alive. From middle position, constructing a defense is an art form. You are not protected by the early position's tightness, nor by the late position's freedom. You are exposed on both sides, and that means your defense must be built with awareness, structure, and calm. Defense in poker is not about reacting to aggression, it is about preparing for it. Every time you raise from middle position, you must assume that someone behind will challenge you. Maybe it's a re-raise from the button, a reshove from a short stack, or a call from the blinds waiting to test you post-flop. Constructing defense means shaping your range so that you are never lost when this happens. It is the difference between reacting and responding. The unprepared player panics when pressured. The aware player expected it all along. The first layer of defense begins before the cards are dealt. It starts with how you construct your opening range. Your strongest hands, the aces, kings, queens, and ace-king, defend themselves naturally. They welcome pressure. The real work begins with the middle of your range. Hands like pocket eights, ace-jack, king-queen, and suited connectors require definition. You must decide how they behave under attack. Will they fold? Call? Re-raise? When your decisions are already made, pressure loses its bite. Defense, at its core, is preparation turned into calm. Consider how stack depth shapes this preparation. With 40 big blinds, your defense can include calls and re-raises. You have space to play post-flop, to float, to counter with structure. But as stacks shrink to 20 or less, defense becomes sharper and simpler. You must know in advance which hands continue and which retreat. Against an aggressive re-raise, ace-jack may fold at 20 blinds but defend at 40. The math changes, but your awareness remains steady. You are not guessing, you are aligning action with rhythm. When facing 3 bets from late position, your defense must be layered. Folding too often makes you predictable. Calling too much drains your stack. The balanced middle ground lies in mixing both. Your calls include strong but not dominant hands, pocket pairs, suited broadways, and connected holdings that can realize equity post-flop. Your re-raises, or four-bets, come from a polarized mix of premiums and selective bluffs, usually suited aces or king blockers. You defend not through resistance, but through design. Every part of your range serves a purpose, like instruments in harmony. The emotional aspect of defense is just as critical. Many players equate folding to defeat and calling to defiance. But true defense has no ego. It is calm understanding of variance and timing. When you fold, you preserve structure. When you call, you protect rhythm. You do not defend to prove courage. You defend to maintain awareness, to remind the table that you cannot be moved without reason. Over time, this steadiness builds an aura. Opponents stop assuming that pressure will break you. They begin to hesitate, and that hesitation becomes your silent advantage. Let's look at an example. You raise from middle position with pocket tens, and the button 3-bets. The blinds fold, and action returns to you. You have 45 blinds effective. The natural reaction might be to fold, avoiding discomfort. But awareness tells a different story. The button's range here includes bluffs, ace-5 suited, king-jack, even lighter hands meant to test your resolve. You call. The flop comes 8, 3, 2. You check, and they continuation bet small. You call again, maintaining composure. The turn brings a queen. They slow down. You sense the rhythm shift. Their pressure fades. You bet small for protection, reclaiming control. This is defense at its best, steady, patient, and precise. Defense is also awareness of position behind. When you know who attacks often and who prefers passivity, you can tailor your defense accordingly. Against tight players, you can fold marginal hands freely, knowing their aggression is real. Against loose players, you can widen your defense, forcing them to prove strength. This adaptability makes your game resilient. You never fall into routine. You defend differently against every opponent, yet your demeanor never changes. Calm repetition hides constant adjustment. In post-flop play, constructing defense means protecting your checking range. Many players bet too often, leaving themselves exposed when they finally check. You must keep some strength hidden, medium pairs, strong draws, even top pairs on dry boards. These hands give structure to your checks. When opponents bet, your response is not panic, but patience. You call with balance, occasionally raise when timing aligns, and let their aggression unravel itself. Over time, they learn that your silence is not surrender, it is structure. Defense also requires humility. You will not win every confrontation. Sometimes, despite perfect awareness, you will fold the best hand or call into strength. These moments test your emotional endurance. The disciplined player accepts them as part of rhythm. You breathe, release, and continue. Defense is not about being right every time. It is about staying consistent through uncertainty. The middle seat rewards those who can withstand turbulence without losing clarity. When constructed properly, your defense becomes invisible. Opponents no longer see you as vulnerable. They feel the balance in your rhythm, the steadiness of your responses, the absence of panic. They begin to turn their aggression elsewhere. That shift is the silent reward of awareness. You have built a shield so calm that it does not repel force, it absorbs it. The table moves around you, but you remain still, collecting information and preserving your stack. In the long run, constructing defense is how you endure the chaos of tournament play. It is how you protect both your chips and your rhythm. You learn to welcome aggression rather than fear it. You understand that poker is not just about attack, but about endurance. Every call, every fold, every measured breath reinforces your structure. You no longer play to survive the storm. You become the eye within it, calm, aware, and immovable. Defense, in its purest form, is awareness expressed as patience. It is the quiet confidence to say no when the world demands a reaction. From middle position, where pressure converges, this stillness is your greatest strength. You do not fight to prove power, you defend to preserve rhythm. And in doing so, you discover that true control in poker is not about pushing harder, it is about standing firm with grace. Chapter 11. Value through balance. Poker is a constant dialogue between strength and subtlety. Every decision carries both truth and disguise. In tournaments, this balance becomes an art form, and nowhere is it tested more than in middle position. From this seat, you are surrounded by motion. Early players who reveal structure, and late players who apply pressure. To thrive here, you must learn to extract value without becoming predictable, to disguise weakness without overreaching. True mastery lies in balance, the quiet middle ground between aggression and patience, value and protection. Balance begins with how you view your hand's strength. Most players define value by the cards themselves, by what they hold in the moment. But value in poker is fluid. It changes with stack depth, table texture, and opponent awareness. A hand like pocket jacks might be premium at 20 blinds, but vulnerable at 60. A top pair that deserves protection on one board might deserve patience on another. The calm player understands that value is never fixed. It breathes with the situation. From middle position, awareness of this shift is your greatest edge. To play in balance means to construct actions that serve multiple purposes. A small continuation bet might be both a value play and a bluff. A check might be both a trap and a control mechanism. When your actions carry layers of meaning, you become unreadable. Balance does not come from splitting your range evenly between aggression and passivity. It comes from letting your rhythm remain steady, regardless of your hand's strength. The table senses tone before it senses logic. Your stillness becomes the bridge between your strong and weak holdings. Consider a hand where you hold ace-queen on a dry king-high board. You raised pre-flop, and the big blind called. You missed the flop completely, but this is a spot where balance defines you. Many players continuation bet automatically, revealing habit instead of thought. But awareness teaches restraint. You check, allowing the hand to breathe. On the turn, a queen appears. Now your delayed aggression earns more value than a rushed continuation ever could. By staying balanced, resisting the impulse to bet simply because you missed, you gave your hand space to grow. Patience turns neutrality into strength. Balance also governs how you size your bets. When your sizing remains consistent, your range remains hidden. A player who bets large only with strong hands and small only with bluffs becomes transparent. But the calm middle player blends these together. Whether holding top set or a backdoor draw, your actions carry the same weight, the same rhythm. Opponents become uncomfortable not because you're aggressive, but because you're consistent. They cannot feel where the truth begins and the deception ends. In tournament poker, extracting value is not about maximizing every strong hand, it is about doing so without revealing your pattern. You want your big hands to look like your medium ones. When you hit the top of your range, your tone should not change. Your bet size, your pace, your energy, all remain smooth. Opponents rely on rhythm to sense strength. You deny them that signal. The reward is quiet accumulation, pots won not through confrontation, but through seamless control. Balance allows you to build without ever seeming to build. There is also emotional balance, the quiet inner state that mirrors your strategy. Many players tilt toward extremes, too passive when losing, too aggressive when ahead. From middle position, these shifts are amplified because you act in the middle of the action. Emotional balance means treating every decision as equal, regardless of outcome. You detach from short-term variance and focus only on the quality of rhythm. When you lose a hand, you return to center. When you win a pot, you return again. This emotional steadiness becomes a strategic weapon. Your awareness radiates calm, and opponents feel it. Let's imagine another hand. You open with pocket eights and get called by the cutoff. The flop comes 10-7-4. You check, controlling pot size. The turn brings a 3, and now you bet small, representing a balanced range. Your opponent calls. The river is an 8, completing your set. Instead of overbetting, you maintain the same pattern, another small, steady wager. Your opponent, confused by your consistency, calls again. Balance creates value because it hides momentum. The pot grows naturally, guided by rhythm rather than aggression. Balance also means knowing when to stop extracting value. In tournaments, protecting chips often outweighs squeezing every drop from a strong hand. Against volatile players, small wins compound safely. Against cautious ones, controlled bets invite repeat calls. Overreaching for maximum value often opens doors for variance to slip through. Awareness tells you when to close the pot, when to protect rhythm, instead of chasing more. The balanced player wins steadily, instead of dramatically, and steady wins are what carry you deep into tournaments. From middle position, your table image forms through this balance. If you always play aggressively, others adapt. If you always play passively, they exploit. But when you mix your tone, when your hands unfold like soft waves, sometimes pressing, sometimes waiting, you create uncertainty. This uncertainty is your armor. Opponents cannot prepare for what they cannot define. Over time, your balance becomes its own form of pressure. The table grows hesitant, and that hesitation feeds your control. There is a quiet satisfaction in playing this way. You no longer measure success by how much you win in a single hand, but by how consistent your rhythm feels across the session. You notice how opponents struggle to categorize your play. You watch them fold too often to your continuation bets, and then call in frustration when you finally have value. You realize that poker's deepest victories are often invisible. They happen in the folds, in the silences, in the uncertainty you create. Balance does not mean safety. It is not caution disguised as patience. It is awareness expressed through control. You still take risks, but each one is measured, each one serves a purpose. You still bluff, but you do so within rhythm. You still value bet, but you do it softly, allowing the hand to breathe. From middle position, this balance becomes your identity, the calm center that outlasts both chaos and ego. In the long run, value and balance are the same thing. One cannot exist without the other. The player who chases value without awareness becomes reckless. The one who guards awareness without expression becomes stagnant. The middle player, calm and steady, walks between them, winning slowly, learning constantly, and playing in harmony with the game's rhythm. You do not force results, you let them arrive. You extract value not through dominance but through balance, the quiet strength that lives at the heart of middle position. Chapter 12. Playing the suited connectors. There is a rhythm to suited connectors, a subtle flow that mirrors the patience of tournament play. These are not hands of brute force, but of quiet potential. They rarely begin as favorites, yet they possess the power to transform small pots into meaningful victories. From middle position, suited connectors become instruments of rhythm. When played with balance and awareness, they offer the ability to shift momentum without confrontation, to win quietly, and to build stacks through timing rather than luck. The beauty of suited connectors lies in their disguise. Hands like 9-8 suited, 10-9 suited, or even 6-5 suited, enter pots unnoticed. They do not announce strength, yet they carry depth, the ability to connect with boards in ways that create both value and pressure. Their power comes not from their frequency of success, but from the clarity they bring to post-flop play. When you hit, your direction is certain. When you miss, the fold is clean. Awareness makes these hands profitable because you understand how to let them flow in and out of the game without attachment. From middle position, the first decision with suited connectors is whether the conditions are right to open. You are not in the early seats, so you no longer need to fear every reasewise. But you are not yet in late position, where freedom expands. Your awareness must extend to the players behind you, their stacks, their tendencies, their rhythm. Against passive players or those with deeper stacks, suited connectors thrive. You can open comfortably with hands down to 7-6 suited, or even 5-4 suited, in favorable spots. But when short stacks sit behind you, or the table feels tense with aggression, you let these hands go. Suited connectors rely on breathing room, not resistance. Stack size determines how they live. At 40 blinds or more, they are graceful, capable of calling 3-bets, floating flops, and playing turns with control. But below 30 blinds, their beauty fades. They lose the flexibility that gives them life. You cannot afford to chase draws when a single bet consumes your future. Awareness of depth transforms how you use them. Deep stacks invite exploration. Short stacks demand discipline. You must know when to shift between the two. Playing suited connectors well also requires emotional stillness. These hands invite temptation. When you see a connected flop, like 8-7-4, it is easy to overvalue the draw, to believe every straight or flush is one card away. Awareness keeps you patient. You remember that draws are opportunities, not obligations. You do not force them, you let them unfold. The calm player recognizes that not every draw must reach completion to profit. Sometimes the strength of suited connectors lies in how they threaten the board, not how they connect with it. Consider an example. You raise with 10-9 suited from middle position. The cutoff calls, and the flop comes King-Jack 4. You have an open-ended straight draw. Many players fire immediately, hoping to force folds. But awareness teaches rhythm. You check, allowing the opponent to bet into you. The call is smooth, unhurried. On the turn, a blank falls, perhaps the 2 of hearts. You sense a change in their timing, a pause before they check back. On the river, a queen appears, completing your straight. You bet small, your rhythm unchanged. The hand tells a quiet story of patience rewarded, not luck, but alignment. Suited connectors are also excellent tools for maintaining table balance. When you mix them into your opening range, your post-flop play becomes less predictable. Opponents can no longer assume that a continuation bet represents only high cards. They must consider that you could have connected with hidden straights, flushes, or two pairs. This uncertainty forces mistakes. The strength of suited connectors is not just in the pots they win, but in the way they protect the credibility of your entire range. They make your value hands harder to read, and your bluffs harder to challenge. One of the most powerful uses of suited connectors is in controlled aggression, semi-bluffing with purpose. When you hold equity in position, your bets carry dual meaning. You can apply pressure while still having outs to improve. A raise with a draw becomes more than a bluff, it becomes a statement of awareness. You are telling the table that you play with structure, not emotion. Your bluffs are rooted in potential, not impulse. Over time, this makes your post-flop actions credible across every type of board. Awareness also means knowing when suited connectors lose value. They depend on multi-street play, the freedom to see turns and rivers. Against players who 3-bet too frequently, or who shorten the decision tree, these hands become liabilities. Folding them early is not weakness, it is clarity. You are protecting future rhythm by avoiding unnecessary turbulence. In tournaments, preservation of focus matters more than chasing speculative dreams. The calm player knows when to let go, saving that energy for cleaner moments. There is also an emotional rhythm in these hands. They teach you patience through repetition. You will fold them often and see flops you might have hit. You will miss draws by a single card. Yet over time, they teach you something more important than profit. They teach timing. You begin to recognize when the table invites creativity and when it demands restraint. You learn to sense when the structure of the hand supports flow and when it resists it. Suited connectors train your intuition to move with the game instead of against it. From middle position, these hands remind you that poker is not just a game of strength but of subtlety. You are not always playing to dominate. Sometimes you are playing to stay connected to rhythm, to awareness, to patience. When you use suited connectors properly, you blend with the flow of the table. You win small pots quietly, lose little when you miss, and build image through balance. Over time, this pattern becomes invisible but powerful, the steady heartbeat of a player who moves with calm understanding. Suited connectors, like the middle seat itself, live in the space between extremes. They are not about immediate value, but about long-term structure. They remind you that beauty in poker lies not in aggression or passivity, but in harmony. When you play them with intention, they reward you with rhythm, not always through chips, but through flow. And that flow is what defines true mastery. From middle position, the suited connector is not just a hand, it is a lesson in patience, awareness, and the quiet art of timing. Chapter 13. Middle Pair Management. Middle pairs are the quiet workhorses of tournament poker, not glamorous like big pairs or deceptive like suited connectors, but essential. They live in the space between comfort and uncertainty, where awareness must do the heavy lifting. From middle position, these hands take on new meaning. You see the table ahead and behind, surrounded by motion, pressure, and risk. Managing middle pairs is less about forcing control and more about maintaining balance, protecting your stack while quietly building value through precision. Hands like pocket 7s, 8s, 9s, and 10s are the soul of tournament structure. They occupy the middle ground in both value and vulnerability. Against early opens, they face domination. Against late position calls, they often lead but rarely crush. From middle position, your goal is to guide these hands through the game's shifting currents without resistance or overcommitment. They win not through strength, but through clarity. Your first awareness is stack depth. With 40 or more blinds, middle pairs can breathe. You can raise confidently, defend against 3 bets, and play post-flop with texture awareness. Their strength lies in their ability to flop sets, rare but decisive moments that can double your stack. But as stacks shrink to 20 or fewer, the hands change identity. They become pre-flop decisions rather than post-flop tools. A pair of 8s may shift from speculative to shove-worthy, depending on the stacks behind. Tournament rhythm turns them from building blocks into shields. When opening middle pairs from this seat, your purpose must be precise. A standard open of 2 or 2.5 blinds communicates quiet confidence. You are not inflating the pot, you are defining structure. If aggressive players sit behind you, your focus shifts from expansion to control. You open tighter, accepting that folding to a re-raise is not weakness, but awareness. If the table plays passively, you widen slightly, letting middle pairs anchor your range through repeated low-variance pots. Each orbit tells you how to adjust, no emotion, only rhythm. Post-flop play with middle pairs is an exercise in restraint. The instinct for many players is to protect their hand aggressively, to bet into every threat. But true management lies in patience. When the flop comes above your pair, say you hold 9s on a king-high board, you pause. You check to evaluate tone. Does the opponent bet with rhythm or hesitation? Do they act quickly or dwell in thought? Your awareness translates these cues into decisions. You do not protect through panic, you protect through timing. In contrast, when the board favors you, for example, you hold 8s and the flop is 6-4-2, your control shifts. Now your hand sits comfortably ahead of most ranges, yet vulnerable to overcards on future streets. You bet small, keeping weaker hands in and defining pot size. Awareness here means knowing when to bet for protection and when to check for control. Middle pairs teach you that safety and risk exist on the same spectrum. Both can serve rhythm if handled calmly. One of the hardest lessons in poker is learning when to let middle pairs go. These hands often look too good to fold, but too fragile to fight. The middle player must trust instinct over attachment. When the action grows large and your awareness detects imbalance, a sudden change in tone, a bet size that feels heavy, it is time to release. You fold not because you fear losing, but because you sense the rhythm shifting away. In tournaments, folding a medium-strength hand in the right moment saves more chips than any big win could replace. Imagine a scenario. You open with pocket 8s and the button calls. The flop comes 10-8-4, a dream. You continuation bet small, drawing a call. The turn brings a jack. The opponent raises your second barrel. Many players would panic here, assuming danger. Awareness keeps you grounded. You examine the flow. Would they raise a draw, or only a made straight? You realize that both are possible. You call calmly, letting the hand unfold rather than react emotionally. On the river, when the flush misses and they check, you bet small for value. This is middle pair management at its peak, steady, informed, and unshaken. Another layer of control comes from how you handle aggression from the blinds. When you raise with pocket 9s and face a call from the big blind, the dynamic changes. The board often comes low, favoring their range. You must decide whether to continuation bet or slow down. Against wide defenders, a small c-bet maintains initiative. Against disciplined ones, checking back keeps the pot manageable. Each decision flows from awareness of opponent rhythm, not from fear of overcards. The middle player sees beyond the texture. They feel the tone of interaction. Middle pairs also teach emotional endurance. They are the hands that lose small pots most frequently, the hands that test your patience across hours. You will check and fold them dozens of times before they blossom into strength. This repetition can wear on the ungrounded player. But for the calm competitor, it becomes meditation. Each fold preserves energy. Each small pot, avoided, protects rhythm. And when the rare moment of connection arrives, the set that doubles you up, it feels less like luck and more like balance returning. In later stages of a tournament, middle pairs evolve once again. On shorter stacks, they become tools of timing, perfect for shoves over wide opens or traps against loose isolation. Their quiet power lies in their simplicity. They no longer play for post-flop control, but for direct pressure. Even here, awareness guides them. You read who fears variance and who embraces it. You choose your moment, not through math alone, but through intuition, honed over countless orbits. The middle seat is a mirror for middle pairs. Both thrive in awareness, both require patience, and both succeed by avoiding extremes. You do not need to turn every hand into a story of triumph. You simply need to keep rhythm, winning small pots, folding small losses, and waiting for alignment. The true reward is not the chips you gain, but the composure you keep. In the long arc of tournament play, middle pairs will not define your highlight moments, but they will define your consistency. They are the foundation beneath your stack, the quiet rhythm beneath the melody of variance. To manage them well is to understand the essence of poker. Strength is fleeting, but awareness endures. From middle position, every middle pair you play teaches the same lesson, that calm decisions build lasting success, one steady pot at a time. Chapter 14. Playing against tight early players. Every table has a few players who treat the early positions like sacred ground. They fold for hours, waiting for perfect hands, guarding their chips with quiet devotion. These are the tight early players, structured, disciplined, and deliberate. From middle position, they stand just ahead of you, shaping the flow of the game before it reaches your hands. Learning how to play against them is a lesson in precision. You cannot overpower them with brute force, nor ignore them entirely. You must learn to use their predictability as a map, one that guides you toward rhythm, control, and quiet profit. Tight early players represent order in poker's chaos. They enter pots rarely, but when they do, they usually mean it. This consistency makes them easy to read, yet difficult to attack carelessly. Against them, awareness replaces aggression. You do not fight their discipline, you navigate around it. From middle position, this means understanding how their structure narrows the possibilities in each hand. When they fold, your path widens. When they enter, your options shift. They are not obstacles, but indicators, silent signals that help define your own range. Your first advantage against tight early players appears before the flop. Their limited range gives you clear information. If a player in early position folds every hand for 20 minutes then raises, you can immediately eliminate most speculative holdings from their range. You are likely facing a pair of tens, or better, ace-king, or ace-queen. This awareness saves you from unnecessary battles. Instead of trying to outmuscle their strength, you redirect your focus to other parts of the table. You attack the players who respond to their caution, the ones in the blinds who loosen up because they believe the hand is already settled. When tight players fold ahead of you, the opposite happens. The table opens. Their absence of action creates freedom. You can expand your range slightly, knowing there is less chance of facing heavy resistance. Suited connectors, smaller pairs, and suited aces gain new life because the strongest ranges have already stepped aside. From middle position, this adjustment is subtle but powerful. Awareness turns their caution into your opportunity. You do not force action, you inherit it naturally through their stillness. The challenge comes when they enter the pot. Imagine an early player opens to 2.5 times the big blind, and you hold ace-jack suited in middle position. Awareness warns you that calling here could be dangerous. Their range dominates yours, and re-raising might only isolate you against stronger holdings. Folding becomes the disciplined path. It is not weakness, it is respect for the rhythm of structure. You allow their narrow range to maintain its strength, trusting that your time to act will come elsewhere. In tournaments, survival often depends on recognizing when a confrontation is unnecessary. But awareness also teaches when to challenge their rigidity. Tight players are most uncomfortable outside of their routine. When they raise and miss a flop, they often struggle to continue. A king-high board when they hold pocket queens creates hesitation. A low-connected board when they hold ace-king introduces doubt. These are your moments. You can apply pressure through small, steady aggression, continuation bets that look natural, or float calls that force them to define their hand. You are not bluffing recklessly, you are guiding the hand toward discomfort for them, and clarity for you. Consider a hand where the early player raises with what is likely a strong range. You call in middle position, with pocket sevens. The flop comes 9-6-2 rainbow. They continuation bet, as expected. You call calmly, aware that most of their value hands will now slow down on the turn, unless they improve. When they check, you sense hesitation, their rhythm falters. You bet small, representing a narrow but believable range of top pairs and slow-played sets. They fold. You did not overpower them. You redirected their structure against itself. Awareness turned their predictability into quiet profit. Another key advantage against tight early players is positional leverage. Because they act before you post-flop, they must reveal their intentions first. This gives you room to control pot size, dictate tempo, and apply selective pressure. Even when they hold strong hands, their style often prevents them from extracting full value. Their caution protects you. When you bet small, they rarely raise light. When you check, they often check behind, giving you free cards. Their rigidity becomes a rhythm you can dance around. Yet, playing against them requires emotional discipline. It is tempting to label them as targets, to believe their tightness can be exploited endlessly. But overextension against structure leads to disaster. You must choose your spots carefully, 1 or 2 confrontations per orbit at most. Awareness means knowing when the pattern favors you and when it doesn't. A single well-timed bluff can yield more than a dozen attempts made out of impatience. Your calm, measured energy keeps you from falling into the trap of trying to wake them up. As tournaments progress, tight early players often lose comfort. Rising blinds and shortening stacks force them into unfamiliar territory. This is when your awareness sharpens. You can anticipate their frustration. Their hands appear strong, but their ranges have not adapted. They fold too often to steals, call too often when scared, or commit stacks too late. From middle position, you can exploit this shift quietly. You raise more often when they limp, isolate them when they enter marginally, and pressure them post-flop when the board favors your wider range. You are not attacking the player, you are moving in rhythm with the game's evolution. Awareness also teaches empathy. Tight early players are not opponents to conquer, they are reflections of order within chaos. Their discipline reminds you to respect structure, even as you learn to bend it. They show the strength of restraint and the cost of rigidity. From the middle seat, you study both. You learn that adaptability, the ability to tighten when necessary and loosen when opportunity calls, is the highest form of balance. Their predictability becomes your education. In the long run, the best way to play against tight early players is to let them define themselves. You do not need to guess, you simply observe. When they fold, you expand. When they enter, you contract. When they hesitate, you act. When they commit, you step aside. Your rhythm flows between their extremes. Over hours, this pattern compounds quietly, building chips without conflict. You grow not through domination, but through awareness, the art of reading structure and responding with grace. From middle position, you are the bridge between their order and the chaos behind you. The tight early player plays in fear of mistake. You play in harmony with movement. Their strength is fixed, yours is flexible. And that flexibility, calm, fluid, and measured, is what keeps you balanced through every stage of the tournament. In poker, awareness always outlasts rigidity. The middle seat simply gives you the clearest view of that truth. Chapter 15: Pressure from Behind. In middle position, every decision lives between two forces: structure in front of you and pressure behind. The players to your left, especially the cutoff button and blinds, shape your world. They hold the advantage of position, and with it, the freedom to turn your uncertainty into their opportunity. Learning to manage pressure from behind is one of the defining skills of tournament poker. It is what separates the players who survive from those who slowly erode under the weight of reaction. From this seat, your awareness must extend backward, reading intentions you have not yet seen, feeling energy that has not yet moved. The simplest truth is that middle position never plays in isolation. Every open, every continuation bet, every check is influenced by the awareness of what might come next. Pressure from behind comes in many forms. Sometimes it's mechanical, a short stack waiting to shove. Sometimes it's psychological, a confident button who re-raises out of rhythm to test your patience. And sometimes it's invisible, a table dynamic that has grown restless, where players feel the need to reclaim control. Recognizing which version of pressure you face is the foundation of your defense. The first and most common kind of pressure comes from aggression, the re-raise. Players behind you will challenge your opens with light hands, hoping to use position as leverage. Against these opponents, structure protects you. When you open with clarity and balance, your range already accounts for their counterattacks. You don't need to guess, you need only to respond according to plan. With deeper stacks, you can call and play post-flop with awareness, letting their aggression expose itself. With shorter stacks, you fold the hands that do not defend profitably, and continue with those that do. Pressure loses power when met with preparedness. The second kind of pressure comes from short stacks, the players for whom every orbit is a countdown. They do not threaten you through skill, but through math. Their stack size creates a constant reshove threat. Awareness means counting these stacks before every hand. When one sits directly behind you with 15 blinds, Your opening range tightens naturally. Hands that cannot call a shove disappear. You raise less often, but with greater purpose. Each open becomes a statement of confidence. When the short stack moves in, and you call, you are never surprised. Your calm control over this process gives you freedom, not fear. Another layer of pressure comes from perception, your image. If you've been active, raising multiple pots in quick succession, players behind will feel obligated to respond. They see opportunity in your rhythm. Awareness lets you preempt this reaction. You tighten slightly after stretches of activity, anticipating their adjustment before it happens. This patience resets the table's balance. The players behind hesitate once again, unsure if your next open is strength or deception. The calm player uses their own image as a shield, not a weapon. You invite confusion, not confrontation. Position pressure also continues after the flop. When you open from middle position and face late callers, you will often play out of position post-flop. Awareness becomes your guide through this imbalance. The key is to control pot size. You continuation bet smaller, check more often, and play turns with rhythm rather than force. When opponents behind sense you're calm, they begin to slow down. They realize that chasing you requires effort, and effort wears them down. Awareness converts positional disadvantage into psychological pressure in reverse. They hold position, but you hold composure. Imagine a hand where you open with ace-10 suited, and the button calls. The flop comes 9-5-2 with one of your suit. This is a moment where players behind often test control. You check, they bet small, and you call smoothly. On the turn, a 10 appears. Now you lead, not because of panic, but because you anticipated the rhythm. You use their expectation against them. The pressure they once had becomes yours. This is the quiet elegance of awareness in motion. You do not resist pressure, you redirect it. There will also be times when pressure from behind becomes overwhelming. When two aggressive players to your left take turns re-raising. When short stacks keep moving all in. When you cannot find space to breathe. These are the moments that test discipline. Awareness reminds you that you do not need to fight every battle. You simply adjust. You fold more often. You wait for new table draws, new seat placements, or shifting dynamics. Pressure is temporary, but patience endures. Each orbit you survive intact gives you new information and new opportunities. In tournaments, time is your ally. Aggressive players exhaust themselves. Short stacks bust or double and move on, and table momentum resets. Awareness lets you outlast the noise. When the situation turns chaotic, your calm becomes an anchor. You observe how the pressure behind you fluctuates. Who is tilting? Who is waiting? Who is thriving? Each new hand is another chance to adjust. You flow, not fight. That adaptability is what turns uncertainty into edge. Psychological control is another layer of handling pressure. The players behind can sense tension. If you hesitate, they attack. If you rush, they trap. You must project stillness through rhythm. Every raise, fold, and glance carries tone. Consistency becomes armor. When your timing remains the same regardless of hand strength, you give away nothing. You become unreadable, and unreadable players rarely face sustained aggression. The moment opponents can no longer sense vulnerability, the pressure fades. Awareness of pressure also brings empathy. Every player at the table feels it from somewhere. even those applying it to you. The cutoff feels pressure from the button from the blinds, and so on. The difference lies in how you respond. When you see pressure as rhythm instead of threat, you stop personalizing it. It's not about you, it's about flow. This perspective keeps your mind light, your focus clean, and your heart steady through long tournament hours. From middle position, your greatest power is adaptability. You will not always have position, but you will always have awareness. Pressure from behind is inevitable, but discomfort is optional. When you accept that, the table begins to slow down around you. You fold when timing demands it, call when rhythm supports it, and act decisively when opportunity aligns. The players behind may still attack, but their strikes lose sharpness. You remain centered, while they expend energy. In the end, handling pressure from behind is not about resisting the current, it is about flowing within it. The tournament moves through stages, players come and go, and the rhythm changes constantly. Through it all, you remain steady, the calm in the middle of motion. You understand that every seat has its pressure points, but only awareness transforms them into advantage. From middle position, you don't escape pressure, you harmonize with it. That harmony is where true composure lives, and where long-term success quietly begins. Chapter 16. 3-Bet Awareness. Every tournament table has a rhythm of aggression, the back-and-forth pulse of opens and re-raises, that defines its tempo. Nowhere do you feel this pulse more clearly than in middle position. Here, 3-bets become the measure of your adaptability. They test your preparation, your composure, and your range structure all at once. Some come from calculation, others from emotion, but each one asks the same question. Do you understand the rhythm behind the action, or are you reacting blindly to noise? 3-bet awareness is not about fear or defiance. It is about understanding intent. A 3-bet is rarely just a raise. It's a signal of power, of pressure, of imbalance, or of opportunity. The players behind you use it to test your foundation, to challenge your timing, to reclaim rhythm from the middle of the table. From middle position, your job is not to fight every raise, but to listen to what it says. Some are real strength, demanding respect. Others are attempts to control tempo. The calm player learns to tell them apart by rhythm, rather than appearance. The first step in developing 3-bet awareness is to understand frequency. Every player has a natural pace. Some 3-bet too often, using it as a form of intimidation. Others do it rarely, reserved only for premium holdings. Awareness means noticing these frequencies early. When the button 3-bets you 3 hands in a row, that's not coincidence, it's rhythm. When a tight player suddenly re-raises after an hour of silence, that's also rhythm, but of a different kind. Each carries meaning. You learn to interpret patterns before reacting. Stack depth is the second layer of awareness. With deeper stacks, 40 or more big blinds, 3-bets often come from broader ranges, because there's room to maneuver post-flop. Here you can defend with hands that play well in position, suited broadways, medium pairs, and suited aces. But as stacks shrink below 30 blinds, 3-bets grow sharper. They represent narrower, more committed ranges. Against these you must tighten your defense. Awareness of depth keeps you from turning playable hands into traps for yourself. You do not let your ego dictate continuation, you let structure guide it. There is also the question of position. 3-bets from the blinds carry different meaning than those from the button. A re-raise from the big blind often signals polarized strength, either very strong hands or bluffs using blockers. A 3-bet from the cutoff tends to be more balanced, including suited connectors and strong broadways. From middle position, you must sense where the aggression originates and why. Each seat has its rhythm, and awareness lets you adjust your range with precision rather than fear. Consider an example. You open with ace-queen suited for 2 blinds. The button, an active player, 3 bets to 6 blinds. The blinds fold. You are sitting with 40 big blinds, effective. Here, awareness guides you through clarity. This is not a shove or fold situation. This is a test of composure. You call, allowing the hand to breathe. The flop comes 9-4-2 rainbow. You check. The aggressor bets small, a pattern of continuation that matches their rhythm. You call again. On the turn, a queen appears. You check once more, and they fire again, now larger. You sense imbalance, the urgency of a player used to control. You call calmly, letting awareness replace emotion. On the river, when they check, you bet small and extract quiet value. Awareness allowed you to read the rhythm, not the noise. 3-bet awareness also means knowing when to disengage. The most common leak in tournament poker is over-defending against aggression. Players call simply because they feel entitled to see a flop with strong starting hands. But awareness teaches humility. When the structure or opponent frequency tells you that your range is behind, folding is power. You save chips, you preserve rhythm, and you protect your mental energy. In the long game of a tournament, these small moments of restraint compound into survival. At the same time, awareness allows you to fight back when timing aligns. If a player 3-bets frequently from the button, you can respond with a 4-bet bluff, using hands with strong blockers, ace-5 suited, king-4 suited, or queen-10 suited. These hands remove key combinations from their range, tilting math in your favor. But these moves only work when executed with stillness. You must remain consistent in your rhythm, giving nothing away. Aggression loses power when it cannot detect fear. Awareness also extends into your table image. If you fold to too many 3-bets, observant players will begin targeting you more often. But if you respond occasionally with resistance, calling strong hands, mixing in light 4-bets, you restore balance. Your goal is not to deter aggression completely, but to control its flow. You let opponents believe they have room to attack, while quietly narrowing their comfort zone. Over time, your steadiness becomes contagious. The table's aggression slows, aligning once again with your rhythm. The mental side of 3-bet awareness is perhaps the most important. The sound of chips clinking into the pot, the visual of a re-raise sliding forward, these can trigger tension. Many players tighten their breathing without realizing it. The calm player notices this and resets. You take a slow breath, recenter, and remind yourself that a 3-bet is just another part of rhythm. You are not under attack, you are within the flow. From this space of stillness, your decisions become clear, deliberate, and mathematically sound. 3-bet awareness also involves understanding table progression. Early in a tournament, 3-bets are often exploratory, players testing each other's boundaries. As the event deepens, they become sharper and more precise. Awareness evolves with the structure. What felt like pressure in the first hour becomes routine by the 5th. You grow quieter inside, more measured. The same move that once startled you now feels predictable. The more you witness, the less control pressure has over you. Eventually you realize that 3-bets are not obstacles, they are mirrors. They reflect how your opponents perceive you and how you perceive yourself. When you stay balanced, neither avoiding confrontation nor chasing revenge, the game stabilizes around you. You move through re-raises as though through wind, aware but unaffected. That is the essence of middle position awareness. Clarity in motion, composure under test. In the long rhythm of a tournament, 3-bet awareness is not about outsmarting your opponents, it's about outlasting their emotion. Aggression burns quickly, awareness endures. Each race-way face becomes another opportunity to practice patience, to test your structure, and to refine your timing. You no longer hear the noise of confrontation, only the quiet pulse of rhythm. From middle position, that is your gift, to remain calm, analytical, and fully present, no matter how loudly the chips move around you. Chapter 17. Responding with composure. Poker is a game of reactions disguised as choices. Every bet, every fold, every glance across the felt is a response to something that has already happened. The rhythm of a tournament moves through waves of pressure, aggression, uncertainty, and opportunity, and what separates the steady player from the volatile one is composure. From middle position, you live in the center of these waves. You watch them rise and fall from both sides of the table. To thrive here is to respond with presence, calm, aware, and unshaken by the motion of others. Composure is not the absence of emotion. It is the ability to see emotion clearly and let it pass without attachment. In poker, moments of intensity are inevitable. A large pot lost on the river, a sudden re-raise from the player who seems to test you every hand, a short stack shove when you're holding a marginal hand. Your first instinct may be tension, the urge to react quickly, to restore control through action. But the true mastery of middle position lies in resisting that instinct. You take a slow breath. You observe the situation. You allow awareness to replace adrenaline. The key to composure is rhythm. Every player has one. Some act too fast, mistaking speed for confidence. Others stall too long, letting hesitation reveal fear. Composed players move in steady time. Their actions are deliberate but fluid, never rushed, never forced. This rhythm becomes contagious. Opponents begin to feel your calm and second-guess their own decisions. You do not dominate them through volume or aggression. You guide them through tempo. The table slows to match your pace. Responding with composure begins before the cards are even dealt. Awareness means knowing how your own energy feels that day. Are you focused? Rested? Distracted? Emotional control starts with self-honesty. When you sense impatience, you acknowledge it without judgment. When you feel frustration, you give it space instead of suppression. Composure is not something you force, it's something you maintain through observation. The middle player treats their own state of mind like another element of the table, one to be managed quietly between hands. Imagine a hand that tests this principle. You raise from middle position with pocket tens, and a player on the button 3-bets you for the third time in an hour. Frustration flickers. It would be easy to call out of irritation or shove to prove a point. But composure pauses that impulse. You remember the stack sizes. You remember their pattern. You decide to call, letting the hand unfold naturally. The flop comes 9-5-2. You check, and they continuation bet small. You call once, calm. The turn is a queen. They bet again, this time larger. You exhale and fold, saving chips. You did not win the pot, but you won the moment when impatience could have broken your rhythm. This is the quiet discipline that carries you deep into tournaments. Composure also governs your table image. Players sense energy. When you radiate calm, your presence becomes stabilizing. You no longer invite chaos. Even your folds project confidence. This doesn't mean you become robotic or emotionless. Composure has warmth. You can still smile, still engage lightly with others, still enjoy the rhythm of the game. What you avoid is attachment. You don't cling to wins, and you don't dwell on losses. Every hand resets the rhythm. You become a constant in a table full of fluctuation. Another layer of composure appears in post-flop play. When you face aggression on later streets, the pressure is often emotional, not mathematical. Players want to provoke a mistake, to make you act before you've fully processed the situation. Responding with composure means slowing the mind while keeping the exterior still. You replay the hand quietly, stack sizes, bet sizings, timing, flow. You let the story reveal itself. Sometimes, the answer appears not through calculation, but through intuition, a calm knowing that something doesn't fit. Awareness only speaks clearly when the mind is quiet enough to listen. Composure also helps you recover from mistakes. Even the best players misread hands, mistime bluffs, or fall into traps. The difference is in what happens next. The unaware player spirals. Every mistake compounds into another. The composed player resets. You take a moment, fold a few hands, breathe. You remind yourself that the goal of a tournament is not perfection, but endurance. Awareness turns error into education. Each hand becomes a new starting point, not a continuation of frustration. In multi-hour sessions, composure becomes your stamina. The early levels feel light, but as fatigue sets in, awareness begins to blur. Decisions that once felt effortless start to strain. This is when your rhythm saves you. You rely on consistency rather than emotion, a pattern of deliberate, steady motion. You play hands you understand. You avoid unnecessary battles. You breathe before acting. Every choice flows from structure, not impulse. By maintaining composure while others tire, you gain quiet ground. Tournaments are marathons, and rhythm always outlasts rush. Responding with composure also reshapes how you experience variance. When the cards turn against you, you no longer see bad luck as punishment. You see it as part of rhythm, the ebb and flow of outcomes beyond your control. You don't fight the tide, you adjust your footing. The ability to remain calm through both fortune and failure is what gives your game depth. Composure becomes emotional balance in motion, neither elated by wins nor defeated by losses, but centered in awareness. In practical terms, composure is a skill of presence. You remain alert but relaxed, aware but not reactive. Each decision, no matter how small, reflects your centered state. When opponents sense this steadiness, they begin to play differently. They bluff less, tilt less, and force fewer confrontations. Your stillness alters the rhythm of the table without a word. Awareness radiates outward. Composure becomes contagious. In the long rhythm of a tournament, responding with composure is how you protect not only your chips but your focus. The emotional player rises and falls with every orbit. The composed player glides unaffected, consistent, and quietly growing stronger. You no longer chase control, you embody it. Your awareness expands until the noise fades into background hum, leaving only the game itself clean, patient, and alive. From middle position, composure becomes your greatest weapon. It turns pressure into rhythm, chaos into clarity, and aggression into opportunity. Every calm breath reinforces your foundation. Every quiet fold strengthens your control. You stop fighting the game and begin to move with it. In that harmony, you discover that true strength in poker and in life does not shout. It breathes. It watches. It endures. Chapter 18: Range Construction by Stack Depth. In tournament poker, no factor changes your decisions more profoundly than stack depth. It shapes every moment, how you open, how you defend, and how you pressure others. From middle position, where balance already defines your rhythm, stack depth becomes the silent architect of your range. It determines not only what you play, but how you play it. Awareness of this shifting structure is what keeps your decisions grounded in logic, not emotion. Stack depth is the living pulse of a tournament. Early in the event, when blinds are small and stacks are deep, your range can breathe. You have time, flexibility, and space to explore. As the blinds rise, that space begins to close, and your decisions must tighten with it. The middle seat is where these transitions are felt most sharply. You are neither constrained like early position, nor free like late position. You are the bridge between structure and opportunity, and your range must evolve with the rhythm of depth. Let's begin with the deep stacks, 40 to 60 big blinds or more. At this depth, middle position becomes a playground for range expression. You can open a variety of holdings: strong broadways, medium pairs, suited aces, and speculative connectors. These hands thrive because they can realize equity across multiple streets. The deeper the stacks, the greater your ability to play turns and rivers without fear of commitment. Here, your goal is to create balanced ranges that build pots gradually. Your open sizes remain modest, 2 to 2.5 times the big blind, allowing the table to respond without overinflating. You want to play many small pots that you can outmaneuver, rather than few large ones that rely on confrontation. At these depths, awareness allows creativity. You can mix calls and 3-bets, turning some medium hands into semi-bluffs while keeping others as traps. For example, you might 3-bet with ace-5 suited as a light bluff, while flatting ace-queen to maintain control. This mix protects your structure and ensures that no one can pinpoint your strength. Balance, not aggression, defines deep stack play. From middle position, every open is a quiet invitation, not a declaration. Now consider mid-range stacks, around 25 to 40 big blinds. This is where tournament life becomes more fragile. You no longer have the same post-flop freedom, and each pot carries more consequence. Awareness here means tightening your opening range to hands that can comfortably continue against pressure. Small pairs and low-suited connectors start to lose value because they struggle to defend against 3-bets or shoves. Your opens become more focused: pocket 8s and higher, strong broadways, and suited aces that can call or reshove confidently. You still maintain balance, but your rhythm becomes sharper, more deliberate. You are no longer exploring, you are maneuvering. In this range, position awareness grows even more important. You pay close attention to the players behind you, who has reshove stacks, who has large stacks applying pressure, and who defends wide from the blinds. A hand like King-Jack suited might be a clear open when the blinds are tight, but an easy fold when 2 short stacks lurk behind. Awareness keeps your decisions rooted in structure, not emotion. Every choice reflects both your hand and your environment. When you fall to shallow stacks, 15 to 20 big blinds, range construction becomes pure clarity. There is little room for nuance. You must build a shove-fold mentality while still projecting calm. Hands like ace-10, pocket pairs down to fives, and suited broadways become weapons of timing. You are no longer trying to play multiple streets. You are trying to leverage fold equity. Awareness shifts from rhythm to readiness. You know who you can push against and who you must avoid. From middle position, even a single shove can reclaim momentum, but only when executed with intent. Patience keeps you from burning out in desperation. Stack depth also defines your defensive range. With deeper stacks, you can call re-raises with a variety of hands, suited connectors, pocket pairs, and suited aces that can realize equity. But as your stack shrinks, calling becomes dangerous. You no longer have the flexibility to navigate post-flop, so folding becomes strength. You trade curiosity for precision. Awareness turns defense into survival. You understand when to protect rhythm and when to surrender control. Range construction by depth is not just mechanical, it's emotional. Deep stacks invite creativity, which can tempt overconfidence. Shallow stacks bring pressure, which can trigger fear. Awareness keeps you balanced between these extremes. You do not loosen too early or tighten too late. You flow with the tournament's pace, always adapting without panic. This adaptability, quiet, deliberate, and unforced, is what separates the player who reacts from the one who endures. Let's walk through an example. You sit with 35 big blinds in middle position. The blinds are rising, and antes are in play. You open with king-queen suited. The cutoff 3 bets to 7 blinds. In this moment, your awareness engages fully. You recall that the cutoff has been aggressive, but not reckless. You recognize that your stack depth allows a call, but not a light 4-bet. You decide to call, controlling pot size. The flop comes Jack 10-3. You have flopped a draw to the nuts. You check, they continuation bet, and you call again. The turn brings a 9, completing your straight. Now, your awareness turns to extraction, small, steady bets that grow the pot without spooking your opponent. This entire sequence stems from clarity of stack depth. You knew your range could survive the pressure and still find opportunity. Awareness also helps you anticipate transitions. Every tournament eventually moves from deep comfort to shallow urgency. You feel it in the rhythm of the table, the antes rising, the chatter fading, the action tightening. From middle position, you adapt quietly. You start folding hands that once felt automatic. You choose opens that can endure pressure. You understand that structure, not luck, determines longevity. The player who ignores stack depth fights the tide. The one who respects it moves with the current. In the final stages, when the blinds are relentless, range construction becomes survival through simplicity. You no longer need to impress the table with creativity. You only need to outlast. Awareness gives you that patience. You fold without frustration. You shove without hesitation. You move with purpose through every hand. The rhythm remains soft, even as the stakes grow sharp. Stack depth is not just math, it is movement. It teaches humility when deep and courage when short. It reminds you that poker is not static, but alive, constantly changing shape. From middle position, You stand where those shifts are felt most clearly. Awareness of depth gives you balance in every direction. You no longer play by instinct alone. You play through structure, through rhythm, through calm. And in that calm, you discover that true control in tournaments does not come from chips or luck, but from clarity of depth and discipline of range. Chapter 19. Protecting your image. Every decision in poker leaves a trace. Whether you realize it or not, every raise, fold, and hesitation contributes to the story the table tells about you. That story is your image, the silent reputation built hand by hand. From middle position, this image becomes both shield and weapon. You are seated where information converges, where every player sees you act often enough to form opinions. Protecting that image means shaping how others perceive your rhythm without letting their perception shape your decisions. Your table image is a living thing. It shifts and breathes with your actions, influenced as much by timing as by cards. Early in a tournament, it forms quickly. Players see a few showdowns and begin drawing conclusions. If you open several pots in a short span, you are labeled aggressive. If you fold for an orbit or two, you become tight. Most players react to these labels. The aware player, however, uses them. You are not defined by your image, you design it. From middle position, this control is subtle but constant, a quiet orchestration of perception through consistency. The first step in protecting your image is establishing credibility. This comes from discipline. You must play hands that make sense within the rhythm of the game. Your opens should align with your table position and stack depth. Your bets should feel intentional, not impulsive. When your actions reflect structure, opponents begin to respect your ranges. This respect becomes invisible protection. They fold more to your raises, hesitate to bluff, and avoid marginal confrontations. Credibility turns into fold equity long before the cards are revealed. Consistency is the cornerstone of this process. When your bet sizing, tempo, and demeanor remain steady across situations, your image becomes unreadable. Opponents can no longer separate your strong hands from your bluffs because everything looks the same. This uniformity doesn't just hide information, it radiates calm control. A player who acts consistently feels untouchable, as though they are always one step ahead of the table's rhythm. Protecting your image is less about deception and more about reliability. You make others uncertain, not by changing, but by never breaking your rhythm. Your image also needs maintenance. Over time, perception fades or shifts. A few loose plays can erase hours of discipline. Awareness keeps you from drifting too far in one direction. If you've played tight for a long stretch, opening a few speculative hands can restore balance. If you've been active, slowing down resets the table's expectations. Protecting your image means managing contrast, giving opponents just enough variety to keep them guessing, but never enough to let them predict your next move. Imagine an example. You've been quiet for several orbits, folding through unplayable spots. The table now views you as conservative, perhaps even passive. Then you look down at Jack 10 suited in middle position. The early players fold, and you open confidently. The cutoff folds, but the button calls. The flop comes Queen 9-5. You have an open-ended straight draw. You continuation bet small, the same size you'd use with top pair. The button folds quickly. This is image at work. Your perceived tightness gave your bet weight. You didn't need to make a hand, your reputation did the work for you. Protecting image is not about vanity, it's about efficiency. Your image also affects how opponents play against you post-flop. Tight players will challenge you less, letting you take small pots uncontested. Aggressive ones may attack your perceived discipline, trying to push you off marginal holdings. Awareness of how others see you allows you to plan countermeasures. Against cautious players, you can open slightly wider and continuation bet more often, knowing they won't fight back. Against bullies, you can slow down, inviting them to overextend. You're not reacting emotionally. You're playing the role they've assigned you, then rewriting the script when it suits you. The danger lies in defending image too aggressively. Many players become prisoners of perception, feeling obligated to act according to how they think the table sees them. They overplay strong hands to prove looseness or bluff recklessly to maintain fear. This kind of self-consciousness destroys rhythm. Awareness reminds you that image is not performance, it's byproduct. You do not need to prove anything. Your decisions should remain aligned with stack size, position and flow, not ego. True image control is effortless because it arises naturally from consistency. Protecting image also involves table awareness beyond yourself. You notice who's paying attention and who isn't. Some players are lost in their own world, unaware of your tendencies. Others are meticulous observers, tracking every detail. You adjust accordingly. Against the inattentive, you can vary freely, bluff more, trap less. Against the observant, you stay within structure, never giving them an opening. Your image is not static, it adapts to the observers. You are simultaneously seen and unseen, expressive and restrained. There is an emotional aspect to image as well. The way you handle loss or adversity speaks louder than your hands. When you take a bad beat, your reaction becomes part of your reputation. A player who remains calm under misfortune projects quiet strength. Opponents hesitate to test someone they can't emotionally rattle. This emotional composure reinforces your table presence. Protecting your image, therefore, is as much about how you handle turbulence as it is about how you play cards. Awareness also means using your image as a timing tool. Once you've established a foundation of trust, where your raises are respected and your bluffs go unnoticed, you can choose moments to deviate. A single unexpected move from a credible player carries tremendous power. A well-timed 3-bet, a delayed continuation bet, or a river bluff that contrasts your prior tone can shock the rhythm of the table. These deviations work precisely because they are rare. Your image protects them, turning surprise into success. Over the course of a long tournament, your image becomes an ecosystem. Every hand adds to it, or reshapes it slightly. The goal is not perfection but harmony, a reputation that aligns with your awareness and rhythm. You don't need to be unreadable, you only need to be unpredictable at the right times. Protecting your image is simply protecting your presence, the aura of calm, balance, and focus that surrounds everything you do. In the end, your table image is less about what others think of you and more about what you project without words. When you act with intention, consistency, and patience, your image takes care of itself. It becomes a reflection of your inner awareness, composed, steady, and quietly confident. From middle position, where the eyes of the table naturally turn toward you, that awareness becomes your armor. You don't need to be feared or admired. You only need to be respected. And in poker, respect born of awareness is the strongest image of all. Chapter 20. Post-flop planning. Poker unfolds one street at a time, Yet the best players see the entire path before they act. Every decision pre-flop plants the seeds for what follows. From middle position, post-flop planning is not just about tactics, it is about clarity. You are surrounded by pressure and perception, aggression and patience. To navigate these layers, you must think in rhythms, not moments. The hand is a song, and every bet is a note. When you play with foresight, the music stays in tune. When you play without it, noise replaces harmony. Post-flop awareness begins before the flop ever arrives. When you raise from middle position, you should already know what types of boards favor your hand and how you'll respond to pressure. If you open with ace-queen, you understand how to continue on king-high boards, how to control on paired boards, and how to retreat on low connected textures. This foresight allows your reactions to appear effortless. You are not guessing when the cards fall, you are aligning with what you already anticipated. The calm player plans not from control, but from readiness. The first step in post-flop planning is identifying who controls the narrative. If you open the pot and have position, you often set the tone. But if someone called from the blinds or a late seat, that story may shift quickly. Awareness means acknowledging this change, rather than resisting it. You do not cling to initiative out of pride. You use it when it suits rhythm, and surrender it when the texture demands patience. The mark of a mature player is the ability to let go of control without losing composure. Every flop creates a new structure of possibilities: what ranges connect, what boards favor you, and where the energy of the hand now lies. From middle position, this structure must be read with precision. Dry boards like ace-7-2 favor the opener's range, while coordinated boards like 9-8-6 belong more to the caller. Awareness allows you to adjust instantly. You continuation bet small on dry flops, maintaining flow and pressure. You check more often on wet boards, protecting your range and conserving rhythm. You are not reacting to fear, you are responding to texture. The heart of post-flop planning is decision mapping, knowing what you will do before you face a choice. If you bet the flop and get raised, do you call, re-raise, or fold? If you check and face a bet, how do you proceed on the turn? Thinking one street ahead transforms your game from reactive to deliberate. You no longer feel cornered by aggression. Each action becomes a continuation of the story you are calmly writing. This mindset preserves clarity, even when the pot grows heavy. Let's imagine an example. You raise from middle position with king-queen suited. The button calls. The flop comes queen-10-4 rainbow. You continuation, bet small, a third of the pot. The button calls. The turn brings a 7. You already know this card changes little. Your plan, formed before the flop, is to check this turn against resistant opponents to keep the pot manageable. The river brings a deuce. Now, you bet small again, targeting worse queens and middle pairs. Each street flows from prior intent. The hand feels calm, precise, and controlled. There is no panic, only rhythm. Post-flop awareness also means knowing when not to bet. Many players mistake activity for progress, believing they must drive every hand forward. But stillness can be stronger than motion. Checking a hand like ace-jack on a low-connected flop does not mean weakness, it means observation. You allow others to define the pot before committing energy. When you check with purpose, you preserve range balance and invite mistakes. Opponents who see stillness as surrender will eventually feed your patience with overextension. Another dimension of post-flop planning is sizing control. Every bet you make tells a story about intent. Small bets signal continuity, a way to maintain rhythm and test reaction. Larger bets polarize, defining clear boundaries between strength and bluff. The calm player blends both through awareness. Your sizes adjust with stack depth, board texture, and opponent type, yet your overall rhythm remains steady. When you bet small, it is with the same tempo as your large bets. Consistency hides information, creating the illusion of simplicity, even when your decisions are complex. Position awareness remains the core of every post-flop plan. From middle position, you often act before late players and after early callers. You are the pivot point of action, the hinge between initiative and reaction. When you act first, you use smaller bets to protect flexibility. When you act last, you expand options, mixing checks, bets, and delayed aggression. Awareness of this role prevents frustration. You don't need to dominate every hand. You need only to stay aligned with rhythm, letting others reveal themselves before you commit. Emotional control also shapes your post-flop planning. Tension often builds after the flop, when uncertainty increases. The cards are visible now, and so is your vulnerability. Awareness keeps you from chasing clarity through action. You pause. You remind yourself that uncertainty is not danger, it is simply information still unfolding. Every moment between streets is a chance to breathe, reset, and re-engage the hand with calm observation. Post-flop planning also extends into equity realization, understanding how your hand performs across future cards. A hand like Ace-5 suited might miss the flop entirely, but still carries backdoor potential, straight draws, flush draws, or overcard possibilities. Awareness of these possibilities allows you to continue without panic. You see not only what is, but what might be. This foresight allows you to move smoothly between caution and confidence, always anchored by rhythm. Perhaps the most subtle form of post-flop planning is stack preservation. Every decision must account for the long arc of the tournament. You are not playing to win every pot, you are playing to last. Awareness means understanding when a hand's energy no longer serves your purpose. You can fold with clarity, letting go of small investments to protect future opportunity. Your plan does not end when the cards turn against you, it evolves. The beauty of awareness is that it turns complexity into calm. You no longer chase control through force, you maintain it through rhythm. Every decision feels connected to the next. When you bet, it is measured. When you check, it is deliberate. When you fold, it is complete. There is no lingering frustration, no emotional residue. Just movement, soft, consistent, and aware. From middle position, post-flop planning becomes your quiet advantage. Others play in fragments, you play in flow. You are always one rhythm ahead, sensing how the story of each hand wants to unfold. Whether you're betting for value, bluffing with purpose, or releasing with discipline, your awareness keeps you centered. You no longer need to force outcomes, you simply stay aligned with the game's pulse. And when you do, the table begins to follow your rhythm without even realizing it. Chapter 21. C-Betting in Flow. Continuation betting, or C-Betting, is the gentle act of carrying momentum from before the flop into the streets that follow. It's a message to the table that your story continues, that you remain in rhythm with the hand. But like all rhythms in poker, it must breathe. A C-bet without awareness is noise. A C-bet made in flow is music. From middle position, where awareness already lives between action and reaction. Learning to c-bet in flow is about more than just following up your raise. It is about sensing when the story still belongs to you, and when it does not. The first layer of c-betting awareness comes from understanding your range versus theirs. When you open from the middle, your range contains both strength and speculation, big pairs, Broadway combinations, suited aces, and occasional connectors. The players who call you often hold medium strength or speculative hands of their own. When the flop favors your structure, high cards, dry textures, or ace-high boards, your story continues naturally. You bet not to prove control, but to maintain the rhythm you established pre-flop. Small, composed sizing keeps the flow steady. But on boards that collide with your opponent's range, connected low cards, monotone textures, or clusters that favor the blinds, the story changes. Flow does not mean constant motion. Sometimes it means pausing. Checking behind on these boards is not surrender, it is synchronization. You allow the rhythm to reset, conserving energy for a clearer opportunity later. Awareness teaches you that sometimes the quiet beat between notes gives the song its strength. A c-bet in flow also respects table dynamics. Against cautious opponents, small bets work as gentle pressure, folding out missed hands and preserving pot control. Against aggressive players, checking can invite overextensions that return control to you. Your awareness transforms action into balance. Each table demands its own rhythm. You learn to feel it, the tempo of reactions, the pace of thought, the speed of chips sliding forward, and you align your decisions with that pulse. Stack depth again shapes your flow. With deeper stacks, you have freedom to c-bet wider and to mix in second barrels on favorable turns. Your goal is not to build massive pots, but to establish a tone of consistent initiative. With shorter stacks, each bet carries weight. You trim frequencies and choose precision over volume. At 20 blinds or less, a single mistimed c-bet can become commitment. Awareness of depth keeps your rhythm intact, ensuring that every continuation carries purpose, not impulse. Imagine a hand. You raise from middle position with ace-jack suited, and the big blind calls. The flop comes king-8-3 rainbow. The texture favors you slightly, but it is not ideal. You continuation bet small, 1/3 of the pot. The blind calls. The turn is a 5. You check now, allowing flow to shift. The opponent bets small, and you sense uncertainty, a delayed attempt at rhythm. You call. The river brings a jack, giving you second pair. You check again, controlling the story's pace. They check back, revealing 10-9 suited. Your small c-bet established tone early, and your awareness guided you to the calm conclusion. You didn't win through aggression, you won through rhythm. C-betting in flow is also about emotional stillness. Many players use continuation betting as a way to silence discomfort. They fear looking weak, so they bet reflexively. But poker rewards patience, not volume. The composed player recognizes that strength is not in the act itself, but in the intention behind it. You can pass on a c-bet without losing credibility when your rhythm has been consistent. The table reads tone, not frequency. Your stillness becomes as believable as your action. Balance in c-betting creates protection for your overall range. When you bet too often, observant opponents begin to check-raise light, using your predictability against you. When you bet too little, they realize you're conceding control too easily. Awareness finds the middle ground, betting enough to keep pressure, checking enough to stay mysterious. Each decision feels natural, not forced. You're no longer acting out of strategy alone, but out of connection to tempo. Flow replaces formula. The artistry of C-beating lies in sizing control. The calm player chooses small, deliberate bets that keep the pot manageable while extracting information. Large bets polarize your range, but risk breaking the rhythm of the hand. From middle position, where you must often act before others on later streets, keeping the pot smooth maintains flexibility. Your goal is not dominance, it is harmony. A 1/3 pot C-bet often achieves more than a forceful half pot, because it communicates composure. Opponents feel that calm and hesitate to disrupt it. Post-flop flow also includes knowing when to shift gears. Sometimes your first continuation sets up a second barrel. Sometimes it serves as closure. The second barrel should never be automatic. It should arise naturally from awareness, when the turn card aligns with your story, when the opponent's range weakens, when the rhythm feels right. You don't press simply to press. You move when the current moves with you. This sensitivity is what keeps you balanced while others play mechanically. C-betting in flow is not about trying to win every pot. It's about shaping the pace of the game, keeping yourself centered in awareness, and guiding energy rather than forcing it. When you bet, it's soft and purposeful. When you check, it's calm and deliberate. Every action feels like a continuation of thought, not reaction. The hand's outcome matters less than the smoothness of your rhythm. From middle position, this mastery becomes visible in subtle ways. Your chips move evenly, your decisions land gently, and opponents begin to follow your timing without realizing it. You no longer think of C-bets as strategy, they become breath, the natural exhale of initiative. You're not proving control, you're maintaining it quietly through consistency. When you play in this flow, poker feels peaceful again. You win small pots often, lose small ones gracefully, and save energy for the rare big moments. The table slows, the noise fades, and your awareness widens until each hand feels like part of the same song. This is the essence of middle position rhythm, where continuation is not an act of force, but an expression of calm movement through the game's endless current. Chapter 22: Pot Control and Patience. Poker is not a game of constant motion, it is a game of pacing. Some moments call for growth, others for stillness. In tournaments, where every chip has meaning, knowing when to control the size of the pot is an act of discipline, as powerful as any aggressive play. From middle position, this balance becomes vital. You are often the bridge between pressure and restraint, holding the responsibility to decide how large or small each confrontation becomes. Pot control is not avoidance, it is awareness in motion, the ability to shape rhythm through patience. Patience begins with recognition. Before the flop, you already know which hands crave expansion and which ones prefer control. Premium holdings, aces, kings, queens, want growth. But medium pairs, top pairs with weak kickers, and marginal draws need balance. They do not thrive in swollen pots, they flourish in measured ones. When you understand this distinction, you stop chasing maximum value in every hand, and begin seeking optimal rhythm. Pot control allows you to navigate uncertainty without fear. The mistake many players make is confusing pot control with passivity. To check does not mean to surrender. To call instead of raise does not mean to hide. Pot control is a conscious decision to keep a hand within its comfort zone, to protect your stack while maintaining the ability to outplay opponents across future streets. From middle position, where information is partial, this control becomes your compass. You do not need to know everything. You only need to know enough to keep the pot aligned with your awareness. Imagine opening with Queen Jack suited and getting called by the cutoff. The flop comes Jack 8, 4 rainbow. You bet small, as planned. They call. The turn brings a 10, adding straight possibilities. Many players panic here, betting again out of fear of giving a free card. But awareness whispers patience. You check. The opponent checks behind. The river brings a harmless deuce. Now you bet small again, extracting quiet value from weaker jacks or pocket nines. Your patience protected your equity and preserved rhythm. You didn't win through aggression, you won through understanding, when stillness carried more clarity than speed. Pot control thrives on humility. It requires accepting that you cannot dominate every hand. Awareness teaches that some situations demand retreat to preserve strength for later. When you avoid overcommitting on marginal boards, you remain fluid. You still have chips, composure, and rhythm intact. The reckless player may win a few large pots, but they also lose the structure that supports longevity. The calm player endures through countless small, stable hands, growing quietly, folding gracefully, and staying grounded through variance. Another aspect of pot control is position awareness. From middle position, you act before late seats on later streets. This means your ability to check and call strategically becomes an essential defensive tool. By keeping pots smaller, you limit the cost of information. You see how others behave without exposing your full strength. When opponents sense your rhythm steady, consistent, and unhurried, they become cautious. They stop betting thin, allowing you to guide the hand with subtlety. Pot control also relies on emotional patience. In tournament poker, the temptation to win back lost pots runs deep. After folding for several orbits, or losing a coin flip, you might feel the pull to escalate, to bet larger, to push marginal hands, to force momentum. Awareness interrupts this impulse. You breathe, observe, and remember that every hand exists within a much longer story. You don't need to reclaim control through volume. You reclaim it through stillness. Patience becomes the counterweight to ego. In deeper stacks, pot control expands into creative rhythm. You can mix delayed continuation bets, smaller turn bets, and defensive checks that keep opponents uncertain. For example, you might raise with ace-10 suited, hit top pair on an ace-high board, and choose to check the turn rather than barrel again. This preserves space to value bet rivers, while avoiding the trap of building a pot that outgrows your comfort zone. The result is not only reduced variance, but increased credibility. Your line appears thoughtful, balanced, and unpredictable. Awareness also allows you to use pot control offensively. Against players who overvalue their hands, small bets act as subtle traps. You keep them engaged without alerting them to danger. You let them contribute chips willingly, while you steer the hand's pace. This patience compounds. Every street you underplay slightly becomes another opportunity for them to misstep. The hand unfolds at your tempo, not theirs. Stack depth naturally ties into this concept. When short, pot control becomes protection. You avoid spots where one mistake means elimination. When deep, it becomes artistry, the ability to play multiple streets while keeping decisions light and reversible. In both cases, awareness dictates the proper balance. The rhythm of control is not fixed, it bends with circumstance. The best players adjust sizing, aggression, and patience like musicians adjusting tempo to match the melody of the table. Let's revisit a classic scenario. You hold pocket eights in middle position and raise. The button calls. The flop comes 9-6-3 with two suits. You bet small and the button calls. The turn brings a king. Awareness reminds you that this card connects poorly for your range, but beautifully for theirs. You check, allowing the hand to pause. They check behind. The river is a blank. You check again, ready to fold if pressured, but content if it checks through. They reveal 7-6 suited. You lose a small pot and preserve a large part of your stack. Pot control did its job. It turned uncertainty into safety without breaking rhythm. Patience, in this sense, is not delay, it is direction. It allows the game to breathe around you instead of through you. The player who forces outcomes drowns in variance. The player who controls pace learns to surf it. When you cultivate patience, you discover that time becomes an ally. The players around you grow restless. Their bets become inconsistent. Their focus fades. You remain still, watching, waiting. And when the rhythm shifts back to you, your decisions carry full clarity again. In tournaments, success often comes not from aggression or luck, but from preservation. Pot control and patience are how you protect your long-term energy. You save chips, reduce volatility, and maintain emotional equilibrium. Every small pot you navigate with awareness reinforces your foundation for the deeper stages, where calm precision decides everything. From middle position, you sit at the heart of rhythm. You feel the push of pressure and the pull of opportunity. Pot control keeps that balance intact. You act not out of fear, but out of wisdom, understanding that every pot you don't lose gives you space for the one that will define your run. Patience turns survival into strategy, and control turns awareness into endurance. Together they form the quiet strength that carries you through the long arc of the tournament, one calm hand at a time. Chapter 23. Reading Board Texture. Every flop tells a story. Some are sharp and clear, others layered and uncertain, but all of them speak to the dynamic between your range and your opponent's. Learning to read board texture is learning to listen, to understand what the community cards are saying about strength, weakness, and possibility. From middle position, where awareness already balances between early caution and late aggression, this skill becomes essential. You are often first to sense how the table's energy changes once the flop lands. Reading texture allows you to shape the story that follows, gently, calmly, and with intention. A board's texture is not only about the cards you see. It is about what those cards mean to both players' ranges. An ace-high flop feels comfortable for you when you've opened from middle position, but dangerous when you've called from the blinds. A low-connected flop favors those who defend loosely, while a paired board narrows the possibilities on both sides. Awareness turns these patterns into rhythm. You stop reacting emotionally to the cards and start reading them like tone and tempo, soft, sharp, fast, or slow. Let's begin with dry textures, flops like Ace-7-2, Rainbow, or King-8-3, with mixed suits. These boards contain few draws and limited interaction. They favor the pre-flop aggressor, especially when that aggressor's range includes strong top pairs and high cards. From middle position, when you raise and the blinds call, these textures belong to you. Your story aligns naturally with the board. A small continuation bet keeps rhythm steady, representing control without overcommitment. The goal is not domination, but flow. You let the table know that the story remains consistent. You opened strong, and the board has not changed that truth. In contrast, wet textures, flops like 9-8-6 with two suits, or Jack 10-9, create movement and tension. These boards connect heavily with calling ranges. Here, your awareness must slow the rhythm. A check or smaller bet invites patience. You are no longer telling the story of strength. You are listening to your opponent's reaction. Wet boards require humility. You allow the action to unfold naturally, keeping pot size manageable and waiting for the turn to clarify direction. The middle player's power lies in composure, not in forcing clarity where none yet exists. Paired textures deserve special attention. Flops like King 4 or 8-8-3 compress possibilities. They neutralize hand strength and invite bluffs from observant players who recognize that few combinations connect meaningfully. Your awareness here focuses on balance. You continuation bet occasionally, but not always. You mix checks with strength and weakness alike, keeping your range grounded in uncertainty. When opponents expect you to bet, your stillness becomes strength. You give them space to misinterpret your rhythm. Another layer of board reading comes from suit coordination. Two-tone boards like Queen 9-4 with two hearts hint at developing flush draws. You must recognize how these interact with both ranges. When the suits align with your hand, say you hold Ace-Queen of Hearts, you can bet confidently, knowing that future turns will often give you semi-bluff opportunities. But when the suits favor your opponent's range, caution replaces confidence. You slow down, allowing your line to stay consistent without inflating variance. Reading suits is about seeing not just what is, but what could be. Awareness also means understanding dynamic versus static boards. Dynamic boards, those with connected cards and potential for change, demand flexibility. You must be ready to adapt as new cards reshape equity. Static boards, on the other hand, like King 7-2 Rainbow, are less likely to evolve. Once they're dealt, their meaning is fixed. On static textures, you can build structure. On dynamic ones, you must flow. The mistake most players make is treating all flops the same, applying routine aggression where the rhythm calls for patience. Awareness breaks that habit. Consider a scenario. You raise from middle position with pocket nines, and the big blind calls. The flop comes Jack 8-6 with two clubs. This is a dynamic board, alive with draws. You recognize instantly that your pair, while strong now, could fade quickly. You bet small to protect your range, not your ego. The blind calls. The turn is a deuce, a blank. You check this time, letting the board breathe. On the river, a third club falls. Your opponent bets small. You call once calm and measured, knowing that their bluffs live in this space. You win at showdown against 8-7. You didn't control the cards. You controlled your reaction to texture. Texture awareness also extends beyond your own hands. When you observe other players, you begin to sense how they respond to certain boards. Some continuation bet every ace-high flop out of habit. Others freeze on paired boards. These observations are gifts. They reveal rhythm, how each player's comfort shifts with texture. You store this knowledge quietly. Later, when you face them in a pot, you already know how they interpret the landscape. You lead when they hesitate, and you check when they overextend. Awareness gives you the map long before the journey begins. In tournament play, board texture often determines variance. On smooth boards, chips move slowly, almost peacefully. On rough textures, they collide. The calm player adjusts their rhythm to the terrain. You don't fight the board, you harmonize with it. If the flop brings chaos, you slow down. If it brings clarity, you move forward. The table feels this steadiness, and their own tempo begins to follow yours. You are no longer reacting to randomness, you are guiding flow through interpretation. Awareness of texture also deepens post-flop storytelling. Every hand you play is a narrative. Pre-flop action sets the tone, the flop builds the scene, and the later streets resolve tension. When you read texture accurately, you control pacing. You decide when the story unfolds quickly, and when it lingers in suspense. This is what makes poker beautiful, the blending of logic and intuition, strategy and stillness. Reading boards becomes less about math and more about feel. From middle position, you hold a special vantage point. You see the flop after observing others act, and before many will react. This position allows you to interpret texture through both structure and energy. You sense how the cards will interact with their emotions, their habits, their patterns. Each flop becomes less a collection of numbers and more a reflection of rhythm. Awareness allows you to move within it, not fighting variance, but listening to its song. When you read board texture clearly, poker slows down. Fear fades, and patience takes over. You stop seeing flops as threats, and start seeing them as information, patterns that reveal where to push and where to pause. Every street becomes a continuation of flow, every decision grounded in the calm recognition of structure. The cards no longer surprise you, they simply arrive, one note at a time, in the ongoing melody of the game. Chapter 24: Bluffing Through Timing. In poker, timing is the bridge between awareness and opportunity. It's not just about when to act, but when to remain still, when silence has more power than motion. Bluffing, when done in rhythm, is not about deception, it's about alignment. It means sensing the moment when the table's energy turns soft, when your story feels believable, and when the opponent's will to fight has quietly faded. From middle position, bluffing through timing is not an act of defiance, it is an act of awareness. You are not forcing folds, you are guiding them. Bluffing begins with observation, not courage. The most successful bluffs are born from rhythm, not randomness. You study how each opponent reacts to pressure, how quickly they call, how long they think before folding. Timing is revealed through these micro-patterns. Some players fold after long pauses, others after immediate bets. You begin to feel their rhythm the same way a musician feels tempo, subtle, steady, unspoken. Bluffing becomes less about manipulating them, and more about matching the timing of the table's breath. The first principle of bluffing through timing is credibility. Every bluff must fit naturally within the story of the hand. When your line matches the logic of value, the bluff feels effortless. From middle position, this alignment is crucial because your range is visible to everyone. Players expect certain hands from you based on position and stack depth. Your awareness of this expectation lets you construct believable narratives. You don't pretend to represent monsters that make no sense. You tell a quiet, consistent story, one they can believe even as they fold. Imagine opening from middle position with King 10 suited and getting called by the big blind. The flop comes Queen 7-3. You continuation bet small. The blind calls. The turn brings a 9, adding a straight draw. You bet again, the same calm sizing. They call once more. The river falls a blank, perhaps a 4. Now you pause. Awareness tells you that your opponent's range contains many weak pairs and missed draws. Your story of value, top pairs and overpairs, is still intact. You slide a final steady bet across the line. The blind folds. You didn't win because of force, you won because your timing was true. The bluff existed within the rhythm of logic. Timing also means recognizing when not to bluff. There are moments when the rhythm does not belong to you, when the opponent's range is too strong, or when their mental state is too firm. Bluffing into tension is like playing off beat. Even if the note is right, it sounds wrong. Awareness protects you from these missteps. You sense when the energy of the hand resists your narrative. You fold without frustration, conserving the rhythm for a better moment. Good bluffs are rarely about frequency. They are about patience. From middle position, you face constant opportunities to bluff boards that miss both ranges, opponents defending too wide, late position players floating too light. The key is to choose when, rather than how often. Bluffing through timing relies on your ability to feel momentum shift. You might sense that a player has grown passive after losing a big pot, or that the table energy has slowed. These are your windows. The calm player does not force them open. They simply step through when they appear. Another layer of timing is bet size and pace. Bluffing with flow means using the same motion, the same tone, as your value hands. Your chips move the same way. Your pauses are identical. Opponents sense authenticity, not through the size of your bet, but through the consistency of your rhythm. A hurried bluff betrays anxiety. A mechanical one betrays planning. The true bluff feels organic, natural, even inevitable. You bet, because the hand's story reaches that point smoothly, not because you decided you must. Awareness also transforms semi-bluffing, betting with hands that still have equity, into art. These bluffs carry their own safety net. A flush draw, a straight draw, or 2 overcards can be both threat and potential. You use them to maintain pressure without risk of emotional imbalance. When you bluff through timing, even your semi-bluffs fit within flow. You bet when the board and your image support the move, not simply because the math allows it. Awareness bridges calculation and intuition. Timing also relates to tournament context. Early in the event, bluffing too much wastes energy and chips against players unwilling to fold. Late in the event, when tension rises and stacks shrink, awareness teaches restraint again. The best bluffs now come through selective precision. You wait for opponents to fear elimination more than they desire profit. In these moments, even small bets carry gravity. Bluffing in flow means sensing how the environment blinds, pay jumps, fatigue, changes the meaning of every decision. One of the deepest truths about bluffing is that it begins long before the cards are dealt. Your table image and earlier actions set the stage. If you've been patient, calm, and structured, your bluffs become believable by default. If you've been erratic, your truth loses weight. Protecting your image, as we explored before, gives your timing strength. The calm player bluffs less often, but succeeds more frequently, because every move carries credibility. The rhythm you've built over hours becomes the foundation of trust, even in deception. Emotional composure is inseparable from timing. The moment you bluff out of frustration, the rhythm breaks. The best bluffs emerge when your heart rate and breathing remain steady, when you feel no attachment to the result. You act with the same energy you'd have holding a strong hand, quiet, certain, unhurried. Awareness removes the noise of fear, allowing instinct to rise naturally. You don't talk yourself into the bluff. The bluff arises from clarity. Sometimes the best-timed bluff is silence itself, the decision not to continue, not to fire that extra barrel, not to press against a story that has become too strong. Awareness reminds you that folding can also be a form of rhythm. You are not retreating, you are resetting. In tournaments, control over energy is everything. Every bluff you don't take preserves patience for the one that truly matters. Bluffing through timing is the poetry of poker. It is rhythm turned into strategy, awareness turned into courage. From middle position, where you feel both the pressure behind and the structure ahead, your bluffs must live in balance. Too many, and you unravel. Too few, and you stagnate. The art lies in listening, hearing the faint pause between aggression and fear, where opportunity quietly lives. When your timing aligns with rhythm, bluffing feels weightless. You move in harmony with the game, neither pushing nor resisting, simply flowing. Opponents fold not because they fear you, but because your story feels true. You return your cards to the table. The chips slide quietly toward you, and the rhythm continues, steady, soft, and unbroken. Chapter 25. Playing turns with awareness. The turn is the moment where a hand matures, where the foundation of the flop becomes a decision of consequence. It is the street that separates control from commitment, patience from pressure. From middle position, playing the turn with awareness is about recognizing how the rhythm of the hand has changed and how to respond without losing balance. Every card that falls brings new information, but it also shifts emotional energy. The calm player reads both the board's texture and the table's tone before choosing how to continue. The turn is where most players begin to lose clarity. They act quickly, driven by fear of what the next card might bring. But awareness slows everything down. You breathe before you act. You recognize that the turn is not a test of aggression, but a moment of interpretation. The hand is halfway through its story. Your job is not to control the ending, it is to listen to what the story is telling you now. The first element of turn awareness is context. What happened before defines what can happen next. Your pre-flop range, your flop bet size, your opponent's reaction, all of these create the rhythm leading to this street. Awareness means carrying that rhythm forward naturally. If you bet the flop with control, the turn may invite another small continuation. If you checked for pot control, the turn may allow reassertion. Consistency keeps your story believable. Abrupt shifts in tone, betting where you should pause, or checking where you should protect, break rhythm and confuse your message. Every turn card belongs to one of three types: neutral, improving, or threatening. Neutral turns change little about the hand's dynamics. A deuce on a dry king-high board, for example. These allow you to maintain your prior plan, either continuing softly or controlling pot size. Improving turns help you, adding equity or value to your range, a flush draw completing, or a top pair strengthening. Here, awareness means knowing how to extract value without revealing relief. You stay composed, betting as if nothing changed. Threatening turns, however, are the test cards that favor your opponent's range or introduce draws you cannot defend. Awareness replaces emotion with patience. You slow the hand, checking more often, allowing variance to pass by instead of fighting it head-on. Consider a hand. You raise from middle position with ace-queen suited. The cutoff calls. The flop comes queen 9-4 rainbow. You bet small, they call. The turn brings a jack, connecting many straight possibilities. The unaware player bets again, trying to protect the hand. The aware player pauses. You sense that this card helps their range more than yours. You check. They check behind. The river brings a safe deuce, and you bet small, reclaiming value from worse queens. Your awareness preserved rhythm. You let the dangerous moment pass without breaking flow, and in doing so controlled the hand's shape from start to finish. Turn awareness also involves understanding equity realization. The turn often decides whether a draw deserves continuation or closure. When your hand gains additional potential, a straight or flush draw that picks up new outs, you can apply controlled aggression. Your bets now carry both pressure and possibility. But when the turn removes your leverage, such as pairing the board in a way that limits your bluffs, awareness teaches restraint. You check and accept that not every street must belong to you. You trade the illusion of control for the reality of endurance. Stack depth influences this balance deeply. With deeper stacks, the turn becomes a negotiation. You can afford to probe, to double barrel, to test reactions. You maintain rhythm with smaller bets, allowing space to maneuver. But with shorter stacks, each turn decision can define the hand entirely. You must decide before betting whether you are prepared to continue on the river. Awareness keeps you from committing chips to a path without clarity. Every action is deliberate, each step in rhythm with your overall structure. Emotionally, the turn is also where fatigue begins to whisper. Long tournaments wear down patience. Awareness reminds you that fatigue distorts perception. It makes threats feel bigger and opportunities feel smaller. When you sense tension, you slow down. You let your breathing recenter your decision-making. The calm player treats each turn as a reset, another moment to align awareness with purpose. You do not rush toward the river, you flow toward it. There's also an intuitive side to turn play, sensing how opponents interpret the changing board. A player who called confidently on the flop, but checks nervously on the turn, reveals a shift in rhythm. Their story falters. Awareness picks up this music change. You can reclaim initiative through small pressure, using the turn to test resolve rather than force it. Your awareness gives you permission to act lightly, but decisively, maintaining the flow of control without breaking composure. Sometimes the best play on the turn is stillness. Checking strong hands is a powerful expression of patience, an invitation for your opponent to act into you. This kind of delayed rhythm works because it contrasts expectation. When your energy remains calm and consistent, opponents misread stillness as weakness. They bet into your balance, and you catch them gently. Awareness turns silence into strength. Turn awareness also carries strategic foresight. Every decision here must include preparation for the river. When you bet, you plan which rivers you will continue on, and which you will surrender. When you check, you anticipate how you will respond to different sizes or outcomes. This foresight removes panic. You are no longer reacting to randomness. You are flowing through a structure you quietly built long before the final card arrives. Imagine another example. You open with pocket tens, and the big blind calls. The flop comes 8-6-2. You bet small, they call. The turn is a king. Awareness sees danger. That card strikes their defending range. You check. They bet small, testing. You call calmly, knowing that folding here would be premature, but raising would break rhythm. The river comes a deuce. They check. You check behind and win at showdown. Awareness protected you from inflation and preserved your composure through subtle control. You didn't chase control, you stayed within it. The turn is where emotion tempts players to overdefine outcomes. Awareness teaches that patience is precision. Every bet, check, or fold should feel inevitable, the natural next step in rhythm, not a reaction to tension. From middle position, you occupy the balance point between action and analysis. Playing the turn with awareness means trusting that you don't need to force the game to find clarity. If you maintain rhythm, clarity will find you. In the long rhythm of a tournament, turn decisions accumulate like quiet brushstrokes in a painting. Each one adds tone, texture, and balance. By the time you reach the river, your picture is already drawn. The player who acts without awareness paints chaos. The one who flows paints calm. You play not for perfection, but for harmony, letting awareness guide each step one steady breath at a time. Chapter 26. Reading Reactions. Every hand of poker is a conversation. Chips speak, eyes whisper, timing reveals what words cannot. When you sit in middle position, you are seated at the center of this dialogue, close enough to feel every shift in tone, every pause that carries hidden weight. Reading reactions is not about hunting for tells in the dramatic sense. It is about listening to rhythm, to the subtle music of behavior that plays beneath every decision. Awareness transforms those quiet moments into guidance. You learn when to trust stillness, when to question movement, and when to act as if you've heard everything without saying a word. A reaction begins before a player touches their chips. It begins in their breath. The deep inhale before calling, the sudden exhale after betting, these are pieces of timing that reveal emotion. The calm player notices without judgment. You do not stare, you observe. You are not trying to exploit. You are trying to understand the tempo of others. The table, once random and chaotic, becomes a rhythm of repeated cues. Each opponent plays at their own speed, and awareness lets you feel when that speed changes. Reading reactions starts with contrast. Every player has a baseline, a natural flow of motion and timing when they are relaxed. Awareness means watching how that flow shifts under pressure. When a player who normally bets smoothly begins to hesitate, something inside has changed. When someone who speaks often falls silent, their focus has turned inward. The smallest alterations reveal the largest truths. Awareness turns the table into a canvas of micro-movements, chips, hands, posture, and pace, all echoing the story of their confidence or doubt. But reading reactions is not limited to others. It also involves recognizing your own. Every flicker of emotion you reveal teaches the table how to read you. Awareness means seeing yourself from the outside, noticing how your timing changes when you're uncertain, how your hands move when you're confident. You calm these signals through rhythm. You make every bet look the same, every check feel natural. The less contrast you show, the less readable you become. Awareness is self-observation, turned into stillness. One of the most powerful forms of reaction comes through timing tells. Some players act quickly to project strength, others pause to appear weak. Most often, the truth lies in reversal. Fast bets on strong hands, deliberate checks on weakness, or unexpected stillness after bluffs. Your job is not to memorize patterns, but to sense sincerity. When an opponent's action feels synchronized with the flow of the hand, it often reflects comfort. When it clashes with rhythm, discomfort lurks beneath. You are not decoding logic, you are hearing dissonance in their tone. Consider a hand. You open from middle position with pocket nines, and the big blind calls. The flop comes 10-4-3. You continuation bet small. The blind calls quickly, too quickly. Awareness catches this. Their timing feels rehearsed, almost defensive. You sense a marginal hand, not a monster. The turn brings a queen. You check, they check. The river is a 7. You bet small, representing controlled value. They hesitate for the first time, breathing shallowly before folding. You didn't read their face or their chips, you read their rhythm. Awareness translated timing into truth. Reactions also live in energy shifts. Every table carries an emotional current, calm after a quiet orbit, tension after a big confrontation. Some players absorb that current, others resist it. Awareness means sensing when the table tightens, when it relaxes, and when it drifts into chaos. You use this flow to guide your tempo. In calm moments, your aggression carries more weight. In tense ones, your stillness becomes power. The table feels these contrasts subconsciously. Awareness makes you the conductor of an orchestra no one else realizes they are playing in. Reading reactions extends beyond individuals. Sometimes the entire table responds collectively. A player wins several pots in a row, and suddenly everyone begins folding too quickly. Another player loses a large hand, and silence spreads like fog. Awareness lets you recognize these group patterns and adapt before others do. You might widen your range during collective tension, or tighten it during shared looseness. Reactions are rarely isolated, they ripple outward. From middle position, you can see both edges of the ripple and move with it, not against it. Yet awareness also teaches humility. Reactions are not absolute truth, they are possibilities. You never rely solely on them. They guide intuition, not command it. Reading too deeply into one cue creates blindness to others. The calm player gathers information, then allows it to rest within broader structure, stack size, range, position, history. The goal is harmony, not certainty. You use reactions to refine your timing, not to dictate your judgment. Emotional awareness plays a large role in interpreting reactions. When you remain calm, you can sense subtle changes in others more clearly. Anxiety clouds observation, ego blinds it completely. The still player, grounded in presence, sees what agitation cannot. You notice how someone's hand trembles slightly when they bet large, or how another player unconsciously guards their chips when holding a monster. You file these details away, not to exploit immediately, but to understand the language of their rhythm. Over time, this fluency becomes instinct. There's also the awareness of non-reaction, the players who reveal nothing. These opponents can unsettle you if you seek clarity through visual cues. Awareness reframes this silence as strength. You recognize that unreadable players are often steady, not mysterious. You adapt by focusing less on their expression and more on structure, position, patterns, and pot size. You match their stillness with your own, turning the confrontation into one of patience rather than perception. Silence versus silence becomes a contest of timing, not bravado. In tournaments, reading reactions becomes more complex as fatigue sets in. Players grow restless, emotional restraint weakens, and rhythm breaks down. Awareness of this shift can yield subtle advantage. You recognize when someone's frustration turns into impulsive aggression, or when their exhaustion slows decision-making. You don't exploit their weakness, you simply adjust your pace to stay in tune. Awareness means maintaining your own stillness, as others lose theirs. From middle position, your vantage point gives you the best seat for observation. You are not trapped in the early shadows, nor blinded by the chaos of late action. You can see every flicker of emotion on both sides. Over time, you begin to predict behavior, not from pattern, but from presence, from how energy feels at the table. The cards matter, but rhythm speaks louder. When you learn to read reactions, poker becomes quieter inside. You no longer chase tells or overanalyze movement. You watch, breathe, and respond only when the moment aligns with rhythm. Awareness becomes your interpreter, translating stillness into meaning and emotion into timing. The table begins to feel transparent, not because you see through others, but because you've learned to see with them. You move within their rhythm, not against it. The true art of reading reactions is empathy, the understanding that everyone at the table is experiencing the same uncertainty, the same balance of fear and focus. You are simply the one who remains calm enough to hear it. And in that calm, awareness becomes more than strategy. It becomes connection, a shared rhythm that guides every decision until the cards are put away and silence once again fills the room. Chapter 27. Facing Late Position Floats. Every poker hand is a dialogue between control and challenge. When you open from middle position, you begin that dialogue with initiative, the first voice in the story. But late position players, especially the cutoff and button, are fluent in the art of interruption. They call your continuation bets, not because they have strong hands, but because they want to test your resolve. This is called a float, a call made with the intent to steal the pot on a later street. Facing floats is about maintaining rhythm under scrutiny. It is not about silencing your opponent. It is about holding your balance while they search for weakness. The first step to understanding floats is to remove emotion from them. Many players interpret a float as defiance, as if the opponent is challenging their authority. But awareness reframes it. A float is not rebellion, it's rhythm. It's simply the natural counter to initiative. You raised, they defended. You bet, they called. Now the story continues. When you stop personalizing their resistance, you can respond with clarity instead of frustration. You no longer feel compelled to prove control. You already have it, quietly. Floats thrive on patterns. If your continuation bets are automatic, observant opponents will notice. They know that if they call once, many players give up on the turn. To counter this, awareness teaches flexibility. You vary your rhythm. Sometimes you follow through with a second barrel when the board favors your story. Other times you check, allowing their float to drift aimlessly into stillness. The key is unpredictability. When your rhythm feels alive rather than mechanical, your opponents lose their ability to anticipate. Board texture again becomes your ally. Late position floats appear most often on dry, disconnected flops. King 7-2 or Ace 9-4 rainbow. These are boards where your opponent can call once, representing medium strength without real risk. On wet boards, floats are rarer. Calling exposes them to pressure on later streets. Awareness lets you recognize these patterns instantly. On dry textures, your plan includes possible delayed aggression. On coordinated boards, your plan often ends by the turn. You allow the board to filter out their ambition. Imagine a hand. You raise from middle position with Ace 10 suited, and the button calls. The flop comes Queen 7-3 rainbow. You continuation bet small. The button calls. The turn is a 5. You check, sensing that this card doesn't improve your range, but might tempt theirs to bet. They oblige, firing small, the classic float continuation. You call, calmly. The river brings an ace. You check again, and they give up. Your awareness turned their float into silence. You didn't need to fight, you let rhythm resolve itself. Facing floats also involves stack awareness. Deeper stacks allow your opponents to float more comfortably. They can use position and leverage to pressure you later. Shallower stacks reduce their freedom. A single misstep could cost them their tournament life. Awareness allows you to sense when floats are mathematically reasonable, and when they are desperation disguised as strategy. Against shorter stacks, you can defend more confidently. Against deeper ones, you proceed with balance, controlling pot size and timing. The most common mistake players make when facing floats is overreacting. They barrel too often, trying to teach the opponent not to call. But in tournaments, aggression without structure becomes wasteful. The calm player chooses their second barrels with precision. When the turn card strengthens your perceived range, like an ace, king, or connecting middle card, a small, steady bet continues your story. When the card is neutral or dangerous, you pause, allowing their float to dissolve naturally. Awareness means understanding that you don't need to punish every call. You only need to remain unpredictable. Energy and timing are as important as cards. When you act from irritation, your rhythm breaks, and opponents feel it. Floats feed on that imbalance. But when you remain steady, your bets consistent, your motions unchanged, you become unreadable. The late position player cannot distinguish strength from patience. They call once, then falter when the turn comes, and your stillness continues. They realize they are playing against control, not ego. Awareness is what turns your calm into quiet authority. Facing floats also means using their tendencies against them. Once you recognize who floats frequently, you can trap them with purpose. You check your strong hands on the turn, inviting their automatic stab. When they take the bait, you respond smoothly, not with aggression, but with timing. A small check raise or delayed lead transforms their float into surrender. The key is subtlety. You do not spring traps out of anger. You do it with rhythm, letting their patterns collapse naturally under their own weight. Another technique is reverse floating, allowing your opponent to take the lead after calling their flop bet, then reclaiming initiative on later streets. This strategy mirrors the psychology of the float itself, but from your perspective. When opponents realize that you can absorb pressure as easily as you apply it, their confidence diminishes. They begin checking back turns, giving up rivers, and avoiding marginal confrontations. You have not intimidated them. You have rebalanced the rhythm. Facing floats also demands emotional patience. You will not win every pot. Some opponents will outtime you. Some will catch favorable turns. The calm player accepts this as part of rhythm. You focus on decisions, not results. You fold when the board turns against you, not from frustration but from respect for variance. Awareness turns potential irritation into acceptance. You know that your consistency will outlast their timing over the long arc of play. In the deeper phases of a tournament, floats often lose their effectiveness. As blinds increase and stacks shorten, the room for slow play disappears. Players can no longer afford speculative calls, and awareness allows you to sense this transition. You tighten your post-flop decisions naturally, betting more for value and less for rhythm. The late position players who relied on floats begin to feel constrained, and your presence grows quietly stronger. From middle position, facing floats teaches you patience, humility, and control. You learn that initiative is not something you defend, but something you express. You stop chasing validation for every bet. Instead, you let opponents reveal themselves through timing, energy, and hesitation. Your awareness turns their aggression into information, and information into rhythm. Over time, they learn that your calm cannot be shaken. They float once, maybe twice, then stop, not because you punished them, but because your stillness made resistance feel pointless. In poker, the strongest response to disruption is balance. When you face floats, you do not push harder, you flow steadier. You hold your center, let others exhaust themselves, and remain connected to rhythm. The game begins to move around you, instead of against you. That is the quiet mastery of middle position, not controlling through force, but guiding through awareness. When you play from that place, every float eventually drifts into still water, and you remain at the calm center of it all. Chapter 28. Responding with Range Density. Every poker hand exists within a spectrum of possibilities, a range. Awareness means understanding not only what you hold, but what your entire range represents at any moment. When opponents pressure you, your ability to respond with density, to act as if your range is thick with strength rather than thin with vulnerability, becomes the difference between control and collapse. From middle position, where perception defines opportunity, range density is your armor. It is not about having strong cards. It is about projecting a range that is too balanced, too credible, and too calm to be attacked easily. Range density begins before the cards even fall. It's built through the consistency of your decisions. Every open continuation bet and check you make contributes to how others perceive your overall distribution of hands. A dense range feels solid, a structure of value, bluffs and control that holds together under pressure. A hollow range, by contrast, reveals imbalance, too many speculative hands, too few value anchors, too many patterns to exploit. From middle position, you must construct your rhythm so that density becomes natural. Each action aligns with a believable mix of outcomes. The first step in developing range density is discipline in selection. Your pre-flop opens must reflect stability. You do not stretch too wide for the sake of participation, nor fold too tightly out of fear. You include enough strong hands to anchor credibility, enough balanced bluffs to remain dynamic, and enough structure to survive aggression. This foundation gives every post-flop action strength, even when the specific hand is weak. Awareness teaches you that your actual holding is less important than how your total range appears within rhythm. Once you reach the flop, range density becomes visible through balance. When you continuation bet, your range must contain both value and air, hands that can continue across multiple turns and rivers. When you check, your range must still hold strength, preventing opponents from attacking your silence. The key is even distribution. Your rhythm cannot reveal which version of you they are facing. You act within a narrow emotional band, calm, deliberate, unbroken, so that your entire range feels consistent. This consistency is what gives it density. Imagine you open from middle position with King-Queen suited. The button calls. The flop comes 10-6-3 rainbow. You continuation bet small. The button calls. The turn brings a jack, completing your straight. You bet again, same calm tone. They fold quickly. What matters here is not the result, but the structure. Your betting rhythm and sizing matched your earlier range decisions. Even if you hadn't hit the straight, your story would have remained credible. Range density kept your line believable from start to finish. Responding with range density also involves defensive composure. When opponents re-raise or apply pressure, your ability to remain still determines how thick your range feels. Panic leads to thinning, overfolding, rushing, revealing weakness. Awareness keeps you centered. You recognize that your range can absorb aggression. Even when holding air, your calm conveys potential. You respond proportionally, not emotionally. You might call to protect your overall distribution, or re-raise selectively with hands that reinforce balance. Opponents who sense consistency begin to hesitate. They realize that your range always contains something capable of resistance. Density is also a matter of frequency management. If you bluff too often, your range becomes diluted. If you value bet too rarely, it becomes hollow. Awareness helps you maintain correct proportions without mechanical thought. You don't count combinations, you feel timing. You know when to add pressure and when to retract it. The steadiness of your rhythm becomes the invisible weight that keeps your range anchored. In long tournaments, players who manage frequency through awareness outlast those who rely on formulas. Another aspect of range density is turn resilience, how your range interacts with future cards. When you play hands that retain equity across many turns, suited aces, connected broadways, strong middle pairs, your range stays alive longer. Awareness guides you toward these hands naturally. You begin to prefer holdings that allow flexibility rather than fragility. Dense ranges can continue on more textures, defend against more lines, and maintain calm even as boards evolve. You don't crumble when one street doesn't go your way. Your structure endures. Consider a second example. You open with pocket eights, and the big blind calls. The flop comes Jack 7-4. You continuation bet, small, they call. The turn is a king. You check. They bet. Your awareness sees that this card benefits their calling range, not yours. Still, your check call keeps your range intact. On the river, when they check back, you show down and win. You didn't bluff or push, you preserved density. You showed that your lines still contained enough medium-strength hands to resist pressure. That steadiness deters future aggression more than any trap could. Range density is not just mathematical, it is psychological. When you play with awareness, opponents feel the weight of your range. They sense that your decisions are rooted in structure, not impulse. They hesitate before bluffing you, realizing that every line they take must pass through layers of balance. This perception becomes a quiet shield. Even when you're light, you carry presence. Awareness makes your range feel larger than it is, a calm horizon with no visible edges. In tournaments, range density also controls variance. A dense range produces consistent outcomes. You win many small pots, lose few large ones, and stay stable through volatility. A thin range reliant on extremes swings wildly. The middle player learns to thrive in stability. You protect your stack, not by avoiding conflict, but by staying composed within it. Each decision reinforces structure, and that structure sustains longevity. To maintain range density, you must guard against emotional distortion. Frustration, fatigue, and overconfidence all thin your range by making your actions inconsistent. Awareness resets you. You pause, breathe, and remind yourself that your true advantage is rhythm, not reaction. When your mind stays clear, your decisions naturally cluster around balance. Your range thickens again, patient, believable, and strong. From middle position, responding with range density is how you withstand the game's chaos. You're neither loose nor rigid, neither passive nor over-aggressive. You're centered. Your opponents feel pressure simply because you never break pattern. Each hand becomes part of an invisible architecture, a web of credibility woven from calm repetition. They cannot find the gaps because you've filled them with awareness. In the long rhythm of tournament play, range density becomes more than strategy. It becomes presence. You no longer rely on good cards to hold control. You create control through the shape of your decisions. Every bet carries quiet weight. Every check feels intentional. Your opponents sense it, even if they can't explain it. They fold more often, respect your timing, and yield to your stillness. That is the power of density, awareness made tangible, pressure returned without aggression. From the center of the table you learn that balance itself can be intimidating. Your range, built through rhythm and patience, becomes a living reflection of composure. And when others begin to play cautiously, simply because you're in the hand, you've reached mastery. You no longer win through force, you win through presence. That is the quiet strength of middle position. Chapter 29. Turning made hands into traps. Control in poker is rarely about how hard you push. It's about how long you can wait. When you hold a made hand, the instinct is to protect it, to bet quickly, to secure value before danger appears. But true mastery comes from the opposite instinct, patience. From middle position, where rhythm and restraint define your advantage, turning made hands into traps is a study in timing. It's the art of letting others build your pot for you, while you remain still, watching the rhythm unfold exactly as you intended. A made hand is stability, top pair, a strong two-pair, a set, even a disguised straight. But stability invites tension. You want to win the hand now, yet you also want to extract the maximum. The tension between safety and opportunity is where awareness lives. You cannot trap effectively without balance. If you slow down too much, you lose value. If you accelerate too soon, you lose rhythm. The calm player learns to rest inside that tension, confident enough to wait, aware enough to act when the moment arrives. The first principle of trapping is credibility. You must build your story correctly before the trap can exist. Every check, bet, and pause leading up to your strong hand creates the illusion of uncertainty. When opponents believe your range is vulnerable, they act freely. Awareness allows you to shape this perception. Your check on the turn doesn't just slow the hand, it invites curiosity. It gives your opponents permission to mistake patience for weakness. Imagine you raise from middle position with pocket queens, and the cutoff calls. The flop comes Jack 4-2 rainbow. You continuation bet small, they call. The turn brings a 9. You sense control, your hand is strong, and the texture is safe. But instead of barreling, you check. The opponent, interpreting hesitation, bets small to test. You call with measured calm. The river brings a harmless deuce. You check again. They fire large, bluffing into the silence they created for themselves. You call and collect. The trap wasn't built on trickery. It was built on rhythm. Your stillness became their invitation. Turning made hands into traps is not about deception. It's about understanding momentum. Most players try to control every hand through aggression. But awareness teaches you that true control often comes through space. When you give opponents room, they fill it with assumptions. That space becomes the stage where your patience performs. The timing of each check or call must feel natural, not calculated. If it feels forced, the rhythm breaks, and the trap collapses before it closes. Stack depth also shapes your ability to trap. With deep stacks, you have freedom to let opponents build pots without fear of losing all at once. Your checks carry meaning, your calls maintain balance. But with shorter stacks, trapping becomes riskier. One misstep, and you lose all fold equity. Awareness helps you sense which traps have space to breathe and which require control. You don't trap simply because you can. You trap because the structure supports it. Another essential concept is story symmetry. Your trap must align with the logic of the hand. For example, if you've been representing a cautious, balanced range, an abrupt shift into overaggression on the river betrays the story. Awareness keeps your actions in rhythm with previous streets. A check call line must flow into another check or small lead, not a sudden overbet. The best traps feel like extensions of prior decisions. Natural, believable, effortless. When opponents fold after betting into your stillness, they walk away believing they beat themselves. Sometimes the trap is not about catching bluffs, but about extracting more from value. When you check strong hands against players who bet too thinly, you allow them to hang themselves gently. They think they're winning. You let them think it longer. Awareness teaches that timing, not speed, determines profit. The longer you keep them comfortable, the larger their eventual mistake. Patience, here, is not passivity, it's control expressed through restraint. Emotional discipline anchors every successful trap. The hardest part is enduring uncertainty. When you check with a made hand, you invite risk. A scare card could fall, a flush could complete, a straight could connect. Awareness keeps you from reacting to these fears. You breathe through the tension. You remember that trapping is not about control over outcomes, but over perception. You're not trying to prevent danger, you're allowing others to believe danger doesn't exist. Traps also rely on opponent profiling. Against aggressive players who bet often when checked to, traps thrive. Against cautious players who prefer pot control, they fail. Awareness lets you choose your targets wisely. You cannot trap the patient, you can only trap the restless. From middle position, you sense who cannot resist testing you. The player who always bets when checked to, who sees silence as weakness. You give them space, one hand at a time, until they talk themselves into a mistake. Here's another example. You open with King-Jack suited, and the button calls. The flop comes King-8-5. You bet small, and they call. The turn brings a 3. You check. They check behind. The river brings a 10. You bet small now, as if uncertain, and they raise. You call instantly. They show King-9, top pair, worse kicker. You win quietly. Your line was consistent, your rhythm unbroken. The trap worked not because you tricked them, but because you let them see what they wanted to see. Safety. Trapping also strengthens your table image. When opponents witness your calm in winning pots without aggression, they begin to doubt their reads. They fold more often when you bet, call more often when you check, and lose balance trying to decode you. Awareness turns patience into intimidation. You are not unpredictable through chaos, but through control. The rhythm of your game becomes unreadable because it contains no sharp edges, only flow. Over the long arc of a tournament, traps preserve both energy and structure. You win without overexertion, allowing others to invest emotionally and financially into pots that you quietly own. Your awareness ensures that each trap serves rhythm, not ego. You're not proving cleverness, you're expressing stillness, the understanding that most opponents defeat themselves if given time and space. From middle position, turning made hands into traps is an exercise in trust, trusting your read, your rhythm, and your patience. You no longer chase value, you invite it. You no longer force errors, you allow them. The table begins to orbit your calm, unaware that the quietest player is the one shaping its flow. And when your opponents finally realize they've been playing inside your timing all along, it's too late. The trap has already closed, softly, without sound. Chapter 30. Turn Pressure as Leverage. The turn is not only a place of reflection, it is a fulcrum of force. When applied with precision, turn pressure becomes one of the most powerful tools in tournament poker. It is not about intimidation, it is about timing. From middle position, where awareness lives between caution and courage, the turn is where you can shift the entire rhythm of a hand. You use the weight of your decisions to make others question their own. This is leverage, the art of using awareness to bend momentum in your favor, without breaking balance. Pressure on the turn carries a different gravity than pressure on the flop. By this point, the pot has grown, ranges have narrowed, and emotions have deepened. Every action feels heavier. Awareness means understanding that the turn magnifies meaning. A small bet becomes a statement, and a large one feels final. When you apply pressure here, you are not just betting chips, you are speaking in the language of commitment. To do this effectively, your rhythm must be calm, deliberate, and rooted in clarity. The first step to mastering turn pressure is recognizing who feels the weight of the moment most. Some players crumble when the pot grows beyond their comfort zone. Others thrive in it. Awareness helps you identify these tendencies early. Against the hesitant, you can apply small, repeated pressure, the kind that forces them to retreat gradually. Against the brave, you choose your spots carefully, allowing them to overextend into danger. You are not attacking blindly. You are sculpting their response through timing. Turn pressure relies on texture evolution. You must know how the new card changes the story. When a high card hits that favors your range, an ace after you raised pre-flop, or a queen that connects to your strong broadways, you can represent that shift with confidence. A well-timed bet here reclaims control, even if your hand missed. Awareness transforms the card's symbolism into leverage. But when the turn helps your opponent's range, connecting low cards or completing draws, pressure loses power. You slow down, preserving rhythm rather than forcing it. Imagine a hand. You raise from middle position with King-Jack suited, and the big blind calls. The flop comes 9, 5-2, rainbow. You continuation bet small, they call. The turn brings a queen. This card is perfect for you. It fits your perceived range and threatens theirs. You bet again, slightly larger now. The blind folds after a pause. This is turn pressure in its purest form, not aggression for its own sake, but rhythm turned into command. You didn't need a hand, you needed awareness of how the story changed. Another kind of turn pressure comes from initiative inversion, taking control back after checking the flop. When you check with intent and your opponent bets, a turn card that shifts texture gives you permission to lead again. This reassertion feels jarring to them. They believed they owned the hand, and now they must reassess. Awareness allows you to sense when this inversion feels natural, rather than forced. A soft lead on a favorable card communicates calm control. You are not chasing, you are reclaiming. The table feels the difference. Stack depth magnifies leverage. With deeper stacks, your turn pressure creates psychological tension. You threaten future streets. Opponents know that calling now could lead to harder choices later. Awareness lets you size accordingly. You don't need massive bets. Even moderate pressure carries the echo of potential danger. With shorter stacks, your leverage shifts toward finality. The bet itself becomes a commitment. Here, awareness keeps you precise. You use pressure to win the pot immediately, not to set up later waves. Turn pressure also thrives on emotional rhythm. The longer the session, the more players settle into patterns. They call the flop routinely, almost on autopilot, expecting to reevaluate on the turn. This predictability creates opportunity. When you sense this rhythm, when you feel that they're calling out of habit rather than confidence, that is the moment to strike. A well-timed second barrel against a complacent opponent often ends the hand, not because of strength but because you disrupted their expectation. Awareness transforms their comfort into leverage. Consider a deeper example. You raise from middle position with pocket sevens, and the button calls. The flop comes 10-6-4 with two suits. You continuation bet small, the button calls. The turn brings a king. You recognize that this card hits your perceived range far more than theirs. You bet 2/3 of the pot, your largest sizing yet. The button folds instantly. You didn't improve, but you evolved. Your rhythm stayed consistent, and the board gave you permission to apply pressure. That is leverage born of awareness. But turn pressure is not always applied through betting. Sometimes it manifests through controlled stillness, the act of checking with strength. When opponents expect aggression and meet patience instead, their rhythm breaks. They second-guess their plan, hesitate on sizing, and reveal discomfort. Your awareness guides these moments. You allow silence to do the work that a bet might have accomplished. The key is maintaining the same calm presence, whether you bet or wait. Pressure, when grounded in awareness, needs no force to be felt. Awareness also helps you avoid overuse of this tool. Too much turn pressure can backfire. If opponents know you fire often, they begin trapping, letting you hang yourself with consistency. To stay unpredictable, you must pair pressure with pauses. Some turns invite aggression, others demand stillness. The discipline to choose correctly defines your control. Awareness isn't about doing more, it's about doing enough. In tournaments, turn pressure is particularly potent because of its relationship to survival. Players fear losing large portions of their stack. When blinds are high and decision-making tightens, the turn becomes a line between courage and surrender. Your calm aggression, expressed through balanced sizing and rhythm, can move others off hands they would normally defend. Awareness ensures you apply this power without recklessness. You don't threaten out of anger, you persuade through timing. The psychological essence of turn pressure is anticipation. Opponents feel it before it arrives. They see the bet coming, and anxiety rises. The calm player uses that anticipation as a silent weapon. You lean into patience, bet with confidence, and exhale through the moment. Awareness allows you to occupy that space of stillness while others tense. They fold not because they believe you, but because they don't want to continue feeling that discomfort. From middle position, turn pressure is not about domination, it is about persuasion. You guide the hand's story through awareness of timing, texture, and emotion. You bet when the rhythm feels open, and pause when it tightens. You are both participant and observer, shaping flow without forcing outcomes. Opponents will feel the weight of your calm long before the chips leave your hand. In the long rhythm of the game, awareness teaches that leverage does not come from strength alone. It comes from patience, layered with precision, from knowing exactly when to apply weight and when to release it. Turn pressure, used in this way, becomes poetry in motion, soft but powerful, deliberate but free. You don't overpower opponents, you move them. And as the pot slides your way once more, you realize the quiet truth of mastery, that real pressure is not loud, it's steady. Chapter 31, Endgame Adaptation. Tournaments are marathons disguised as sprints. The pace may begin gentle, but by the end, every hand feels compressed, every pot a decision for survival or victory. The late stages, the endgame, demand a kind of awareness that transcends mechanics. From middle position, your world shifts once again. Stack sizes shrink, blinds loom, and emotions tighten. Adaptation here is not about inventing new strategies. It's about refining your rhythm. You've learned to play with patience, timing, and control. Now you learn to do all of that faster, under pressure, and without breaking your calm. Endgame awareness begins with recognition of transformation. The same players who once played comfortably in deep stacks now act differently. The cautious may become desperate. The confident may grow impatient. Even your own tendencies evolve. The desire to lock up chips or chase final tables can distort rhythm. The calm player observes these shifts without judgment. You remind yourself that the structure is constant, but the energy has changed. Endgame adaptation begins not in new tactics, but in clear perception of altered dynamics. From middle position, the most important factor in late-stage play is stack context. You are surrounded by varying depths, short stacks waiting to shove, medium stacks guarding their survival, big stacks pressing relentlessly. Awareness means knowing where you stand among them, and how that status shapes every decision. When you hold a middling stack, your power lies in discipline. You open selectively, choosing spots that allow fold equity without risking collapse. When deep, you use your calm presence to pressure those afraid of elimination. You don't attack recklessly, you apply steady weight through rhythm. In the late stages, aggression sharpens, but awareness must soften. Many players begin to operate purely on survival instinct, folding too much, avoiding confrontation, waiting for luck. You adapt by staying fluid. You recognize that control still exists in flow, even as chaos rises. Every open from middle position becomes a test of timing. You steal blinds not through force, but through consistency, betting with the same confidence, whether your hand is strong or speculative. You don't need to win every pot, you only need to keep moving forward in rhythm. One of the defining features of endgame adaptation is positional awareness under pressure. Early positions tighten naturally, but from the middle, your range remains dynamic. You are close enough to see who is protecting chips and who is hunting them. Awareness lets you identify imbalance instantly. When players behind you show fear, you open wider. When they begin shoving light, you adjust by tightening just enough to trap. Middle position becomes a lens through which all energy at the table converges. You are not reacting to pressure, you are measuring it. The endgame is also where patience transforms into courage. Awareness reminds you that every fold must be purposeful, but so must every risk. You no longer have the luxury of infinite time. The blinds erode stacks, and the rhythm of the tournament speeds up. To survive, your awareness must include acceptance. Acceptance of variance, of timing, of uncertainty. You cannot wait for perfect spots. You must trust your preparation, your rhythm, and your ability to stay calm once chips cross the line. The player who fears elimination invites it. The one who acts within rhythm defies it. Let's imagine a hand. You sit with 24 big blinds in middle position. The blinds are high, the table tight. You open with ace-9 suited. The button, a big stack, calls. The flop comes queen-7-2, with 2 of your suit. You continuation bet small, they call. The turn brings a blank. You check, allowing flow to pause. They check behind. The river brings a 9. You bet small again, and they fold. It's a quiet hand, but it embodies endgame awareness. Small pots, clear decisions, no panic. You preserve stack and rhythm, the twin foundations of deep tournament survival. Endgame play also demands ICM awareness, understanding the monetary or strategic implications of each decision. Near pay jumps, or final tables, chip value becomes non-linear. A single misstep can erase hours of work. Awareness in these moments means protecting not just your stack, but your emotional balance. You recognize when to pass on marginal spots, and when to capitalize on fear. You no longer chase chip accumulation for its own sake. You pursue efficiency. Every bet, fold, and call is weighed against position, stack, and future opportunity. As the field narrows, your ability to sense emotional fatigue becomes decisive. Opponents who were once composed begin to crack. Their breathing quickens. Their folds come faster. Their bets lose rhythm. You stay steady, anchored in the same calm you've cultivated since the start. Your awareness of energy, both internal and external, becomes your greatest edge. You may not play more hands than others, but you play clearer ones. You act when they hesitate, and you rest when they react. Awareness turns exhaustion into advantage. Endgame adaptation is also about temporal control, how you manage the pace of play itself. When tension rises, you slow down slightly, forcing others to feel time. Your deliberate pace invites reflection. Opponents caught in emotion may rush. When the table speeds up, you stay grounded. Your actions, smooth and unhurried, radiate confidence. The table senses your steadiness and adjusts subconsciously. You begin to guide the overall tempo of the endgame without ever speaking a word. Emotionally, the late stages are where ego whispers loudest. You've survived long hours, built structure, endured variance. Awareness keeps that pride from turning into impatience. You remind yourself that the game doesn't end when you want it to. It ends when rhythm decides it's ready. You maintain humility through every victory and stillness through every setback. Endgame adaptation is not about finishing perfectly, it's about finishing present. You stay within rhythm, one decision at a time, until the tournament concludes, however it may. From middle position, the endgame feels both chaotic and serene. The action around you sharpens, yet your awareness widens. You see not only the cards and chips, but the emotions, timing, and fatigue that color every decision. You play smaller pots more beautifully, fold with grace, shove with certainty, and call with understanding. Your edge is no longer theoretical, it's visible in your breathing, your timing, your calm. In the closing hours of a tournament, awareness becomes the ultimate endurance. While others fight against time, you flow within it. You adapt not because the situation demands it, but because awareness makes adaptation natural. You are not clinging to control, you are moving through change with presence. That is the quiet secret of endgame mastery, the ability to remain soft inside the hardest moments, balanced in the middle of pressure, patient even as the world around you rushes toward the finish. The game ends not with fireworks, but with stillness. The dealer gathers cards. The table exhales. You sit in the calm that follows, aware of every decision that brought you here. You played not to conquer, but to endure. From middle position, that awareness is your true reward. The understanding that in poker, as in life, the endgame belongs not to the loudest or boldest, but to the one who never lost rhythm. Chapter 32. Adjusting to Table Flow. Every poker table breathes in its own rhythm. It speeds up, slows down, tightens, loosens, a living, shifting pulse of human emotion and momentum. To thrive in tournaments, you must learn to sense that rhythm instinctively. From middle position, you are at the heart of this current, surrounded by its energy on every hand. Adjusting to table flow is not about controlling others. It's about syncing with the environment, becoming fluid enough to change pace without breaking composure. Awareness here is presence in motion, the ability to move when the game moves, and to wait when it pauses. Table flow is the sum of every decision made before you. Each orbit carries a distinct emotional tone. Some feel calm and patient, others grow sharp and frantic. The calm player doesn't fight these shifts, they read them. You listen not only to the cards, but to the texture of time itself. How quickly are players folding? How often do they defend? How many pots reach showdown? The answers tell you what kind of rhythm the table currently holds. Awareness means hearing this music even when no one is speaking. There are two dominant flows in poker: fast tables and slow tables. Fast tables feel tense. Chips move constantly. Raises, re-raises, and shoves come in waves. The air is charged. In these moments, most players react emotionally, either tightening to survive or pushing harder to match the tempo. You do neither. From middle position, you let the rhythm play itself out. You choose calm precision over chaos. You open slightly tighter to protect rhythm, and you allow others to crash against each other while you conserve energy. Awareness turns volatility into opportunity, a storm you quietly sail through. Slow tables, on the other hand, are filled with hesitation. Everyone waits. Hands stretch long between flops. The energy feels flat, almost heavy. These are the moments where your awareness becomes initiative. You add motion to stagnation. Small, steady aggression wakes the table. Light opens. Gentle continuation bets. Well-timed steals. You're not forcing action, you're restoring flow. The calm player recognizes that stagnation can be as dangerous as chaos. Awareness gives you the courage to move first when others have forgotten how. Adjusting to table flow also means understanding momentum waves, short bursts of confidence or tilt that ripple through players. After a large pot, attention drifts. After a bad beat, tension spreads. Each event alters collective psychology. From middle position, you are perfectly placed to feel these changes. You watch the defeated player fold early, the winners start playing looser, the others shift their ranges subconsciously. You adapt quietly, stealing blinds from the timid, trapping the overconfident, folding when the air feels heavy with danger. You do not resist momentum, you redirect it. Imagine a moment deep in a tournament. The table has grown cautious. Players glance at the clock between hands. Everyone seems to be waiting for someone else to act. You raise from middle position with 10-8 suited, a light hand, but one chosen with purpose. The blinds fold instantly. You collect the pot and continue. 2 hands later, you raise again, this time with ace-9. Another fold. Now the table begins to wake up. Someone re-raises the next orbit, overcorrecting. You fold easily, smiling inwardly. Awareness has shifted flow back toward motion. You didn't overpower the table, you simply reminded it to breathe. There are also microflows within orbits, brief moments when energy peaks and dips. You might feel a sudden acceleration after a long lull, or a quiet calm after a big confrontation. These moments are when many players lose balance. They act too quickly after excitement, or too timidly after chaos. Awareness anchors you. You stay in rhythm, matching neither excitement nor fatigue. You play with a constant pulse, steady, balanced, aware. In that steadiness, you become the quiet center of the table's movement. Stack distribution influences flow as well. Tables with many short stacks tend to tighten. Everyone fears elimination. Tables with deep stacks loosen and swell with creative energy. From middle position, you adapt instantly. Against shallow stacks, you tighten, recognizing that volatility now carries survival cost. Against deep stacks, you open your range and explore rhythm, using position to build pressure gently. Awareness of stack ecology keeps you harmonized with the table's natural pace. Another subtle aspect of flow is emotional energy. Some tables are filled with chatter, laughter, and connection. Others sit in silence, heavy and analytical. Both require different rhythms. In light-hearted tables, patience becomes your weapon. You let others play loosely and focus on precision. In serious tables, looseness becomes your disguise. Occasional levity or varied timing softens your image. Awareness allows you to adapt tone as easily as timing. You blend into whatever environment you find, until the table stops noticing you altogether. That invisibility is power. Awareness also teaches that table flow is cyclical. Fast tables slow down. Tight tables loosen. Aggression fades into passivity, and passivity reignites into conflict. You cannot fix the tempo, you can only move within it. Each time the rhythm shifts, you breathe and adjust a little wider here, a little tighter there. Over hours, this adaptability keeps you balanced, while others grow fatigued by resisting change. You're never chasing flow, you're aligned with it. Consider another example. You've been playing at a slow, cautious table for an hour. Then one large confrontation erupts. 2 big stacks go all in. Suddenly tension rises. The table feels electric again. Everyone starts opening wider, calling faster. You sense this change immediately. You tighten up for 2 orbits, letting the adrenaline burn off. When the energy cools, you resume your normal rhythm. Awareness keeps you in sync, while others swing wildly from one extreme to another. Adjusting to flow also means managing your own tempo. You are part of the table's rhythm. You influence it as much as you respond to it. When you fold, do it smoothly. When you bet, do it with confidence, but calm. Your movements are part of the music. Awareness turns physical behavior into subtle tempo control. The more consistent your timing, the more stable the table feels around you, even when tension rises. This stability feeds your endurance. In tournaments, adjusting to table flow often determines who survives longest. The unaware player tries to impose control on chaos and collapses under resistance. The aware player becomes fluid, adapting without effort. You don't predict the next shift, you simply feel it as it happens. Every moment becomes an opportunity to realign, to breathe with the table instead of against it. This is not luck, it's presence. From middle position, adjusting to table flow is like standing in a river. You cannot stop the current, but you can move with it, leaning into it when it's calm, bracing when it's fast, and stepping aside when it churns too strong. Awareness is your footing. Rhythm is your balance. You stay upright, not by force, but by feel. As the tournament deepens and others grow rigid, your adaptability becomes your quiet weapon. You glide through storms, drift through stillness, and let the flow carry you where resistance cannot. Poker stops feeling like competition and starts feeling like music again, a living rhythm of patience, timing, and awareness. Chapter 33: Breaking Predictability. Predictability is the invisible leash that holds many good players back from greatness. It creeps in quietly, through habit, comfort, or repetition, until your opponents begin to anticipate your rhythm before you even act. They learn when you'll raise, when you'll check, when you'll fold. In poker, predictability is not safety, it is exposure. From middle position, where balance and rhythm define your strength, breaking predictability is not about chaos. It's about controlled variation, deliberate shifts that keep your decisions alive while preserving your calm center. Every player develops patterns. It's human nature. You size bets consistently, fold similar spots, and time decisions in familiar ways. Predictability is not a mistake, it's a symptom of comfort. The problem arises when opponents begin to map your comfort zone. Awareness means catching yourself before they do. You observe your own rhythm, the speed of your raises, the cadence of your checks, the emotion in your pauses. You become the observer of your own flow. The moment you see your patterns clearly, you gain the power to reshape them. Breaking predictability begins with intentional variation, not randomness. You do not play erratically, you play with purpose. Every adjustment you make must fit the context. If you normally continuation bet dry flops, try checking some instead. If you always use small turn bets, mix in a few larger ones when the story supports it. The goal is not confusion, but freshness. You want your rhythm to feel alive, impossible to anticipate, yet always consistent with logic. Awareness keeps this balance intact. Imagine a hand. You open from middle position, with ace-jack suited, and the big blind calls. The flop comes queen 7-2. Normally, this would be an automatic continuation bet, a dry board that favors your range. But this time, you check. The blind checks back. The turn is a jack. You bet now, naturally. They call. The river brings a low blank. You bet small again, extracting quiet value from weaker pairs. Your decision to check the flop broke expectation. You changed the rhythm without losing control. Predictability was replaced with awareness. The most dangerous form of predictability is emotional rhythm, the subtle cues that show when you're comfortable or uneasy. Some players always act quickly with strong hands, and slowly with marginal ones. Others avoid eye contact when bluffing, but engage when holding value. Awareness allows you to regulate these impulses. You make every decision from the same calm place. You breathe, think, and act at one pace. To an opponent, your rhythm becomes unreadable, not because you hide emotion, but because you stabilize it. Breaking predictability also applies to pre-flop strategy. Many players use identical opening ranges regardless of table conditions. From middle position, this becomes an easy target. The aware player adapts dynamically. You tighten when aggression behind you increases, and widen when the blinds grow cautious. You vary open sizes, sometimes smaller to invite calls, sometimes larger to deter resistance. You do not fall into routine. Each open feels deliberate, molded to the rhythm of the moment. Opponents who try to memorize your range find it shifting beneath them like sand. Another subtle way to break predictability is through timing variation. The pace of your actions carries meaning, often unconsciously. If you always act instantly, slow down occasionally. If you often take time before betting, act decisively once in a while. These variations disturb assumptions without breaking your composure. You remain centered, never acting out of anxiety, only intention. Awareness lets you use time as a strategic tool. Your opponents, unable to find rhythm, begin to second-guess even simple reads. Predictability also weakens post-flop play, when you always follow the same sequence. Bet the flop, slow down on the turn, fold to river aggression. This mechanical line becomes easy to exploit. Awareness injects fluidity. Sometimes you double barrel turns aggressively when they favor your range. Other times you delay continuation entirely, reclaiming initiative on a later street. Your actions tell different stories each time, even if the underlying logic stays consistent. You're not breaking pattern for chaos, you're breaking it to remain alive within rhythm. Emotionally, breaking predictability requires comfort with discomfort. Predictable players cling to routine because it feels safe. But safety dulls instinct. Awareness means stepping just slightly beyond comfort, trying new lines, trusting timing, embracing uncertainty. When you do, you rediscover creativity. Poker stops being mechanical and becomes art again. Every hand turns into a canvas of possibilities, painted by timing rather than rules. That freshness keeps your decisions vibrant, even under fatigue. Your table image evolves with this adaptability. Opponents stop assuming they can categorize you. Some will think you're tight, others will swear you're loose. Both will be wrong. You live in the middle, balanced, fluid, unreadable. Awareness ensures that even when you change gears, you never lose structure. The table feels your calm through every shift. Predictability fades not through noise, but through nuance. Let's take another example. You raise from middle position with pocket eights and the button calls. The flop comes King 5-2. You check instead of your usual continuation bet. The turn brings a 10. You lead small, a reversal of expectation. The button folds. This single hand plants doubt. They no longer know what to expect from your range. Every future pot grows easier because you stepped outside pattern once. Awareness transformed stillness into unpredictability. Breaking predictability also extends to body language and tempo of speech. Some players betray rhythm, not through strategy, but through personality. They joke when relaxed, grow silent when focused, or sigh after folding. Awareness allows you to smooth these edges. You communicate the same steady energy in every situation. The table no longer receives signals of weakness or strength, only consistency. Predictability dissolves in the presence of composure. But breaking pattern does not mean losing discipline. Awareness ensures you never overcompensate. Changing too often becomes its own pattern, chaos mistaken for creativity. The key is moderation. You introduce variation gradually, naturally, within the structure of logic. You never move faster than rhythm allows. Predictability fades because your decisions feel human again, thoughtful, measured, alive. From middle position, you are the pivot of the table's perception. Everyone watches how you act, consciously or not. When you become unpredictable within calm, you shift that perception quietly. Opponents begin folding stronger hands, calling weaker ones, doubting their timing. The flow of the game bends around your stillness. You no longer need to outplay everyone, you only need to remain unreadable. In the long arc of a tournament, breaking predictability becomes a form of endurance. Players who rely on habits eventually run into mirrors of themselves and falter. The aware player evolves endlessly. Small adjustments, subtle pauses, changes in tone and pace that keep the rhythm fresh. You remain a mystery, not because you hide, but because you grow. Poker rewards adaptability more than perfection. From middle position, breaking predictability keeps you in that adaptive state, calm, fluid, untethered by habit. Each hand feels new again. The table cannot pin you down. You are no longer just playing cards, you are playing time, rhythm, and perception. Awareness is your compass, guiding you through constant change with quiet confidence. Chapter 34. Countering Table Aggression. Aggression defines poker's heartbeat. It drives the action, shapes every hand's rhythm, and dictates how tension builds and breaks. But aggression, left unchecked, becomes noise, an endless pulse that overwhelms players who mistake motion for control. From middle position, you stand at the crossroads of that energy. The players to your right create structure, those to your left create pressure, and you live in between. Countering table aggression is not about silencing it, it's about redirecting it. Awareness turns force into flow. Aggressive tables are loud tables. Raises come in waves, pots swell quickly, and emotions ride high. The unaware player tries to match this tempo, battling fire with fire. The aware player takes the opposite approach, slowing down. You don't resist aggression head-on, you absorb it. Every raise and shove becomes part of your rhythm, not a disruption. Awareness allows you to see aggression not as chaos but as information, a pattern of energy waiting to be redirected. The first step in countering table aggression is recognition of frequency. Aggressive players rarely sustain perfect timing. They act too often, bluff too deep, or escalate too quickly. Awareness catches these patterns early. You notice who attacks pre-flop constantly, who continuation bets without thought, who tries to dominate every pot. You store this information quietly. Then, when the moment aligns, when their rhythm reaches predictability, you respond not with defiance, but with precision. You let them define the tempo, then change it in a single calm move. The most powerful weapon against aggression is stillness. When opponents expect tension and receive silence, their energy breaks. Imagine sitting across from a player who re-raises every orbit. You open, they attack again. Instead of reacting, you pause. You look at their stack, glance calmly at the board, then call without emotion. The flop comes, you check. They bet large, as always. You call again. The rhythm they relied on, fear and reaction, disappears. By the turn, their aggression feels heavy. You check once more. They hesitate, unsure if their force still holds meaning. Awareness turns their speed into your leverage. From middle position, aggression often comes from behind, the cutoff or button pressing their positional edge. This is where range discipline protects you. You open slightly tighter, with hands that can withstand re-raises or play comfortably post-flop. When you defend, you do it with purpose. You don't chase revenge through light calls. You call with structure, ready to navigate turns and rivers calmly. Awareness ensures that your patience looks confident, not fearful. Each fold you make under pressure reinforces your credibility, and each call you make carries quiet weight. Another layer of countering aggression is tempo manipulation. Aggressive players thrive on rhythm, quick folds, predictable timing, instant reactions. You disrupt this by changing your pace. Sometimes you act instantly with strength. Other times you take your time before folding. You're not playing theatrically. You're creating uncertainty. They can no longer anticipate your responses. Their aggression becomes untethered, losing rhythm against your fluid timing. Awareness allows you to modulate speed like music, a tempo shift that turns their momentum into hesitation. Aggressive tables also test emotional stability. The constant motion can provoke impatience or irritation. Awareness guards against this. You recognize that aggression is not personal, it is pattern. You detach from frustration and respond with calm logic. When the table feels hot, you cool yourself. When others tighten in fear, you remain open. Emotional composure transforms chaos into clarity. Your energy becomes an anchor for the entire table, steady, confident, and grounded. Consider a hand. You raise from middle position with pocket nines. The cutoff, an aggressive player, 3 bets again. You call. The flop comes Jack 6-2 rainbow. They bet large, the same pattern they've used all session. You call, rhythm unchanged. The turn is a 3. They bet again, smaller this time. The tone shifts. You sense their confidence fading. You call once more. The river is a deuce. They check. You check behind and win at showdown. You didn't outmuscle them, you outlasted them. Awareness allowed you to turn pressure into stillness. Countering aggression also requires positional patience. When you're out of position against a frequent attacker, you protect yourself through structure, checking often, keeping pot sizes manageable, and waiting for mistakes. You don't try to reclaim control in every hand. You reclaim it over time. When in position, you apply soft resistance, flatting pre-flop, floating flops, and using turns to shift momentum. The goal is not to punish, but to rebalance. Awareness keeps aggression from dictating your tempo. At the table level, awareness means sensing when aggression is contagious. One player's confidence spreads to others. Suddenly, raises come from everywhere. Instead of joining the frenzy, you let the storm pass. You fold marginal spots and focus on observation. Every burst of table aggression burns itself out eventually. When it does, you are the one left with rhythm intact, stack preserved, and mind steady. Your patience turns volatility into profit. Sometimes, however, you must respond with controlled aggression of your own. Awareness tells you when that moment has arrived, when opponents expect passivity and leave themselves open. A well-timed 3-bet or a calm river raise breaks their assumption. You act, not from anger, but from rhythm. Your aggression feels earned, natural, and deliberate. It reminds the table that stillness is not weakness, it is coiled power. Awareness allows you to release that power only when the moment calls for it. In deeper tournaments, aggression often shifts toward fear-driven pressure, players bluffing to survive rather than to dominate. These moves are brittle. Awareness senses the difference between confident aggression and desperate aggression. You respond to the former with patience, to the latter with presence. Desperation reveals itself through rushed motion, oversized bets, and shallow breathing. You don't punish it immediately. You let it crumble naturally. Awareness keeps you detached from the chaos until opportunity aligns with timing. Countering aggression is, in truth, a form of balance. You cannot fight energy with energy forever. You must absorb it, redirect it, and let awareness dictate when to act. Every aggressive table eventually bends toward the player who refuses to react, the one who remains grounded in rhythm while others chase momentum. From middle position, this composure is your strongest shield. Over time, the entire table begins to change around you. The most aggressive players slow down. Their bets shrink. Their timing softens. They stop trying to push you and start waiting for your moves instead. That shift from chasing to respecting is the silent victory of awareness. You didn't overpower them. You realigned the rhythm until it played at your pace. In the long rhythm of tournament poker, countering aggression is not about who moves first. It's about who keeps their breath steady longest. The loudest energy fades quickly, calm awareness endures. When you respond from that place, patient, measured, and unshaken, aggression becomes noise, and you become music. The table hums with motion, but you remain the conductor, quietly guiding the tempo of every hand that follows. Chapter 35. Positional Edge Maintenance. Position is the quiet advantage that threads through every moment of poker. It doesn't announce itself with big pots or spectacular bluffs. Instead, it accumulates silently, hand by hand, orbit by orbit. From middle position, that edge is neither constant nor guaranteed. It must be built, preserved, and renewed. Positional edge maintenance means more than simply acting later. It's about keeping your seat in harmony with awareness, preserving the flow of advantage even when others try to take it from you. Positional awareness begins with humility. You recognize that your edge is situational. It changes depending on who sits to your left and right, how deep the stacks are, and how the table's rhythm evolves. The players on your left, the cutoff, button, and blinds, are not just obstacles. They are reflections of your adaptability. The ones on your right, early position openers and tighter structures, shape your opportunities. Awareness in middle position is the art of existing between these forces, always adjusting, never fixed. The first rule of maintaining positional edge is information before action. Position is not power by itself. It's the ability to see before you move. You use that information to shape the hand's rhythm. When players before you act aggressively, you absorb their energy before deciding. When they fold, you fill the silence with your own initiative. Awareness allows you to sense when the table is tilting toward caution and when it's leaning toward conflict. You act only when your position supports the rhythm. Positional maintenance also means protecting your advantage by avoiding entanglement with superior position. You must respect the players behind you. If the button is active and observant, you tighten slightly, reducing open frequency. You don't surrender your range, you refine it. You choose hands that defend well, strong broadways, suited aces, medium pairs, while trimming speculative ones that can't withstand post-flop pressure. Awareness ensures you never turn your positional edge into positional exposure. Consider a simple scenario. You raise from middle position with king-queen suited, and the cutoff a skilled aggressive player calls. The blinds fold. You continuation bet a dry queen high flop, and they call smoothly. The turn brings a harmless card. You check, controlling the pot and allowing rhythm to breathe. The button checks back. On the river, you bet small for value, extracting from weaker queens. You won not because you forced position, but because you respected it. You allowed your positional advantage to express itself through timing, not through dominance. To maintain edge, you must also learn positional patience. From middle position, it's easy to feel pressure to act. You're close enough to the button to sense opportunity, but not far enough to be free. Patience protects your rhythm here. You don't need to seize every opening, you only need to move in harmony with flow. Each orbit brings new dynamics. A player to your left may tighten after losing a pot. Another might grow overconfident. Awareness tracks these fluctuations quietly. You don't rush to exploit them. You wait until the current shifts in your favor. Stack sizes play a critical role in positional maintenance. Deep stacks enhance your flexibility. Shallow stacks constrain it. When short stacks sit behind you, your opens must tighten to avoid awkward reshove spots. When deep stacks sit behind you, you can expand, knowing post-flop space exists for maneuvering. Awareness makes these transitions fluid. You adapt naturally, without emotional friction. Your positional edge remains steady because your range evolves with structure. Another layer of maintenance comes from post-flop management. Position determines visibility, who acts first, who reacts second, and who controls the final rhythm of betting. When you have position, you use smaller bets to control tempo. When you're out of position, you protect your rhythm by keeping pots manageable. Awareness prevents ego from distorting this balance. You never chase control through over-aggression. You let structure guide you. The calm player knows that positional strength lies not in loudness, but in timing. Let's look at a contrasting example. You call from middle position with pocket eights after an early position open. The button and blinds fold. The flop comes 9-5-2. Your opponent bets small. You call. The turn brings a king. They check. You sense hesitation. The flow of initiative shifts toward you. You check back, maintaining rhythm. The river is a 4. They bet small again. You call once more, and they show ace-10. Your awareness of positional flow, when to let them lead, when to keep them guessing, preserved your edge. You didn't overreach, you maintained balance. In aggressive games, maintaining positional advantage also means reclaiming rhythm when disrupted. Sometimes an opponent behind you keeps 3-betting or squeezing, threatening your comfort zone. Awareness tells you not to resist every time. Instead, you choose specific moments to stand your ground, a timely 4-bet with a strong holding, a flat call that traps their momentum. By doing this sparingly and calmly, you reset the dynamic. They stop attacking automatically, and your position regains equilibrium. Positional maintenance is also emotional. As fatigue sets in, players lose sensitivity to placement. They start opening hands out of boredom, defending too wide, or ignoring the dangers of acting early. You remain aware. Every hand begins with a reset. Where am I in relation to the table's energy? Who has acted? Who will act after me? Awareness turns position into a living variable, not a static seat number. You never lose track of where you stand, physically, strategically, or emotionally. Awareness also helps you extend your positional presence beyond your seat. Through consistent rhythm and calm reputation, you influence action even when you're not in a hand. Opponents adjust subconsciously, folding more when you raise, checking more when you call. Your awareness radiates into the table's flow. You maintain your edge, not by action, but by aura, a quiet pressure born of steadiness. From middle position, you occupy the balance point of the table's geometry. Every decision ripples outward in both directions. Maintaining positional edge means protecting that balance, staying alert, flexible, and emotionally still. You don't rely on position as a crutch, you cultivate it as a skill. Each hand, you rebuild your edge through observation and timing. When the table shifts, players bust, stacks change, energy fluctuates, your awareness keeps you aligned. You breathe, adjust, and let your rhythm remain constant. That is how positional advantage endures, not through control, but through renewal. In the long rhythm of a tournament, positional maintenance becomes invisible mastery. You no longer think about your seat, you feel it. You know when to act, when to wait, when to flow. The table moves around you, but your awareness remains centered, calm, precise, and quietly in command. Chapter 36. Handling Multiway Pots. Multiway pots test every layer of awareness you possess. They compress clarity, magnify risk, and expose players who rely too heavily on simplified thinking. When more than two players see the flop, everything changes. Ranges widen, equity flattens, and the rhythm of the hand slows down. From middle position, these moments arrive often. You are the connector between early discipline and late aggression, caught between structure and freedom. Handling multi-way pots is about preserving rhythm in the midst of noise, keeping calm and clear when the table grows crowded. The first truth of multi-way poker is that value dominates. Bluffing loses much of its power when several players remain. Awareness means accepting this shift. You no longer bet to fold out ranges, you bet to extract value from weaker holdings while protecting against texture shifts. Your aggression becomes selective, your sizing deliberate. Awareness allows you to tighten emotionally, while remaining patient strategically. The pot grows faster, but your heart rate does not. From middle position, multi-way situations begin with pre-flop planning. Your opening range must anticipate the possibility of multiple callers. Suited hands and connected holdings gain strength here. They play cleanly when you hit and fold easily when you miss. Offsuit Broadways and weak aces, which depend on isolation, lose much of their charm. Awareness teaches you to choose hands that survive chaos gracefully. You are not seeking domination, you are seeking stability. Once the flop lands, the first adjustment is slowing down. In heads-up pots, continuation betting maintains rhythm and control. In multi-way pots, that same bet often surrenders information. Awareness tells you when silence protects you more than speech. You check more often, using position and patience to gather data. Each player's reaction reveals range density, confidence, and tension. You let them express first, and your rhythm flows around their motion. Imagine you raise from middle position with pocket jacks, and both the cutoff and big blind call. The flop comes 9-7-3, with 2 suits. You check, allowing the hand to breathe. The cutoff bets half the pot, and the big blind calls. You call calmly. The turn brings a queen. Both opponents check. You now reclaim initiative with a small bet, representing strength that fits the story. Both fold. Awareness allowed you to navigate tension without aggression, patience first, pressure second. The key to handling multi-way pots is recognition of shared tension. Every player feels it, even if they hide it. The pot is larger, the uncertainty greater, and the potential mistakes more costly. Awareness means feeling that tension and not amplifying it. You act with soft timing, controlled breathing, and measured bets. The calmer you appear, the more others reveal their discomfort. In multi-way settings, calmness becomes dominance. Another layer of awareness is positional sequencing. In 3 or more ways, your relative position to each player becomes crucial. Being between 2 opponents requires subtle control. You can't simply react. You must anticipate both directions. When you act first, your awareness must be proactive. You protect your range without overexposing. When you act last, awareness becomes receptive. You gather the rhythm of the others and decide when to close the hand. From middle position, you often occupy the middle of these structures, where observation matters as much as execution. Multi-way pots also magnify board texture awareness. Wet boards, those with draws and connectivity, become more dangerous. Someone almost always has a piece. You favor control, betting smaller to protect, without overcommitting. On dry flops, you can bet for value and still maintain flexibility. Awareness turns you into a conductor of pace. You decide how loud or quiet each street becomes. The pot may be shared, but the rhythm is yours to manage. Stack depth intensifies this balance. With deeper stacks, multi-way pots require restraint. The cost of misreading one opponent multiplies when 2 or more remain. You focus on pot control and structure, allowing the board to guide your decisions. With shorter stacks, you simplify. One pair becomes decisive, and your rhythm tightens. Awareness helps you feel the difference between complexity and necessity. You don't overplay deep, and you don't underplay short. Another crucial aspect is emotional neutrality. Multi-way pots can feel chaotic. Cards change hands, chips move quickly, and silence grows thick. Awareness protects you from internal panic. You do not attach to single outcomes. You attach to process. You fold when uncertain, call when confident, and bet when rhythm supports it. Every action feels grounded in stillness. The table feels your steadiness and begins to respect it. You become the calm axis around which the storm turns. Awareness also means knowing when to step aside. Many multi-way pots are unwinnable by design. When 2 opponents show confidence on wet textures, folding is not weakness, it is wisdom. Your awareness frees you from the need to contest every pot. You preserve chips, protect rhythm, and avoid unnecessary variance. Each fold in these moments is an act of strength disguised as stillness. At times, however, awareness reveals opportunities within chaos. When all opponents check through a board that favors the pre-flop raiser, you can reintroduce pressure, not recklessly, but rhythmically. A small delayed bet, extracts value from hesitation. You use timing rather than volume to reclaim flow. Multiway pots reward players who understand silence, who can sense when the collective confidence fades just enough to act. Consider another example. You raise from middle position with ace-10 suited. The hijack and button call. The flop comes king-9-4 rainbow. You check, as do both opponents. The turn brings a queen. You've now picked up a straight. You bet small, not to scare, but to guide. One player folds, the other calls. The river is a blank. You check, inviting their bet. They oblige, and you call, winning quietly. Awareness allowed your trap to emerge naturally, flowing with the rhythm rather than forcing it. From middle position, handling multi-way pots is the ultimate expression of balance, the coexistence of patience and control, silence and timing. You learn to slow the game without losing initiative, to read tension without absorbing it. Awareness keeps you fluid in moments where most players tighten. You don't chase perfection, you protect presence. Over time, you discover that multi-way pots are not about domination, but navigation. You can't control every factor, you can only remain aware of all of them. The best hands you play in these situations will often feel quiet. A small pot here, a fold there, a steady gain in clarity. Awareness becomes your compass through complexity. You stay in rhythm, calmly guiding chaos toward resolution. The game slows again. Chips settle. The noise fades. You realize that even in crowded pots, control has never left you. It simply shifted from power to patience. From middle position, that is where your true advantage lies, in turning confusion into rhythm, and rhythm into calm. Chapter 37. Navigating Stack Pressure. Stack pressure is the silent gravity that shapes every decision in tournament poker. It pulls on confidence, constrains freedom, and forces clarity. Every stack at the table, yours and everyone else's, carries its own weight and influence. From middle position, where you sit between the safety of structure and the risk of exposure, learning to navigate that pressure with awareness is essential. It's not about ignoring the numbers. It's about understanding what they do to rhythm, to timing, and to emotion. Every stack size has its own psychology. Big stacks project presence. They dictate pace and threaten elimination. Medium stacks live in balance, strong enough to survive, but cautious not to collide. Short stacks move with urgency. Every hand could be their last. Awareness means feeling how these different pressures affect not just you, but everyone around you. You start to see the table less as a collection of players, and more as a system of weights, a living ecosystem of tension and fear. Your first task in navigating stack pressure is understanding relative strength. Your stack's value depends entirely on its surroundings. 20 big blinds means one thing when everyone else has 20. It means something entirely different when the table is full of deep stacks waiting to test you. Awareness allows you to read this balance intuitively. You don't just know your number, you feel its meaning and context. That feeling becomes the foundation of your strategy. From middle position, stack pressure changes the tone of every decision. Deep stacks to your left limit your freedom. You tighten your openings to avoid being trapped. Short stacks behind you may shove light. You protect yourself by adjusting ranges and sizing. Awareness turns these adjustments into rhythm, not fear. You act with calm inevitability, never rushed by circumstance. Every move feels proportionate, deliberate, grounded. Let's imagine a hand. You hold 30 big blinds, a comfortable but vulnerable stack. You raise from middle position with ace-queen suited. The button, a big stack, 3 bets. The blinds fold. Awareness tells you this isn't just about cards, it's about leverage. Their deep stack allows them to apply pressure that you cannot match without commitment. You call, instead of pushing back, keeping the pot contained. The flop comes Jack 9-3. You check. They continuation bet small. You call once, rhythm steady. The turn brings a blank, and they check back. The river is a queen. You bet small for value, and they fold. You navigated their pressure, not by resisting it, but by letting it dissipate. Awareness turned restraint into control. Stack pressure intensifies as blinds rise. Every orbit costs more, and awareness must sharpen. You feel the pull of survival and the temptation to act prematurely. Awareness becomes your tether, reminding you that timing, not panic, determines outcome. You open slightly tighter, defend with purpose, and release hands that no longer fit your rhythm. You accept the flow of contraction and expansion. In some moments, your stack will grow. In others, it will shrink. Both are natural tides. The greatest challenge under stack pressure is emotional distortion. Fear of elimination disturbs rhythm. It makes strong players passive and weak players reckless. Awareness restores balance. You remind yourself that every chip still in front of you is potential energy, not a symbol of scarcity, but of possibility. You play each hand within its context, not its panic. The table feels your steadiness and begins to react to it. Others tighten. You breathe. Your awareness becomes gravity of its own. Another key aspect is reframing aggression. Under pressure, aggression changes meaning. It's no longer about dominance, it's about efficiency. You learn to use smaller bets, shorter ranges, cleaner lines. You conserve chips without losing rhythm. Awareness turns your stack into an instrument of precision. Each bet feels like a measured exhale, not a release of tension. You no longer seek to win every hand, you seek to preserve equilibrium. Awareness also extends to recognizing external pressure, the effect your stack exerts on others. If you're the deep stack, your presence alone limits their freedom. You can use that energy softly, not cruelly, leaning without crushing, suggesting without forcing. The goal isn't domination, it's flow. When your awareness keeps your pressure subtle, others misjudge it. They act impulsively, folding too often, or bluffing too light. Your control comes not from aggression, but from gravity, the quiet pull of consistent rhythm. In contrast, when you're the short stack, awareness becomes serenity. Panic serves no purpose. You plan your ranges ahead of time, understanding which spots are shoves and which are passes. You accept that pressure is now external, but not insurmountable. You focus on fold equity and timing. You don't wait for perfect cards, you wait for the right situation. Awareness helps you feel when others have stopped paying attention, when their rhythm grows complacent. That's when you strike, reclaiming life through timing. Stack pressure also defines the ICM stage, when tournament payouts distort value. Here, awareness is everything. You realize that survival and opportunity are no longer equal. A medium stack on the bubble must outlast chaos, not join it. You fold hands you might otherwise play, preserving chips for when pressure shifts outward. This patience is not fear, it is discipline. Awareness turns restraint into advancement. Sometimes, navigating stack pressure means embracing stillness amid urgency. The blinds rise, antes grow, pots inflate, and yet you slow your breathing, ground your awareness, and make each move smaller, simpler, calmer. You resist the illusion of haste. Others panic, chasing preservation or chip leads. You let them. Awareness shields you from that urgency. You act within your rhythm, not theirs. Consider another hand. You have 15 big blinds in middle position. The table is tight, each player protecting survival. You shove with King 10 suited. Everyone folds. One orbit later, you shove again, Ace 7. The table folds once more. You haven't doubled yet, but awareness has shifted energy. You've reminded everyone that you won't freeze. You're alive within pressure, not controlled by it. Your stack still weighs light, but your rhythm has regained density. Stack pressure, at its heart, is psychological rather than mathematical. It tests not how many chips you hold, but how deeply you understand their meaning. The calm player doesn't fear the swing of fortune. You trust the process, the gradual ebb and flow that defines tournaments. Awareness turns those fluctuations into rhythm. You stop seeing short stacks as doom and big stacks as dominance. You see only timing, the next balanced step forward. From middle position, navigating stack pressure is about grace under gravity. You adjust without panic, resist without rigidity, and act without ego. You let awareness carry you through moments when numbers seem louder than logic. Over time, that calm becomes visible. The table feels it. Your presence steadies the room. The blinds rise again, chips move in waves, and you remain centered, the quiet axis of composure, amid the noise of survival. In the end, awareness teaches that pressure is not the enemy. It is the proof of the moment's importance. You do not fight it, you flow through it. Each hand becomes a meditation on balance between fear and trust, scarcity and patience, movement and stillness. When you can breathe freely under stack pressure, the game itself begins to slow down, and every decision feels simple again. That is the calm of mastery, awareness strong enough to carry weight, without being weighed down. Chapter 38. Managing Momentum Swings. Momentum is the emotional current of poker. It is invisible yet powerful, flowing through tables and players like wind through tall grass. Sometimes it lifts you. Pots fall your way, timing aligns, decisions feel effortless. Other times it turns against you, and the same stillness that once felt steady now feels heavy. From middle position, you live in the middle of these waves. Managing momentum swings is about maintaining your rhythm when the game tries to pull you off balance. It's learning to ride the tide without letting it change who you are. Momentum is not luck, it's perception. It's the story your mind tells about a sequence of outcomes. Awareness allows you to see that story clearly, to separate pattern from projection. When things go well, you don't drift into overconfidence. When things go wrong, you don't fall into despair. Awareness brings neutrality to variance. You begin to recognize that momentum doesn't belong to you or against you, it just is. You ride it gently, neither chasing its peaks nor resisting its valleys. The first step to mastering momentum is emotional regulation. Poker's rhythm constantly tempts reaction. Winning streaks whisper invincibility. Losing stretches whisper injustice. both are illusions. Awareness brings perspective. You remember that each hand exists independently, and that results do not define rhythm, decisions do. When you win, you breathe once and reset. When you lose, you do the same. The goal is not to suppress emotion, but to allow it to pass through without clinging. From middle position, momentum management begins in observation. You sit at the center of the table's flow, watching how others change when fortune shifts. Some players grow louder, raising more, leaning forward in their chairs. Others withdraw into silence. Both patterns are emotional tells. Awareness means seeing momentum, not just within yourself, but within others. When you sense their energy rising uncontrollably, you slow down. When you sense their defeat, you press softly. You're not exploiting emotion, you're harmonizing with it. Let's imagine a common sequence. You've lost 3 medium pots in a row, all standard, none catastrophic. Chips have left your stack, but not your rhythm. The temptation is to act, to force control back through aggression. Awareness intervenes. You fold the next orbit, breathing through the impulse. The table begins to underestimate your patience again. Then, when a natural opportunity appears, a well-timed open with ace-queen or a delayed continuation bet, you take it. The pot comes easily. You didn't recover momentum, you simply stopped fighting it. The opposite is equally important. When momentum turns in your favor, awareness keeps you from drifting too fast. The danger of a hot streak is not arrogance, it's acceleration. You start playing faster, talking more, and thinking less. Awareness slows this down. You remain humble in confidence, continuing to play each hand within rhythm. You recognize that momentum is fragile, easily broken by greed or impatience. Your calm prevents the rise from becoming a fall. Another form of momentum management involves table energy shifts. A single large pot, even one you're not involved in, can change the emotional climate. A big bluff shown, an unlucky river card, a confrontation, all ripple through the table. Awareness senses these vibrations. When tension spikes, you pull back, waiting for calm to return. When the table deflates, you step forward, adding motion through light opens or timely pressure. You become the stabilizer, the quiet metronome that keeps rhythm steady while others swing between extremes. Awareness also means understanding variance as rhythm, not chaos. You accept that momentum swings are part of the natural order of play. A few lost hands are not punishment, they're texture. Without fluctuation, poker would lose its artistry. Each upswing and downswing provides contrast, teaching timing, patience, and humility. You stop labeling moments as good or bad. They are simply phases of movement, one leading naturally to the next. Stack pressure amplifies momentum's illusion. When chips rise or fall, emotion follows. Awareness keeps you from attaching identity to stack size. You are not ahead when you lead, nor behind when you dip. You are simply at a different point in rhythm. The more you detach from measurement, the clearer your decisions become. Your hands regain purity, choices made from awareness, not anxiety. Let's take another example. You raise from middle position with pocket tens. The button calls. The flop comes, Jack 7-5. You continuation bet small. They call. The turn is an ace. You check, and they check back. The river is a 10, giving you a set. You bet small, and they call with ace-queen. You win a decent pot. Awareness stops you from celebrating. You breathe, stack your chips quietly, and reset. No elation, no rush. Just rhythm restored. You don't feed momentum with emotion, you guide it with calm. Momentum management also involves recovery awareness, the discipline to pause when rhythm truly falters. After a major loss, the temptation is to immediately get it back. But awareness reminds you that recovery is not reclamation, it's reconnection. You don't rebuild through speed, you rebuild through stillness. You take a breath, realign your focus, and make your next small decision correctly. Over time, those small decisions rebuild flow. Awareness keeps you grounded, while others drown in reaction. In tournaments, momentum swings shape perception. When you're running well, players avoid you. When you're running poorly, they target you. Awareness turns this into opportunity. You shift gears accordingly, tightening when they attack, expanding when they retreat. You let perception become your disguise. Momentum is no longer something that happens to you. It becomes something you can use. Emotionally, managing momentum is a study in humility. You accept that control is never total. You can influence rhythm, but not command it. Awareness teaches surrender, the kind that strengthens rather than weakens. You learn to trust process over outcomes. You win small, lose small, and let variance pass like weather. Your table image becomes one of unshakable calm. The more others swing, the steadier you appear. From middle position, managing momentum swings is both tactical and spiritual. You exist in balance, surrounded by energy, shifting from every direction. Your job is not to resist or dominate that energy, but to stay aligned within it. Awareness becomes your anchor. Each win and loss fades quickly into the same rhythm. Your presence never changes. You play, breathe, adjust, and continue. In the long arc of the tournament, this awareness becomes endurance. Players driven by emotion burn out in waves. You remain, still and steady, gliding through cycles. The cards rise and fall like tides, but you never drown. You've learned the quiet truth that momentum doesn't belong to anyone, it's simply borrowed. The master doesn't chase it, they learn to let it pass through them, untouched. That is the essence of composure, when even in the wildest currents of poker, you remain at peace in the middle of motion. Chapter 39. Exploiting Overadjustments. Poker is a constant cycle of adaptation. Every decision you make shapes how others perceive you, and every adjustment they make in response creates new openings. But awareness reveals a deeper truth. Players rarely adjust perfectly. They overcorrect. They swing too far in one direction, trying to solve the last problem instead of reading the current one. From middle position, where balance and observation meet, exploiting overadjustments is not about punishment. It's about precision. You let others move too far, and then you restore rhythm with quiet accuracy. Overadjustment begins with emotion disguised as logic. A player gets bluffed and decides never to fold again. Another loses to a tight range and suddenly becomes aggressive. Each correction starts rational, but ends exaggerated. Awareness allows you to sense the shift before it's obvious. You don't need to see their cards. You feel the imbalance in timing, energy, and frequency. Their rhythm changes, and yours stays calm. The first step to exploiting overadjustments is listening for extremes. Balanced play sounds even. Small bets, measured timing, moderate frequencies. Overadjustment sounds loud. Bets grow larger, pauses shorter, reactions sharper. Awareness detects this before others notice. When an opponent begins caboting every flop or folding instantly to pressure, you recognize that they've left the center. You don't confront them. You guide them back into your rhythm by giving them exactly what their overreaction seeks to find. For example, imagine a player who's been bluff caught twice. Now they slow down, check more, and fold easily. You open from middle position with king-queen suited, and they defend the big blind. The flop comes ace-7-2. They check. You bet small, sensing their new reluctance. They fold instantly. Awareness made it effortless. You didn't exploit weakness with aggression. You exploited overadjustment with timing. Overadjustments also appear after emotional moments. When a player loses a large hand, they swing to one of two extremes, over-defensive or over-aggressive. Awareness lets you read which direction they've turned. If they withdraw, you attack softly with value and light pressure. If they lash out, you slow down, trapping with patience. The beauty of awareness is subtlety. You never need to push hard. You only need to move slightly opposite of where they've gone too far. Another common overadjustment arises from meta-awareness, when players realize you're balanced and try to counter by guessing. They start bluff catching wider or re-raising lighter, hoping to disrupt your rhythm. The unaware player panics, tightening or changing plans abruptly. The aware player smiles inwardly. You allow them to self-destruct through excess. Against overcallers, you value bet thinner. Against over-aggressors, you widen your trapping range. Each shift feels effortless because it flows naturally from observation, not reaction. Consider another hand. You raise from middle position with pocket tens. The Cutoff, who has been aggressive since losing a big pot, 3 bets again. You call, calm. The flop comes Jack 9-5. They continuation bet large, another overadjustment. You call once. The turn brings a 3. They barrel again, this time smaller. You sense imbalance, their confidence is fading. You shove. They fold instantly. Awareness turned their overcorrection into surrender. You didn't outmuscle them, you let them overextend until rhythm snapped. From middle position, awareness of overadjustments means constantly tracking feedback loops. Poker is self-correcting by nature. Players react to outcomes, not principles. When you win several hands without showdown, they begin calling lighter. When you get caught bluffing, they tighten temporarily. Each adjustment creates its own vulnerability. You don't fight these shifts, you time them. Awareness helps you act not on the first change, but on the second, once the overreaction sets in. Table flow amplifies this. In tournaments, emotional energy spreads like weather. One player makes a big mistake, and others subconsciously adjust. Some tightening, others growing restless. Awareness sees the pattern as a collective rhythm. You step into the gaps left by these overadjustments. If the table grows tight, you open slightly wider. If it grows loose, you tighten and let them collide. You're never reacting to one person. You're aligning with the collective imbalance. Exploiting overadjustments also requires emotional neutrality. You cannot punish excess effectively if you're emotionally invested. The unaware player feels satisfaction in getting back at others. The aware player feels nothing, only rhythm. You don't see errors as targets, but as open spaces in tempo. You simply move into them. The less force you use, the more effective the exploitation becomes. Your advantage emerges from precision, not aggression. Awareness also protects you from your own overadjustments. Self-correction is natural. You fold too much, so you start calling wider. You miss value, so you start betting too big. Awareness helps you catch these swings before they spiral. You pause after each orbit, reflect briefly. Have I drifted? Have I started playing a version of myself reacting to the past? If the answer is yes, you breathe and return to rhythm. The same skill that reads others stabilizes you. Here's another quiet example. You've been continuation betting often on favorable boards. You notice the blinds starting to float more. Instead of firing blindly, you slow down. You check some top pairs, let them bet into you, and reclaim rhythm on later streets. They think they've adapted. You know they've overadapted. Awareness makes their counter-strategy collapse under its own weight. Exploiting overadjustments also involves temporal patience, the willingness to wait until the imbalance deepens. Many players spot weakness and strike too early. You wait for confirmation. You let them repeat the same exaggerated action 2, 3, 4 times. Only then do you move. Awareness turns exploitation into rhythm rather than reaction. When you finally act, it feels inevitable. In deeper tournaments, overadjustments often appear around critical moments, pay jumps, bubble play, final table tension. Fear creates distortion. Players who are steady suddenly fold premium hands or overbet marginal ones. Awareness stays detached. You see these patterns not as chaos, but as clarity. Pressure magnifies imbalance, and you thrive in the space between extremes. From middle position, exploiting overadjustments is not about being clever. It's about being still. You watch others shift their rhythm in search of stability, while you remain anchored in awareness. When they drift too far, you nudge gently in the opposite direction. One adjustment, one calm move, and balance returns to you. Over time, your presence becomes magnetic. The table unconsciously orbits your rhythm, correcting itself around your steadiness. In poker, the game does not reward the first adaptation, it rewards the second. Awareness ensures that when others move too far, you are waiting exactly where they land. You win not because you're faster, but because you're quieter, the one who listens to rhythm longer before deciding when to move. That is the essence of mastery, to let others chase correction while you remain in balance, patient and precise, always one quiet beat ahead of the game. Chapter 40. Deep Stack Clarity. Deep stacks are the canvas of pure poker. Wide ranges, long decisions, and limitless rhythm. When you sit deep, every street breathes more slowly. The pot is small compared to your chips, and the game expands into space. From middle position, deep stacks bring freedom, but also temptation. The calm player sees this depth, not as invitation to chaos, but as opportunity for clarity. Awareness in deep stack play is about seeing farther ahead without rushing to fill the distance. The first truth of deep stacks is that time multiplies. Every hand can unfold across 3 or 4 layers of decision-making. There is more room to maneuver, more texture to explore, and more mistakes to make. The unaware player treats depth as permission, raising wider, calling lighter, floating carelessly. The aware player treats it as weight. Deep stacks make every mistake costlier because more chips lie behind every decision. Awareness turns that potential danger into space for rhythm. Clarity begins pre-flop. From middle position, your open ranges widens slightly, but your awareness tightens. You prefer hands that play cleanly, suited connectors, Broadway combinations, medium pairs, and suited aces. You trim weak offsuit holdings that invite domination. Deep stacks reward subtlety, not volume. Awareness reminds you that every speculative hand must carry post-flop potential. When the stacks are deep, small edges magnify, and weak foundations collapse. Deep stack rhythm is defined by patience through abundance. When chips feel plentiful, discipline erodes. Awareness keeps your focus grounded. You no longer need to chase value or fear variance. You slow down, using each street as a conversation rather than a confrontation. Deep play is less about attacking weakness and more about building credible stories over time. Every bet, check, and sizing contributes to a coherent narrative that unfolds across the hand. Imagine a hand. You open from middle position, with Queen-Jack suited. The button calls, as do both blinds. The flop comes King-10-4. You've flopped an open-ender. You continuation bet small, 1/4 of the pot. Only the button calls. The turn is a 5. You check, letting rhythm settle. The button bets. You call, sensing balance. The river brings an ace, completing your straight. You bet large, your story consistent, from start to finish. They call and reveal 2 pair. The pot grows quietly into something meaningful. You didn't force depth, you flowed through it. Awareness also means understanding stack leverage. When you're deep, opponents fear your potential to apply pressure across multiple streets. You don't need to bet large to make them fold. The threat of future bets does it for you. Awareness allows you to use this invisible weight gently. You create discomfort without confrontation. You pressure through possibility. The calm player understands that deep stacks amplify presence, not just power. From middle position, deep stacks allow you to play more multi-street plans. You can set traps on the flop, apply pressure on the turn, and extract on the river, but only if rhythm remains consistent. Awareness ensures that your story flows naturally. You never force a barrel that doesn't fit texture. You don't overprotect a hand that doesn't need it. You pace your lines like a narrative, soft open, rising tension, quiet resolution. Deep play rewards those who treat every street as a beat in rhythm rather than a series of isolated actions. One of the greatest dangers of deep stack poker is false confidence. The illusion of safety, I can afford it, tempts players into unnecessary variance. Awareness dissolves that illusion. You remind yourself that depth doesn't protect, it exposes. Deep stacks extend your mistakes just as much as your opportunities. Every call, every bluff, every turn bet carries deeper ripples. You treat your chips as oxygen, not armor. Awareness keeps your discipline intact, even when you're far from danger. Clarity also means embracing uncertainty with space. Deep play often leaves you without closure. No definitive answers, just probabilities unfolding over time. The unaware player seeks resolution on every street. The aware player lets questions linger. You don't need to know, you need to observe. Awareness frees you from the trap of over-defining moments. You make the best decision available and release attachment to the rest. Consider another hand. You open from middle position with pocket nines. The cutoff and button call. The flop comes 8-4-2 rainbow. You bet small, both call. The turn brings a 10. You check, allowing rhythm to shift. The cutoff bets, the button folds. You call. The river is a deuce. You check again. They check back and show 8-7 suited. You win. Awareness protected you from inflation. You didn't turn clarity into chaos by overextending. You let the hand breathe to its natural end. Another layer of deep stack clarity is sizing intuition. Depth demands variety, small bets to build, large ones to polarize. Awareness lets you sense which size fits the rhythm of the hand. When tension is low, you bet softly. When emotion builds, you size larger to anchor control. Deep play is less about formulas and more about feeling, knowing when silence speaks louder than aggression. Awareness turns bet sizing into language. In tournaments, deep stacks appear rarely and vanish quickly. Awareness reminds you to cherish them. You're no longer surviving, you're exploring. You use the extra space to build image, to observe others, to practice patience. Deep stacks are where the foundation of long-term dominance forms. You shape your reputation quietly here, through consistency and rhythm. The calm player uses depth not to gamble, but to learn. Emotionally, deep stacks test ego discipline. Abundance breeds entitlement. You feel powerful, invincible, ready to outplay everyone. Awareness breaks that illusion gently. You remind yourself that the goal is not domination, but flow. You don't need to prove skill through complexity. Simplicity within depth is the highest form of mastery. You keep your lines clear, your hands readable to yourself, and your rhythm soft. You win not through drama, but through quiet precision. From middle position, deep stack clarity is presence, stretched across time. You are far enough from risk to see clearly, yet close enough to remain engaged. Awareness turns each decision into a thread, weaving small moments into coherent understanding. You stop trying to win hands, you start letting hands unfold. That is deep clarity, awareness sustained through patience. In the long rhythm of a tournament, deep stack clarity defines how you use opportunity. The unaware player burns through freedom in search of momentum. The aware player turns freedom into focus. You stay steady, calm, deliberate, allowing depth to reveal its lessons. When chips run deep, you don't chase height, you chase clarity. And that clarity, quiet, balanced, and complete, becomes the most valuable stack of all. Chapter 41. Adapting to Short Stack Combat. Short stacks strip poker down to its essence. Gone are the layers of subtlety, the deep storytelling, the gentle rhythm of long streets. What remains is focus, fast, sharp, and precise. Every move counts. Every mistake carries immediate consequence. From middle position, short stack combat demands clarity of thought and calm of heart. You must play efficiently, not fearfully. Awareness here is survival expressed through simplicity. When your stack dips below 20 big blinds, awareness becomes the difference between panic and patience. Most players feel pressure, but few understand its rhythm. The blinds loom larger, the antes nibble at your stack, and every orbit seems heavier. Yet the calm player sees these moments not as desperation, but as opportunity to practice precision. You no longer play for expansion, you play for timing. Awareness teaches that short stacks reward decisiveness and punish doubt. The first step in adapting to short stack play is acceptance of compression. You no longer have the luxury of multiple streets or slow plans. Each hand becomes a single movement: open, shove, or fold. Awareness means surrendering complexity without losing presence. You don't overanalyze marginal spots. You focus on structure, stack depth, position, opponent tendencies, and ranges. Each decision must fit into the rhythm of risk and reward. You stop chasing perfect situations. You execute cleanly when the moment arrives. From middle position, you feel this tension deeply. Players behind you hold the power to reshove, and those ahead may open aggressively. Awareness allows you to choose your moments carefully. You tighten slightly, selecting hands with clarity: strong aces, broadways, medium pairs, and suited connectors with potential fold equity. You fold more often, but you fold consciously, not fearfully. Each pass preserves rhythm. The calm player knows that folding is still movement, still part of flow. Imagine a moment at 12 big blinds. You look down at ace-8 suited in middle position. The table is cautious, and you sense hesitation behind you. You move all in, smooth, direct, unhurried. Everyone folds. You collect the blinds and antes, adding nearly 15% to your stack. Awareness-guided timing. You didn't wait for a better hand, you waited for a better moment. Short stack combat also requires energy control. Emotionally, this stage is volatile. Adrenaline spikes with every shove. The unaware player burns through focus, the aware one conserves it. You slow your breathing before acting. You let the weight of the moment settle, then move decisively. Whether you double up or bust out, your rhythm stays constant. Awareness prevents attachment to outcome. You measure success not in chips gained, but in composure maintained. The mathematics of short stacks favor aggression. Fold equity is your currency. Awareness teaches you how to spend it wisely. You push when your fold equity is strong, when opponents fear elimination, when table dynamics tighten, when stacks behind you are similar in depth. You avoid shoving recklessly into giants who can afford to gamble. Awareness transforms math into timing. You feel when fear outweighs curiosity and act accordingly. When shorter than 10 blinds, simplicity becomes mastery. You stop playing poker in the traditional sense and begin playing rhythm. Open shove charts and push fold ranges are tools, but awareness keeps them human. You sense when a table grows restless and when patience will earn a better spot. You don't cling to charts mechanically, you blend structure with intuition. The calm player doesn't panic when their stack dips, they breathe until clarity returns. Short stack combat also reshapes post-flop awareness. When you call instead of shove, rare but necessary, you must commit to clarity. No hesitation, no complex balancing. You either continue or release. Each street is binary. Awareness ensures you make peace with every fold before it happens. You no longer play hands to win, you play hands to survive rhythm until the next breath of depth arrives. Consider a scenario. You sit with 16 big blinds in middle position. A loose player on the button covers you. You open with pocket sevens. The button call. The flop comes 10, 6-2. You check, planning to call most small bets. The button checks back. The turn is a 5. You shove, representing value and protection simultaneously. They fold. Awareness guided your line, not aggression, but understanding of stack dynamics, rhythm, and initiative. Short stack play also demands detachment from ego. Many players feel embarrassment when their stack shrinks. They see shortness as failure. Awareness removes that illusion. You remind yourself that tournaments are cycles of contraction and expansion. Everyone dips. Only awareness determines who rises again. You move gracefully within your limits, never forcing variance. Your rhythm stays light, even when your stack does not. Awareness also means sensing collective pressure. On bubbles or near pay jumps, every short stack feels the same gravity. The table tightens. Risk aversion spikes. You use that energy. You open wider, shove with slightly lighter hands, and steal where fear silences others. Awareness turns shared anxiety into personal opportunity. You don't exploit weakness cruelly. You align with rhythm, stepping forward exactly when others hesitate. Another dimension of short stack awareness is reset timing, knowing when to recalibrate emotionally after a loss. If you double down into frustration, you compound mistakes. If you retreat too far into passivity, you miss chances to rebuild. Awareness gives you equilibrium. After losing a flip, you sit back, breathe, and wait for one orbit. You let your mind settle. Then you return to flow, ready to act again. The stack may be small, but your awareness remains full-sized. From middle position, short stack combat is not about heroism, it's about harmony. You move with confidence inside constraint. Every shove, fold, and call becomes a single, complete expression of rhythm. You no longer define success by outcomes, but by execution. Awareness keeps you grounded in motion, flowing even when space is tight. In tournaments, mastery of short stack rhythm separates those who survive variance from those who vanish into it. The unaware player collapses under urgency. The aware player adapts through timing. You don't resist the pressure, you move with it, using its weight to push forward. Each small win rebuilds your structure until space returns. When it does, when you double up and feel freedom again, your awareness deepens. You understand that clarity is not found in abundance, but in precision. Short stacks teach you presence, patience, and acceptance. From middle position, you learn to play perfectly within limits, to breathe calmly inside chaos, and to act from stillness even when the world feels small. That is short stack combat, not desperation, but discipline. A lesson in control when control seems gone. A reminder that even at your smallest, awareness can still feel vast. Chapter 42. Detecting Emotional Tilt. Tilt is the quiet storm that hides behind logic. It doesn't always arrive with anger or noise. Sometimes it comes disguised as confidence, impatience, or fatigue. It is the invisible drift away from awareness, when emotion begins to play your hands for you. From middle position, where observation and timing define your advantage, detecting emotional tilt in both yourself and others becomes essential. Awareness protects rhythm, tilt breaks it. Tilt is not a single moment of frustration. It is momentum without clarity. It's the subtle tightening of the chest when variance stings, the impatience to make something happen, the quiet loss of rhythm after a long stretch of card-dead hands. The unaware player mistakes this for normal frustration. The aware player notices the shift before it deepens. Awareness doesn't stop emotion from arising. It simply prevents it from taking control. The first sign of tilt in yourself is tempo distortion. Your decisions speed up. You start calling faster, betting automatically, or reaching for chips before thought returns. The rhythm that once felt calm becomes restless. Awareness interrupts this loop. When you feel your timing accelerate, you deliberately slow everything down. You take one deep breath before each decision. The pause restores presence. Tilt cannot survive in awareness. It dissolves under observation. Another early symptom is narrative thinking, when you start telling yourself stories instead of reading situations. You frame hands as revenge or redemption, trying to correct what Variance has written. Awareness breaks this illusion gently. You remind yourself that poker has no memory, only you do. Every hand is a clean slate. By resetting emotionally, you return to rhythm. You no longer play against the past, you play within the present. From middle position, you often have the clearest view of the table's emotional landscape. Detecting tilt in others begins with noticing inconsistency. Calm players become animated, cautious ones grow bold. A player who took 30 seconds to act now bets instantly. A once composed opponent begins breathing heavier or shifting in their chair. These are not tells in the theatrical sense, they are disruptions of rhythm. Awareness sees the contrast, not the gesture. Tilt manifests differently, depending on personality. Some players tilt loudly, raising more, bluffing out of proportion, forcing control through volume. Others tilt silently, folding too much, disengaging, shrinking into caution. Awareness lets you distinguish between the two. Against loud tilt, you slow down and trap. Against quiet tilt, you press softly, stealing small pots that add up. You are not punishing emotion, you are harmonizing with imbalance. Imagine a hand. You've noticed that the cutoff, normally calm, has grown restless after losing 2 large pots. They've begun opening wider, their bets sharp and quick. You open from middle position, with pocket eights. They 3-bet again. You call. The flop comes 9-5-3. You check, they continuation bet large. You call, steady. The turn is a 4. You check again. They shove, overcompensating for frustration. You call, and they show king-queen offsuit, pure tilt. Awareness didn't exploit weakness through luck, it listened to rhythm until it broke. Tilt often hides in subtle fatigue. Long sessions blur concentration. Decisions feel heavier, analysis slower, and emotion seeps through the cracks. The unaware player ignores it, pressing forward mechanically. The aware player pauses. You stand up, breathe, stretch, or simply fold a few hands in silence. You give your mind permission to reset. Awareness recognizes that clarity is more valuable than action. You don't need to play every hand. You need to play every hand consciously. In tournaments, tilt also travels through table energy. One player's frustration infects others. A bad beat spreads tension like a ripple. Awareness allows you to sense this shift and remain unaffected. You become the calm in the room, the anchor amid frustration. You continue with your same gentle pace, your same breathing, your same rhythm. Others' emotions collide, while yours flows smoothly underneath. Presence becomes protection. Tilt can also come disguised as confidence, what some call winner's tilt. After a streak of good fortune, you start believing your rhythm is infallible. You push edges that don't exist, overextend ranges, and lose discipline under the illusion of control. Awareness humbles this tendency. You recognize that confidence and clarity are different. True confidence is quiet. It doesn't need proof. Awareness keeps success from becoming noise. Another powerful tool for detecting tilt in yourself or others is language observation. How you or they speak reveals rhythm. Tilted players use absolutes: always, never, should have to. Their words grow narrow. The aware player speaks softly, both inwardly and outwardly. You replace judgment with curiosity. Instead of, "I can't believe he called," you think, "He found a reason to call." Awareness shifts emotion into understanding. Tilt dissolves when curiosity returns. Awareness also means forgiving tilt when it happens. Everyone breaks rhythm at times. The key is not punishment, but recovery. When you feel frustration spike, you smile gently, an acknowledgement, not a denial. You fold the next few hands, recenter your breathing, and wait until stillness returns. Tilt loses its grip when you stop fighting it. The calm player accepts emotion, then releases it. From middle position, detecting tilt gives you both defensive and offensive strength. Defensively, you guard your rhythm before it cracks. Offensively, you sense when others have lost theirs and step forward softly. You don't pounce, you glide. A small raise here, a delayed continuation there. Your awareness fills the space, emotion left behind. In deeper play, tilt's influence often decides who survives variance. The cards will betray everyone eventually. The only question is, who continues making clear decisions afterward? Awareness ensures that when chaos arrives, you remain grounded. You don't chase restitution through action, you rebuild clarity through patience. Emotionally, tilt teaches humility. It reminds you that control is temporary, that awareness must be renewed constantly. You don't seek perfection, you seek presence. Tilt can't reach the player who stays within that presence. You stop needing results to validate rhythm. Rhythm itself becomes enough. In the quietest moments, when you've just lost a coin flip or folded a big hand, awareness gives you strength to smile. Not because you're detached, but because you're connected again. You understand that tilt is simply movement without awareness. And as soon as you notice it, the movement stops and calm returns. That is emotional clarity, awareness, steady enough to see emotion arise, strong enough to let it pass, and gentle enough to never mistake it for who you are. From middle position, that awareness is the pulse that keeps you grounded in every hand that follows. Chapter 43: Patience as a Weapon. Patience is often misunderstood in poker. Many see it as inaction, as waiting, as doing nothing while others take control. But true patience is not stillness without purpose, it is pressure without movement. It is the quiet tension that builds inside calm. From middle position, patience becomes your sharpest weapon. You use it to control rhythm, to draw mistakes, and to win hands without force. It is the strength that appears passive, but cuts with timing. Patience begins with trust. You trust that the game will offer opportunity, that rhythm will bring its turn, that awareness will recognize it when it comes. Impatience, by contrast, is distrust, a belief that if you don't act now, control will vanish. Awareness reveals the truth. Poker always returns to balance. The player who forces action fights the tide. The one who waits flows with it. Patience allows you to see further ahead than aggression ever could. From middle position, patience carries a particular weight. You are often in the middle of the action, close enough to influence it, but not free enough to command it. Here, patience is not waiting idly. It is managing tempo. You watch the table breathe. You see who is rushing, who is resting, who is slowly collapsing under the rhythm of variance. You stay still long enough for their mistakes to unfold naturally. When they do, you act softly, collecting their energy without disturbing the calm. The first form of patience is discipline under dryness. Every player endures stretches of weak cards and missed flops. Awareness transforms these periods from frustration into observation. You use the quiet hands to study timing, stack sizes, and emotional shifts. You're not absent. You're preparing. The table sees you folding and assumes disengagement. In truth, you are gathering rhythm. When your moment arrives, your presence reappears as if from nowhere, precise and calm. Consider a stretch where you haven't played a hand in 20 minutes. The table grows restless. A few players open lighter, sensing your absence. Then, holding ace-queen suited, you raise from middle position. A player on the button re-raises, trying to pressure your image. You call, as if unimpressed. The flop comes queen 9-4. You check. They continuation bet. You call. The turn brings a low blank. You check again. They shove, overconfident in momentum. You call, and they show Jack 10 suited, bluffing into your patience. You didn't trap them with deception, you let time do it for you. Patience also manifests through fold equity management. By staying selective, you preserve credibility. Every fold sharpens your image, every pause deepens its weight. When you finally act, your patience carries gravity. Opponents fold hands. They would defend against anyone else. Awareness turns stillness into aura. The quiet player wields silence like pressure, invisible, steady, unbreakable. Another form of patience is restraint inside strength. Many players lose control, not when weak, but when strong. They overbet value hands or reveal eagerness through timing. Awareness reminds you that true strength is self-contained. When holding a monster, you breathe slower. You let the hand unfold at its own rhythm, extracting value one beat at a time. The patient player doesn't rush the river. They allow the pot to grow naturally, like water rising in a tide. Awareness guides the flow. Patience also reveals itself through decision pacing. Every choice you make contributes to your table rhythm. Quick decisions build tempo, slow ones add gravity. When you vary this pace intentionally, you shape perception. During stretches of inactivity, your slow pauses command respect, your sudden actions surprise. Awareness keeps the balance. Patience doesn't mean always delaying. It means choosing the right tempo for the right moment. Tournament poker magnifies patience's value. Blinds rise, stacks shrink, and the illusion of urgency grows louder. The unaware player rushes to stay alive. The aware player trusts time. You don't fear each orbit. You navigate them. You fold through dry stretches calmly, understanding that each hand survived is one closer to equilibrium. When opportunities return, and they always do, you act from stillness, not scarcity. Patience turns survival into strategy. There is also psychological patience, enduring others' behavior without reaction. Opponents will talk, provoke, or celebrate your folds. Awareness shields you. You don't absorb their rhythm, you let it pass. Their noise fades while your focus remains sharp. Patience here is emotional control disguised as quiet. The more they seek your reaction, the more your silence unnerves them. You hold center while their energy burns outward. Let's take another example. You've been card dead for half an hour. Two players to your left are battling constantly, trading small pots. You wait, watching their pattern: raise, 3-bet, fold. Eventually, one of them loses composure, opening too wide. You look down at pocket tens in middle position and raise. The aggressive player shoves. You call instantly. They show ace-7 offsuit. You double up. Patience didn't just give you a hand, it gave you context. You didn't rush, you let their rhythm collapse first. Patience is also the art of knowing when not to fight variance. Some sessions simply move against you, boards miss, flips fail, timing falters. Awareness teaches surrender without defeat. You don't chase lost chips through reckless play. You wait for the texture of luck to turn. Poker's rhythm always circles back. You trust the tide instead of thrashing in it. Patience becomes faith in process, not superstition, but rhythm's inevitability. Emotionally, patience builds internal strength. The longer you practice it, the less affected you become by swings. You stop needing action to feel engaged. You start finding peace in observation, satisfaction in folding well, and control in restraint. The table begins to sense your calm and mistakes it for passivity, a misread that works in your favor. Awareness turns patience into camouflage. You look quiet, but inside, you are calculating everything. From middle position, patience as a weapon is the perfect balance of visibility and invisibility. You're not hiding, but you're not chasing either. You let others reveal themselves first. You let time show you where the weakness lies. You move only when the rhythm opens, and when it does, your timing feels flawless, not because you waited long, but because you waited correctly. Over time, patience becomes habit, and habit becomes instinct. You no longer have to force it, it simply lives within your awareness. You fold without frustration, bet without hurry, and act without doubt. Each decision feels like part of a larger harmony, slow, deliberate, inevitable. Poker rewards aggression in moments, but patience over time. The impatient win hands, the patient win stories. From middle position, patience doesn't protect you from risk, it positions you to strike when the game forgets how to breathe. And when it does, your stillness becomes the sharpest move at the table, the invisible weapon that cuts clean through chaos, one calm heartbeat at a time. Chapter 44. Recognizing Energy Shifts. Every poker table has a pulse, a living energy that ebbs and flows with every bet, every fold, every silence. It's not mystical, it's emotional gravity. Players bring their moods, fears, and ambitions into the room, and those feelings weave together into something you can sense if you're still enough to listen. From middle position, you sit at the heart of this current. Recognizing energy shifts is about feeling when the game itself changes, tempo, and adjusting before anyone else realizes it's happened. Energy in poker is subtle but constant. You can't see it, but you can feel it in rhythm. How long people take to act, how confidently they handle chips, how loud the room feels between hands. Awareness turns these sensations into data. When the table is calm, energy flows evenly. When tension rises, it concentrates in certain players. Your job is to detect these shifts before they express themselves in action. The earlier you sense the current turning, the more gracefully you can move with it. The first kind of energy shift is collective rhythm, when the entire table's tempo changes at once. It might come after a big pot, a confrontation, or a long lull. Suddenly everyone tightens or loosens, speeding up or slowing down together. Awareness lets you feel this before logic catches up. You notice shorter pauses, faster folds, nervous chatter. These cues are not noise, they are rhythm changing pitch. You adapt quietly, widening when the table grows timid, tightening when it turns reckless. You remain the still point as the flow reverses around you. Then there are individual energy shifts, smaller, personal waves that ripple through specific players. A player who was patient begins acting faster, one who was aggressive grows hesitant. Awareness spots this immediately. You don't need to analyze the cause, you only need to see the change. Energy reveals truth long before strategy does. A single hesitation in motion, a slower chip shuffle, a deeper sigh, these are signs that something inside them has moved. You respond by recalibrating, pressing when they retract, retreating when they pulse forward. Consider a scenario. You've been observing a confident player on your left. They've been active for an hour, raising often, talking between hands. Then, after losing a medium pot, they go quiet. Their body language shrinks. You sense the energy flatten. Their rhythm has fractured. You raise the next orbit with a modest hand. Jack 10 suited. They fold instantly, even though they've defended every blind for the last 30 minutes. Awareness didn't exploit weakness, it recognized a shift before it became visible. Energy also shifts through momentum contagion. When one player starts winning, others unconsciously adjust. Some tighten out of intimidation, while others try to steal the spotlight. The flow of confidence moves like wind, brushing across faces and decisions. Awareness lets you read these group dynamics with emotional neutrality. You don't envy the chip leader or pity the short stack. You simply feel the balance. When the room leans one way, you step the other. You become rhythm's counterweight. Another vital type of shift comes from emotional residue, leftover energy after big moments. When someone suffers a bad beat, their tilt doesn't end when the hand ends. It lingers in the air, influencing those who witnessed it. The next hand always carries echoes of the last. Awareness keeps you sensitive to this echo. You don't jump in immediately after chaos. You wait one beat longer, letting tension settle. Acting in that stillness makes your timing invisible and your edge precise. Energy shifts also occur through environment, lighting, noise, fatigue, and time. Deep into a session, players' postures change. Eyes dull, breathing slows, focus drifts. The unaware player fights fatigue by forcing energy, trying to stay alert. The aware player moves with it. You simplify decisions, avoid marginal spots, and use patience as shield. You don't fight the room's energy, you flow through it. Fatigue becomes your camouflage, while others unravel under it. From middle position, awareness of energy helps you manage tempo control. When the table feels fast, chips flying, emotions high, you slow down deliberately. You breathe between actions, resetting rhythm through stillness. When the table drags, you add small sparks of motion, light opens, quiet conversation, or faster bets to restore flow. You don't command energy, you conduct it. The table begins to unconsciously align with your pacing. Your presence becomes gravity. Consider another example. You've been folding quietly for several orbits as the table cooled. Players have become tentative, almost frozen. You sense the stillness has turned stagnant. You open with a wider hand, King 9 suited, and get 2 folds, 1 call. The flop comes 8-6-2. You continuation bet small, your opponent folds. It's a modest pot, but the table wakes slightly. Awareness let you feel when energy needed motion. You didn't chase action, you rebalanced rhythm. Recognizing energy shifts also means noticing your own vibration. Sometimes the change begins inside you, impatience after a loss, adrenaline after a big win. The calm player senses these internal currents before they leak outward. You take one extra breath before acting. You realign posture. You release excess energy through deliberate stillness. Awareness ensures that your internal rhythm remains steady, no matter how the table's tempo changes around you. Energy reading deepens as sessions progress. Early in a tournament, excitement fills the air, bright, quick, impulsive. Later, silence grows heavy, patience hardens into focus. Awareness adapts to each stage. You stop trying to create action when the table is tired, and you avoid retreating when it's alive. You match presence to environment, never resisting the rhythm, only guiding it with softness. In truth, every poker hand begins and ends with energy. Cards are just symbols, chips are just weights. What moves them is the invisible exchange between people: hope, fear, confidence, fatigue. Awareness lets you feel those exchanges before they become visible. You don't need to name them. You simply respond as water would, calm, shapeless, adaptive. From middle position, recognizing energy shifts means being the bridge between motion and stillness. You feel both directions, the pressure from early positions and the tension from the late ones, and you learn to flow between them effortlessly. You act not from reaction, but from resonance. Over time, this awareness becomes instinct. You no longer read hands alone, you read harmony. You sense when momentum tightens, when calm returns, when emotion builds beneath silence. The game stops being mechanical and becomes musical again, a dance of shifting energy that only the aware can hear. And when you play from that place, steady, observant, balanced, you stop chasing control entirely. You let the rhythm of the table carry you, and somehow, without force, the flow always seems to move your way. Chapter 45. Advanced Hand Traps and Timing Windows. The strongest plays in poker rarely come from power. They come from patience within timing. Advanced hand traps are built not on deception alone, but on the awareness of when the table's rhythm allows for stillness to become strength. From middle position, where you balance initiative with caution, the art of trapping becomes a study in timing windows, fleeting moments when silence has more influence than sound. A trap is not a trick. It is not designed to fool the table through chaos or misdirection. True traps are built through alignment, through rhythm, credibility, and emotional awareness. You create a story so consistent that when you slow down, the stillness feels natural. The unaware player sets traps with fear, hoping opponents walk into them. The aware player sets traps with patience, knowing that rhythm itself will lead them there. Every trap begins with conditions. You need a believable narrative, a willing opponent, and a clear sense of tempo. Awareness allows you to recognize when these align. You must have first established a pattern, betting predictable textures, folding at consistent times, before deviation carries meaning. If you've been continuation betting frequently, your sudden check draws attention. If you've played passive for several orbits, your first sudden raise creates shock. The best traps bloom from contrast. The most fundamental timing window appears on the turn, when stacks deepen and tension peaks. After a continuation bet on the flop, many players expect the second barrel. Checking instead, with strength, creates vacuum. Opponents interpret the silence as surrender and fill it with action. You haven't tricked them, you've given them space to express impatience. The moment your check feels believable, aligned with your prior rhythm, is when the trap becomes invisible. Imagine a hand. You raise from middle position with pocket queens, and the button calls. The flop comes Jack 8-4. You bet small, and they call. The turn brings a king. You check. They bet large, sensing fear. You call smoothly. The river brings a blank. You check again, and they fire once more, bluffing into stillness. You call and win. Awareness created the trap, not trickery. Your timing window opened precisely as their confidence peaked. Traps can also live pre-flop, hidden within rhythm rather than range. You may limp a hand you'd normally raise, or flat call a re-raise with a monster. These traps require emotional stability. If your stillness carries tension, observant opponents feel it. Awareness keeps your movements relaxed, your breathing calm. You project neutrality. Every trap depends on patience, the ability to wait without broadcasting expectation. Another layer of timing involves player profiles. Some opponents spring quickly at perceived weakness. Others hesitate until they sense permission. Awareness allows you to tailor traps to personality. Against the impulsive, you pause earlier. A check or slow call on the flop is enough to open the window. Against the cautious, you delay. Let the rhythm breathe until the turn or river, when their curiosity outweighs caution. Timing is never mechanical, it's human. Stack depth defines how wide the window can open. Deep stacks invite multiple stages of trapping. Slow play on the flop, control on the turn, value on the river. You can let tension build gradually. Short stacks, by contrast, compress time. Traps must spring quickly. A single check call or delayed shove is all you can afford. Awareness prevents you from overextending. You sense how much space the hand truly holds and adjust your tempo accordingly. The essence of timing is emotional awareness. You're not waiting for cards, you're waiting for readiness. You feel when the table's energy reaches impatience, when your opponent's rhythm speeds just enough to overreach. That's when stillness becomes leverage. Awareness sharpens this instinct, the sense that the next beat belongs to them, not you. You yield for 1 second longer, and they hand you the pot. Consider another scenario. You open from middle position with ace-king. The cutoff, known for aggression, 3 bets. Instead of 4 betting, you call. The flop comes ace-9-6 rainbow. You check. They bet small, you call. The turn brings a blank. You check again. They bet larger, pressing the narrative. You call once more. The river brings a 10. You check a final time. They shove, bluffing into rhythm's silence. You call instantly. The trap closed itself. Your awareness guided every pause. Timing windows can also appear in collective flow, moments when the entire table expects action from you. Perhaps you've built an image of constant initiative. By breaking that expectation at the right moment, you invite pressure from others. They interpret your calm as surrender and overcommit. Awareness tells you exactly when your credibility is highest, when stillness will feel most convincing. That is when you step aside and let energy rush into your space. Advanced traps are not about greed, they're about flow control. Each one slows the game's pace to your rhythm. When you check instead of bet, you're not avoiding action, you're absorbing it. When you flat call instead of raise, you're not hesitating, you're redirecting tension. Awareness keeps every trap grounded in purpose. You never set one without clear reason. You never cling to one when rhythm changes. A failed trap doesn't mean failure. Sometimes opponents refuse to bite, and silence stretches too long. Awareness teaches you to release rather than force. You take the small pot, fold gracefully, or check down. Traps that depend on need collapse. Traps that rest in awareness endure. Patience, not pressure, defines their success. Emotionally, advanced trapping requires comfort with waiting. The hardest skill is doing less without feeling powerless. Awareness transforms waiting into engagement. You're not idle, you're listening to breathing, to timing, to the tempo of chips. You feel when curiosity overcomes caution. That's when the trap closes naturally, without effort or tension. From middle position, advanced hand traps and timing windows embody the highest expression of rhythm. You stand between initiative and reaction, between aggression and restraint. Awareness lets you turn that space into opportunity. You act only when the flow itself invites it, when the next move feels inevitable. Over time, you stop thinking of traps as tricks. They become harmonies, notes held softly until the table leans forward, waiting for sound. And when you finally move, it feels less like a strike and more like release, the natural resolution of rhythm returning to calm. Chapter 46. Protecting Emotional Energy. Poker drains more than chips, it drains spirit. Every orbit, every confrontation, every decision slowly consumes focus. Emotional energy is the fuel that sustains awareness, and without it, rhythm collapses. Protecting it isn't a matter of comfort, it's a matter of endurance. From middle position, where you absorb both the pressure of early action and the chaos of late aggression, managing that energy becomes essential. It is how you preserve clarity, while the table around you frays. Emotional energy is finite. Each moment of tension, each surge of adrenaline, each flash of frustration draws from it. Awareness means recognizing these withdrawals before you hit exhaustion. You don't wait until tilt arrives, or patience fades. You monitor your own pulse, how your breathing feels, how your body rests, how your thoughts form. The slightest restlessness signals depletion. You pause, recalibrate, and breathe before the next hand. The first rule of protection is detachment from outcome. Every lost pot carries an emotional price if you let it. You can play a hand perfectly and still lose. You can play one poorly and still win. The unaware player connects their mood to the result. The aware player connects it to execution. Once you learn to measure yourself by rhythm rather than reward, emotion loses its pull. You play longer, steadier, freer. Emotional energy leaks through unnecessary engagement, reacting to table talk, dwelling on bad beats, analyzing mistakes during play. Each of these habits burns clarity. Awareness lets you release what no longer belongs to the moment. When a hand ends, it ends. You let silence replace thought. You move back into rhythm without carrying emotional weight from what just happened. The table feels your stillness and begins to respect it. Protecting energy also means controlling attention. Focus is currency, and wasting it on noise shortens endurance. You can't monitor everything at once, nor should you. Awareness helps you narrow your vision when needed, widening it only when rhythm calls for it. You don't stare at every player or track every detail. You flow between micro and macro, focusing deeply when in a hand, then releasing focus between hands to recover. This contraction and expansion preserves balance. Physical awareness supports emotional protection. The body mirrors the mind. Tight shoulders, shallow breath, restless hands. These are signs of tension disguised as focus. You correct them with stillness. One full breath between actions resets your nervous system. You're not meditating. You're maintaining composure through small rituals. The calmer your body, the more resistant your emotions become to the fluctuations of luck and variance. Let's imagine a long session. You've played for hours. The room hums with fatigue. You've lost a few small pots and feel tension rising. Your mind begins to chatter. I'm due for a win, or I need to rebuild my stack. Awareness catches these thoughts early. You fold a few hands, lean back, and let your breathing slow. The chatter fades. 2 orbits later, you find a strong hand, and your timing feels sharp again. Protecting energy isn't passive, it's active preservation. Another form of awareness is recognizing emotional contagion. Energy spreads. A tilted opponent can infect the table. A loud victory can rattle rhythm. Awareness acts as a barrier. You feel the pull of their emotion, then consciously let it pass through you. You don't absorb their frustration, nor feed their excitement. You remain centered, calm, within chaos. Your neutrality restores balance faster than resistance ever could. Emotional protection also extends to self-compassion. Perfection is impossible. You will misread, misplay, and mistime. Awareness teaches forgiveness before frustration. When you catch yourself dwelling, you soften. You remind yourself that poker, like rhythm, is infinite. Another hand, another chance. This softness is not weakness, it's recovery. Harsh self-talk burns energy faster than bad beats. Compassion refuels awareness. From middle position, energy protection includes managing tempo across sessions. Some players burn bright early, dominating tables, then fade as hours stretch on. You pace yourself differently. You conserve focus for critical stages, deep runs, bubble play, final tables. You know when to observe more and when to engage fully. Awareness turns pacing into power. You're never drained because you never overextend. Emotionally charged moments, large pots, bluffs, or hero calls, demand post-hand resets. You can feel the surge of adrenaline after a big win or loss. The unaware player rides it into the next hand, acting while still vibrating. The aware player releases it. You take a sip of water, glance away from the table, or breathe once fully before returning to rhythm. You don't suppress emotion, you metabolize it. Protecting energy also means simplifying your environment. Remove distractions, clutter, noise, even unnecessary screens that pull focus. In live play, avoid excess stimulation. In online play, control pace. The fewer external demands you face, the more emotional bandwidth you keep for awareness itself. Simplicity nurtures stamina. In tournaments, emotional fatigue often peaks during long plateaus, those stretches where little changes but pressure remains constant. Here, awareness protects you through micro-rest. You allow brief moments of stillness between hands, softening your gaze, breathing lightly. You don't disengage, you recharge. Every pause becomes a small renewal of focus. Consider another example. You've been running card dead late in a tournament. Frustration whispers, "Open light, take something." But awareness intervenes. You notice your shoulders tightening, your thoughts narrowing. You fold again, knowing patience conserves more than chips, it preserves energy. Moments later, another player tilts, shoving recklessly. You call with strength, double up, and smile quietly. Awareness rewarded energy control with timing. Protecting emotional energy also means knowing when to stop. No session lasts forever, and awareness includes recognizing your limits. When exhaustion dulls perception, you step away. You rest before rhythm breaks. The unaware player pushes through fatigue, mistaking persistence for strength. The aware player ends while still whole, ready to begin again. True discipline is leaving the table, while clarity still remains. Over time, this protection becomes habit. You begin to play as if surrounded by calm air, untouchable by volatility. Emotion no longer dictates your flow. It merely passes through it. Others may swing wildly between highs and lows, but you remain constant, steady, centered in awareness. From middle position, protecting emotional energy means understanding that your greatest resource is not chips, skill, or cards. It's clarity. Without it, rhythm falters. With it, everything aligns. Awareness keeps that clarity alive by guarding your focus, your patience, and your calm. In the long arc of a tournament, this preservation becomes your quiet superpower. When others tire, you remain sharp. When tension grows, you remain light. Awareness doesn't remove emotion, it refines it into endurance. And in that still, measured endurance, you discover a truth few ever learn, that the calmest player, not the loudest, lasts the longest. Chapter 47. The Rhythm of Final Tables. The final table is where time slows and sharpens. Every decision carries a new gravity. Every pause feels longer than before. The room quiets, and yet beneath the surface, the energy hums with tension. You are no longer playing just cards or position. You are playing emotion, structure, and rhythm, condensed into one stage. From middle position, you sit in the middle of this pressure, the still point between chaos and opportunity. Mastering the rhythm of final tables is not about aggression or fear. It is about awareness under spotlight. The atmosphere at a final table is different. The stakes are visible, chips stacked like milestones of endurance. The players have history now, unspoken stories of clashes and recoveries. Awareness allows you to feel this collective past without being bound by it. You exist in the present moment only, the living beat between what has happened and what might. From this state, you begin to sense rhythm, not as noise, but as direction. The first rule of final table rhythm is accepting compression. Blinds rise quickly, ICM pressure increases, and chip stacks shrink relative to pots. Awareness keeps you from reacting impulsively to this pressure. You resist the urge to play not to lose. Instead, you move in harmony with the new tempo, slower in emotion, quicker in decision. You understand that patience must now be active, not passive. Each orbit is opportunity, not urgency. From middle position, you must also understand positional hierarchy under pressure. Players on your left gain new courage when pay jumps loom. They sense your caution and test it. You counter not through confrontation, but through rhythm control. You choose your opens carefully, using smaller sizes to conserve energy and chip equity. When aggression rises behind you, awareness turns you into water, flexible, adaptive, always finding the open path rather than fighting the wall. Final tables amplify ICM distortion, where chips no longer equal value. Each call or shove must consider not just odds, but placement. The unaware player feels trapped by this math, folding too tightly or panicking at pay jumps. The aware player feels liberated by understanding it. You don't let fear of laddering dictate your rhythm. You play with structure, targeting those bound by hesitation. Awareness tells you when risk earns freedom and when restraint earns survival. Let's imagine a moment. You sit fifth in chips. The blinds are large, tension thick. You open from middle position with ace-10 suited. The cutoff and button both have you covered. They fold. The small blind, a short stack, shoves 10 big blinds. The big blind folds. Awareness tells you this is not a chip decision, but a tempo one. You call, knowing your rhythm remains steady regardless of outcome. The short stack reveals King-Jack. You hold. Chips come your way. The table feels your calm presence deepen. Awareness turns success into silence, not celebration. As stacks shift, rhythm changes shape. Short stacks become bursts of danger, flashes of intensity that can reverse flow. Big stacks become anchors of power, controlling pace through pressure. Awareness keeps you balanced between them. You don't envy the big stacks or fear the short ones. You recognize that both can lose clarity. You remain in the middle, observant, flexible, waiting for rhythm to expose imbalance. Another layer of final table rhythm is tempo contrast. Some players act instantly, projecting dominance. Others stall, trying to create pressure through stillness. Awareness reads these rhythms without judgment. You mirror them selectively, slowing your pace when you want time to settle, quickening when you wish to disrupt. You never act from imitation, you act from control. Rhythm is your metronome, and you stay on beat regardless of noise. Final tables also test emotional awareness more deeply than any other stage. Anxiety hides behind concentration. Excitement masks impatience. Awareness lets you feel these emotions without surrendering to them. When your pulse quickens before a big hand, you breathe and let energy distribute evenly again. You act only when still. Emotional control becomes your silent tell. Your calmness unsettles others who cannot find it. Stack depth continues to shape rhythm. When deep, you focus on small edges, long play, and narrative consistency. When shallow, rhythm becomes sharp, each decision immediate and final. Awareness keeps you adaptable. You adjust your tone, not just your tactics. In deep rhythm, you speak softly through bets and folds. In shallow rhythm, you strike clearly, each action clean and complete. No hesitation. No panic. Just flow. Consider another hand. Four-handed, you raise from middle position with pocket sevens. The button calls, blinds fold. The flop comes 8-5-3. You bet small, they call. The turn brings a deuce. You check. They check. The river is a 10. You bet small again, the same rhythm you've shown all night. They fold after a pause. It's a simple hand, yet symbolic. You didn't win through aggression or luck. You won through tone, a rhythm so steady that even small bets carry truth. Awareness also helps you sense table fatigue. Deep in the night, focus fades for many. Decisions grow impulsive, chips start to move carelessly. You stay centered. Your awareness sharpens when others dull. You make fewer hands, but each one counts. You don't chase variance, you wait for clarity. Your rhythm slows as others speed, and in that reversal, you reclaim control. In final table rhythm, silence becomes language. You say nothing, but your timing speaks for you. Each fold feels deliberate, each raise confident. Opponents begin to feel your calm as weight. They hesitate more. They think twice before testing you. That is the invisible strength of awareness, authority without aggression. You don't push the table, you lead it through stillness. Emotionally, final tables compress every lesson you've learned. Patience, timing, rhythm, and awareness converge into one continuous state of presence. You can no longer rely on raw logic alone. The game becomes about feel, sensing momentum, feeling weight, breathing through pressure. You are no longer playing the tournament, you are existing within it. From middle position, final table awareness is a form of harmony. You are surrounded by energy, yet untouched by it. You see fear, excitement, fatigue, and ambition all orbiting the same space, and through awareness, you stay balanced among them. Every action you take is calm, complete, intentional. In the final stages, when pay jumps blur and the trophy gleams nearby, awareness becomes freedom. You no longer think about victory or loss. You move purely within rhythm. You bet when flow invites, fold when silence calls, and trust that the game will reveal what's yours to take. That is the rhythm of final tables, the stillness inside pressure, the clarity within noise, the calm at the heart of chaos. It is where awareness stops being a skill and becomes a state of being. Chapter 48. Reading Confidence and Collapse. Confidence is visible long before cards are shown. It appears in the way a player moves, speaks, and occupies silence. Collapse, its shadow follows just as clearly, in hesitation, in forced laughter, in the subtle loss of rhythm that betrays focus. From middle position, where awareness sees in both directions, reading confidence and collapse becomes a study in energy, more than words. It is about sensing when another player's inner balance begins to tip, and knowing when to let them fall. Confidence in poker is not bravado. It's rhythm expressed through stillness, quiet assurance that decisions flow naturally. True confidence feels light, almost effortless. False confidence, however, is heavy. It demands attention, seeks validation, and leaks through inconsistency. Awareness lets you distinguish the two. You don't judge the posture or tone, you feel the alignment. When rhythm and presence match, confidence is real. When they fight, collapse has already begun. The first layer of reading confidence lies in tempo. Confident players move evenly, their betting rhythm speech and breathing align. They neither rush nor delay. Their energy feels balanced. When collapse starts, tempo shifts. A once calm player begins betting faster, fidgeting more, or avoiding eye contact. Others slow down excessively, paralyzed by uncertainty. Awareness notices these tempo breaks instantly. You don't analyze why, you just feel that their timing no longer matches the room. Imagine a scenario. You've been seated with a strong regular who's dominated early stages, crisp raises, smooth decisions. Then, after losing a big flip, their rhythm changes. Their next open comes too quickly. Their continuation bet size jumps. The next hand, they check nervously on a dry flop. You sense collapse forming. From middle position, you open light with suited connectors. They fold instantly from the blinds. You continue raising gently over the next few orbits, and their defenses melt. You didn't attack weakness, you followed rhythm to its breaking point. Confidence also reveals itself through eyeline and motion. Players grounded in awareness look naturally, not deliberately. Their attention moves fluidly, to chips, to the dealer, to the table. Players in collapse avert gaze or hold it too long. Awareness reads this as energy imbalance, either retreat or overcompensation. You don't need to stare back, you only need to sense disconnection. Their energy no longer flows outward, it curls inward in self-consciousness. Collapse often begins with inward focus. Another form of reading comes from speech patterns. Confident conversation has rhythm, soft, relaxed, rarely forced. Tilted or collapsing players fill silence to distract from tension. They speak too loudly, too often, or suddenly go mute after loss. Awareness listens for texture, not content. A simple nice hand spoken calmly carries sincerity. The same phrase spoken sharply carries strain. The tone tells you everything. Confidence can also shift within a single hand. A player may start sure of themselves but collapse mid-hand when the board turns. Awareness tracks this internal arc. You watch for posture changes, hands moving from table to lap, shoulders tightening, lips pressed together. Collapse is rarely dramatic. It's quiet, like a slow deflation of air. You don't act instantly. You let the collapse complete itself before moving. Timing becomes compassion disguised as precision. From middle position, confidence and collapse often flow around you like tides. You see both the early position players acting cautiously and the late positions pressing boldly. Awareness lets you balance between them. You fold to true confidence and challenge false certainty. You recognize that every player alternates between the two states, rising when rhythm aligns, falling when it breaks. Your awareness doesn't exploit emotion, it synchronizes with it. Consider another hand. You open from middle position with ace-jack suited. The cutoff, who's been riding a wave of momentum, 3-bets again. You call, calm. The flop comes queen 10-4. They bet aggressively, just as before. You call once. The turn is a 9, completing your straight. They pause, the first break in rhythm, all day. Their hand trembles as they bet again, smaller this time. Collapse. You call again. The river comes blank. They check for the first time in hours. You bet small. They fold. Awareness read the fall before it happened. Confidence can return as quickly as it fades. Awareness means staying flexible, not clinging to a reed. You don't label players as strong or weak forever. You observe the rhythm of their energy, the rise, the fall, and the recovery. A player who collapses after a bad beat might rebuild after winning a small pot. You adjust again, remaining fluid. Awareness keeps your perception alive, never static. The most dangerous trap is projecting your own confidence onto others. When you're in flow, everyone seems slower. When you're uncertain, everyone seems sure. Awareness separates internal state from external observation. You pause and ask, is this their confidence, or my projection? That question alone restores objectivity. Reading energy without awareness turns into assumption. With awareness, it becomes understanding. Collapse also reveals itself in stack behavior. Confident players handle chips naturally, measured, fluid. Collapsing players grip tighter or stack compulsively. Awareness turns these habits into rhythm indicators. You see hands shaking slightly when they bet, chips splashing where once they slid. Each motion carries tension, and tension never bluffs quietly. At final tables, confidence and collapse alternate rapidly. Awareness keeps you immune. You may lose a pot, feel the sting, and sense the pull of frustration. Instead of resisting, you let the emotion pass, breathing through it. Confidence returns as calm presence, not as bravado. Others watch and can't tell whether you're winning or losing. Your composure becomes legend, your rhythm steady no matter the hand. Emotionally, reading confidence and collapse is less about others than about yourself. You learn to notice your own shifts first, how your breathing changes after a win, how your timing quickens after a loss. Awareness allows correction before collapse begins. You become self-balancing. Your confidence no longer depends on outcomes, only on alignment with rhythm. From middle position, this skill gives you command without force. You can feel when players lean too far into confidence or withdraw into fear. You adjust softly, pressing or pausing, folding or floating, always in tune with energy's movement. The game stops being random. It becomes emotional geometry, a map drawn in real time by awareness. Over the course of a long tournament, this sensitivity becomes your quiet weapon. You see collapse forming, minutes before others notice. You sense false confidence before it overreaches. You fold when energy is real, and attack when it's hollow. You no longer read tells, you read truth. And in that still perception, poker transforms once again. It ceases to be a contest of hands and becomes a conversation of balance, the rise and fall of confidence, the pulse of human rhythm, and the calm awareness that sees both clearly, without ever losing its own center. Chapter 49. Flow State Awareness. Flow is the moment when thinking disappears and rhythm takes over, when each decision unfolds effortlessly, as if the game is moving through you instead of being controlled by you. It's not luck, nor is it pure focus. It is awareness matured into instinct. In the deep stages of a tournament, when noise fades and the table feels like part of your breathing, you may find yourself in this state. From middle position, where observation and balance meet, flow state awareness becomes your quietest and most powerful advantage. Flow cannot be forced. It emerges only when preparation, patience, and presence align. The unaware player chases it, trying to recreate the feeling of being in the zone. The aware player lets it come naturally, knowing that flow is not something to summon, but something to recognize. You reach it not by trying harder, but by thinking less. by allowing rhythm to replace resistance. The first sign of flow is clarity without effort. Thoughts feel lighter. Hands unfold like music. You see connections between players and situations without deliberate reasoning. Awareness deepens, but focus softens. You're not searching for tells, you're feeling timing. You act without doubt because each decision feels inevitable. This is not overconfidence, it's complete synchronization with rhythm. Flow arises from trust in process. You no longer need constant reassurance that you're playing correctly. Your awareness has gathered enough data, patterns, ranges, emotional cues that decisions flow naturally. When you bet, you don't over-explain. When you fold, you don't question. The self-critique fades. You are not escaping discipline, you are embodying it. Flow is structure remembered so deeply that it moves on its own. Consider a moment. You open from middle position with king-queen suited. The cutoff calls. The flop comes 10-9-3. You continuation bet small, and they call. The turn brings a jack. You check, they bet, and you raise instinctively. There is no calculation, no fear, only rhythm. They fold quickly. You breathe once and move on. You don't celebrate, you don't analyze. You simply remain in flow. Awareness didn't think of the raise, it was the raise. Flow is supported by emotional neutrality. When you win, you don't rise. When you lose, you don't fall. Your energy remains even, your breathing smooth. You don't attach meaning to single events because your presence has widened beyond them. Awareness in flow state perceives the game as continuous, not segmented. Each hand is part of a single unfolding pattern, and you move through it with quiet steadiness. From middle position, flow feels like standing in the center of gravity. You're not pushing or pulling, you're guiding. You sense when tables accelerate, when energy tightens, when emotion spills. You adjust without conscious decision, tightening ranges here, loosening there, as if you and the game are breathing together. Flow is the disappearance of struggle. However, flow is delicate. It can be broken by overthinking or attachment. The moment you start wondering if you're in flow, it fades. Awareness protects it by remaining humble. You don't cling to the state, you honor it while it lasts. When it ends, you don't chase it back. You simply return to patience, knowing it will come again. Flow is rhythm rewarded by consistency, not intensity. One key to sustaining flow is environmental awareness. Your surroundings must support rhythm, not interrupt it. You keep your workspace clear, your breathing even, your posture balanced. Fatigue, noise, or clutter can jar the state loose. Awareness treats these disruptions gently, adjusting lighting, taking a short pause, or softening focus. You protect flow the way a musician protects tempo. Another way to cultivate flow is through micro-presence, focusing fully on this hand, this decision, this breath. You don't drift into memory or anticipation. You're not thinking about future levels or past pots. Everything compresses into this single moment of clarity. That focus anchors awareness so deeply that even chaos feels calm. Flow lives inside attention so pure it doesn't even feel like effort. Imagine another hand. You've been playing for hours, fatigue hovering at the edges. Then, for a brief stretch, everything aligns. The cards come alive in your hands. Every read feels clear. You raise, continuation bet, and fold at perfect rhythm. You're not speeding, you're gliding. Time feels elastic. The dealer, chips, and players move in harmony. You lose track of outcomes. When the stretch ends, you feel light, not drained. That's flow, awareness turned to art. Flow is not permanent, and that's its beauty. It comes in waves, rewarding awareness, but never owned by it. You learn to transition gracefully, from flow back to discipline, from instinct back to structure. When the state fades, you don't mourn it. You ground yourself again, through patience and observation. Awareness ensures that the rhythm of discipline eventually leads you back into flow. Emotionally, flow reveals the natural state of presence. It shows that clarity doesn't come from force, but from surrender. You can't control the game any more than you can control time. You can only align with it. In flow, poker stops being a battle and becomes conversation. The table speaks, you listen, and response arises effortlessly. You're not predicting, you're participating. At the table, flow appears to others as serenity. You act without hesitation, but without rush. You win pots without fanfare. Opponents grow uncertain, unable to read you because you've stopped reacting entirely. Your awareness has absorbed tension and returned stillness. You've become part of the environment itself, unmovable, unreadable, at peace. From middle position, flow state awareness is the final refinement of rhythm. It's where logic and intuition meet so quietly that they become one. You no longer separate thought from feeling, plan from instinct, or control from surrender. Everything merges into motion that feels inevitable. And when the cards stop, when the session ends, you carry that rhythm beyond the table into breathing, movement, and life. Because flow, once felt, doesn't belong to poker. It belongs to awareness itself, the timeless rhythm that's always waiting for those still enough to hear it. Chapter 50. The Quiet Endgame. The endgame of a tournament is not about spectacle. It is not fireworks or adrenaline, though that's what the world outside imagines. Inside, where awareness lives, the endgame is quiet. The pots grow larger, yes, but the moments between them grow softer. Each decision feels like it echoes. From middle position, you are now deep in the story, surrounded by survivors, guided by rhythm, and sharpened by stillness. The quiet endgame is less about cards, and more about presence. Awareness at this stage means embracing silence. The noise of earlier rounds, chips clattering, quick chatter, shifting stacks, fades into focus. The table's rhythm slows. Players glance less, talk less, breathe heavier. You can almost feel time stretch between actions. Every pause carries intention. Awareness doesn't rush to fill it. You sit calmly in the center of tension, patient enough to let stillness do the work for you. The first truth of the endgame is precision through simplicity. You no longer need wide ranges or creative plays. You need clarity. The best decisions come from trimming excess, smaller bet sizes, cleaner folds, fewer bluffs. Awareness protects you from overreaching. Fatigue tempts the mind to seek shortcuts, but awareness refuses them. You don't rely on chance or hope, you rely on rhythm. Each move is deliberate, measured, exact. From middle position, your advantage is flexibility. You can watch how short stacks fight for survival, and how big stacks overstep. You act only when timing calls. Awareness prevents emotional contagion. You don't mirror others' panic or hunger. You feel the energy of desperation without absorbing it. You understand that endgames are won, not through rush, but through patience refined into action. Imagine a hand. 4 players remain. You open from middle position with king-queen suited. The chip leader on the button calls. The blinds fold. The flop comes queen 10-3. You check a slow decision that fits the calm of the moment. The button bets small. You call. The turn brings a 2. You check again. They bet larger, and you call once more. The river is a 5. You check. They shove, bluffing the silence. You call instantly. Awareness didn't guess, it listened. The pattern, the energy, the rhythm, all pointed the same way. The quiet endgame demands endurance of mind. Awareness guards against fatigue by softening focus, rather than tightening it. You zoom out slightly, letting instinct carry decisions that logic has already trained. You're no longer thinking through charts or probabilities. You're feeling alignment. When you sense imbalance, you move. When you sense calm, you wait. The game becomes almost meditative. Every endgame carries emotional distortion. Chips start to represent more than chips. They become stories, validation, dreams. Awareness neutralizes this illusion. You remind yourself that a stack is still just tools for rhythm, not proof of worth. Whether you finish first or fall short, your awareness remains intact. You play the last hand with the same calm as the first. That consistency is what separates mastery from memory. Another element of the endgame is pacing through final pressure. Blinds rise, decisions speed up, but awareness slows your perception. The faster the world moves, the slower you feel time. This paradox gives you control. You act from patience, even when clocks and chips demand haste. Each breath becomes a metronome, keeping rhythm steady when others lose timing. In short-handed play, awareness also means understanding energy exchange. Aggression and passivity oscillate faster now. The table becomes a conversation of rhythm. Bet, fold, raise, shove, silence. You don't dominate it, you synchronize. You sense when others tire, when emotion outweighs discipline, when momentum flickers. Awareness doesn't predict the future. It reads the present so clearly that the next move feels obvious. Sometimes, the endgame narrows to a single decision. You've played thousands of hands, and now one moment carries everything. The unaware player feels the weight as pressure. The aware player feels it as culmination, a natural conclusion to rhythm, not a test of fortune. You breathe once, make the choice, and accept whatever follows. The calm doesn't come from certainty. It comes from surrender to awareness. Consider another hand. Heads up, stacks even. You open with ace-8. The opponent calls. The flop comes 8-5-2. You bet small, they call. The turn brings a king. You check. They bet big, representing power. You call. The river is a blank. You check again. They shove. You pause, not to think, but to feel. The rhythm tells you their aggression is hollow, the tempo forced. You call. They show queen 9. The tournament ends. You don't cheer. You just breathe. The noise arrives later. In the quiet endgame, victory doesn't feel loud. It feels like still water. You realize that all the lessons, patience, timing, rhythm, emotional control led you here. The cards are incidental. Awareness is everything. You didn't conquer the table, you harmonized with it. You played without breaking rhythm, and the game eventually aligned with you. When the chips settle and the lights dim, awareness lingers. You walk away calm, not triumphant. The sound of shuffling fades into memory, but rhythm remains inside you, steady, patient, alive. From middle position to the final hand, you've learned that mastery in poker isn't about dominance or perfection. It's about quiet understanding. And in that understanding, the end game stops being an ending. It becomes continuity, awareness carrying forward, waiting patiently for the next rhythm, the next table, the next breath.